Get that out of there. That should be cool. And then Lumium Blend is made with this. Okay, and we'll let that be ore dictionaried. That should be fine. And energized glowstone buckets are basically made with 4 glowstone. So let's just try and get this. Get that out of there, put that in, and boom. So if I programmed all this correctly, right? So you guys are Lumium Gear, and you, and over here we put this guy in, and Induction Smelter, boom. And we also needed, for the Resonant Upgrade Kit, Pyrotheum Blend, which needs coal. So I'm going to program you as 1 coal in a pulverizer. Becomes coal dust. And then blazing pyrotheum. Dust equals that, but not in processing mode. Cool. In fact, why don't I just be a little bit more careful about that and do... I don't know if it's shapeless or not, so we'll find out. And then you can go into the... That's the furnace. This is the pulverizer. This can go away. And let's see if I can make a Resonant Upgrade Kit. So that should be cool. Missing 3 tin dust. I told you ore dictionary. You know what? You may not know how to do tin dust. Why are you... Pulverized tin. Yeah, you don't know how to do pulverized tin yet, do you? That's why. This recipe. That'll do. Pulverizer may soon need another crafter in it, but we'll figure that out later. Now, can we make a Resonant Upgrade Kit? Nice. By the way, we can use this for a Resonant Conversion Kit, which I might not be too upset to teach how to make one. Actually, that needs to be in. How are you even... What? Okay. That is cool. So because the power storage dude is already this, right? I did conversion kit. Interesting. I probably should have taught it this recipe, which goes, I guess. Interesting. I don't know. Oh, because that was okay. Hold on. I need to go get that back. Come here, you. So now we can straight upgrade to Resonant at any tier. But do we get Resonant here? Working on it. Back in a second when this is all done. I want to keep an eye on this, make sure this works. There we go. It's working. Nice. So now I should go do Resonant Upgrade Kit. And we're good to go. Nice. Beautiful. All right. So the hardened. So what we want is a Reinforced Upgrade Kit and a Signal Upgrade Kit. These two processing and being made together should be good. So lots of the machines down here should be running at this point. I should probably upgrade most of these to be a little bit faster. That would be cool. But yeah, all this processing is good. Nice Electrum coming in. It's beautiful. And you're waiting for your redstone. Obsidian takes a while to pulverize, of course. I mean, it makes sense. It's obsidian, right? Beautiful. So Signalum is pulverizing silver for us and copper. And then we should have Signalum blend, and then we should be good. You're making that. There's the Signalum. Cool. So do I have the other 3 kits now? Reinforced and Signalum. Nice. So let's go stick this over here and upgrade this guy. So this was hardened. He's capable of storing 8 million. He can now store, boom, 18 million, boom, 32 million, boom, 50 million RF. Nice. I think that's a good wrapping up point for the episode. So Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time. My tree farm is still running, as far as I know. I assume it is. Back at the old base, as is the Astro stuff, as is the mob farm. It's not running, but it exists over there. We'll probably move some of that stuff over eventually. For now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Darryl20, and welcome to episode 35 of Darryl20's Let's Play series. Just finished moving over my water mills from extra utilities. Take my word for it, they're all generating 16 RF. And you can probably calculate that by determining that 16 times 8 is the 128. And then probably the sun just rose, so it bumped up with the solar panels that I think are still back at my main base. Long story short, these things are all cooking pretty well. So we've got source there, which means that and that. Gives this a 4 on this side, a 4 on either side of this one, and a 4 on this side. We've got a source back there, 1 block away, that I kind of have hidden a little bit. And then, you know, that's pretty much the pattern. So all these are generating 16 per tick, and it's cruising. So that's cool. Just been doing a little bit of, you know, taking care of business around the base. That's pretty much what I've been working on off camera a little bit here. Just doing a few more migrations. I also like kind of how I got it nice and centered inside the square area of the glowstone. So I think that looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie. A little bit proud of that one. So that looks good, right? Not bad at all. Oh, you know what? I need some proper flooring. All right, cool. So today's episode. So last episode we got fluid storage going, which is great, and it looks like it's, you know, working pretty well right now. No complaints. We've got a nice 64 buckets of lava. We can see that we've got a healthy amount of obsidian going on here. That's pretty cool. I might just disable you guys. Cool, just so that it, you know, and in fact, it's the bottom that we want. Yeah, that's where the fluid's going into, right? So that's cool. So that's what we worked on kind of last episode. And I can steal this obsidian, and it'll start producing more. Sweet. So I think I'm going to just steal a stack there, throw it into the refined storage system, and then we'll be good to go. So the base, I think, is pretty much good. Like, good, done, happy, running beautifully. I think our next steps here, then, would be to start working on more mod progress. And that's what I'd like to do today. Alright guys, let's take a little trip to somewhere dark, scary, and evil called the Deep Dark. Dun dun dun! The Deep Dark is a dangerous and scary dimension, full of awesome ores and lots of goodies. I haven't decided exactly where in my base I want to put my Deep Dark portal. I'm thinking somewhere like back in the corner, in the basement. Might not be a terrible place. And pretty much just standing on it gets this swirly, crazy portal. Make sure you have a way home. You can get home by just using the Deep Dark portal itself, but you know what? It's nice to have a teleporter. Whoosh. I'd like to check out this dimension, and I'd like to consider bringing some form of... oh, good. We got lots of lighting in here. So, hello, Deep Dark. I'd like to consider starting up some kind of quarry system going. You know what I might want to do? I want to call on my friends.
Oh, can do.
We'll just flatten out a little area, and then I'm going to ask him...
I'm Mr. Meatcreeps.
Dig to bedrock using stairs. Whatever direction am I facing? West.
Oh, I'm Mr. Meatcreeps. Look at me.
Dig to bedrock using stairs to
Yes,
the west.
sirree.
Get to work, buddy. Oh, I'm picking up all your cobblestone, aren't I? Bad direwolf. Here, have half a stack. There you go. I'll let him, you know, build some stairwell-ish type thing. Should Probably remove my magnet ring for a minute, just so he has access to the cobble that he's mining. Alright, I'll be back in a minute once he gets there. What's going to happen is we're pretty much high up in this dimension, as you can tell by my Y level over on the top right. It is currently 178, 179. So I'm pretty high up in the dimension. And we will eventually come to a point where we find some nasty, terrible things. Pretty much, we're gonna find a lot of bad monsters. But hopefully there'll be a decent amount of ores. What I'd like to do is find a bunch of... Pretty much. Oh, you know what else I could do? Ooh, this might be cool. Hey, Mr. Meat Creeps. Well, you keep doing your thing, and what I might want to do from Astral Sorcery, there's a thing you can use illumination powder to make. I don't know what this thing is. That doesn't look familiar to me at all. Isn't there like a cool gadget that I can make? Celestial Gateway, that. Shifting Star, I don't think that's it. Might be this. Cave Illuminator. Yeah. If I leave, will you despawn? I honestly don't know what's going to happen if I leave. But we'll come back. I want to try making a Cave Illuminator. So for that, we're going to need... We're going to see how well this thing works out. 2 illumination powder, 2 aquamarine, and 4 ruined marble. We'll get the 4 engraved, and we'll get a chisel. 2 of you, and 2 of you. 4 ruined marble, and we've got our resonating wand, and it looks like... Is it morning or night? I can never tell. Are you going down or up? You're coming up. So we'll see if there's enough going on. We might... I don't know how much astral energy this thing needs to actually produce itself. So we'll see what happens here. May be able to make this. But it just happens to be exactly daytime, which is, you know, great. It needs a little bit more power. Alright, let's just come back in a minute. Alright, Cave Illuminator. Here we go. So the Cave Illuminator is a pretty neat device, and I'm going to see how it works out in the Deep Dark. Basically what it does is you place it, you know, up in the world, and it will illuminate all the caves that it finds underneath it. So for a pretty decent radius at that. So my hope, therefore, is that it'll illuminate a big portion of the Deep Dark as well. That might be cool. Now, I don't know how long it takes to illuminate, but we're going to hopefully find out. So step 1, let's see. What happened to Mr. Meat Creeps? I think we lost him. So let's illuminate the area directly above. And this thing should start spreading out. And it'll start to illuminate the ground. Nice. Sweet. Now, you, Mr. Meat Creeps, I think you're going to have to go... If I'm not mistaken, that's the position I place you. Could not find stairs or cobble. Well, we're 1 block off. That's a bummer. Please stop. I don't know why I'm using sandstone for this, but let's try that again. So I think if I do it here then...
Yes, sirree.
Okay, that's extra derpy. Oh well, I'm not going to worry too much about it. We'll just have 1 extra stair foot. That's fine. Alright, so I'll let him dig down. Now, hopefully the Cave Illuminator is illuminating the world beneath us. And we will find out if it really is or not once Mr. Meat Creeps gets through this area. Alright, we've broken through. Nice. So you can see I've just kind of torched up the path that leads down. It's actually a pretty long stairwell that leads down to this area. I picked up my Cave Illuminator because he doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. I'm not sure if he'll just like light up the area directly beneath him, unless it's like an actual cave system. Like I don't know exactly how this thing determines what a cave is. it doesn't seem to be doing a great job of lighting up the area underneath this. Like, there's a couple light spots, but they're a result of like lava and whatnot. Like, I haven't seen any actual light from this thing, unless there's something down there. Let's make sure that we're ready to teleport home in the event of danger. Zoinks, zoinks. Nope, that's just lava. Okay, cool. You can see some crystals here. So this is the Deep Dark. Welcome. It's terrifying. Skeleton, please. Hey, reminder, I don't have a lot of armor going on right now, do I? So that is my location up there that I need to get to. Mr. Meatcreeps is having a little bit of a heart attack over the fact that he can't find any more cobblestone. But unfortunately, my jetpack is just barely enough, literally just barely enough power to get me from the floor up to my my stuff here. So I might have to be a little bit sneaky about... He seems to be a little bit stuck, doesn't he? There we go. Got rid of him. Nice. Okay, cool. So we'll let this thing try and light up the area for a bit. And in the meantime, I might want to pop back home and do a few things in preparation for clearing out some terrain down here. All right, so the next stage of this build is to get the builder out there. And you know what else I want to grab right before I pop away is we're going to need a better wireless transfer method than this, because the builder uses way more than ADR for tick. Technically, we could leave it. It would just be really, really slow for a quarry. So I just want to give it a try and see what we can come up with. The other thing I grabbed was a bunch of torches, and I'm going to have the Meatcreeps help me out with lighting up the area. Because this illumination doohickey ain't really doing its job, being honest with you. Woo! Zoinks. Oh, that's right, I have to remove and place my ring back in order to have flight. Whenever you switch dimensions, that seems to happen. I don't entirely know why. So let's get Meatcreeps to... Ow. Ow. Why am I blinded? That's not a good thing to be. Ah, it's you, aren't it? Ow. Ow. Whoa. That was a really fast death. Okay, cool. Good times. I might need to make more rubber boots, because I'm not going to survive that fall. Or slime boots. I'm not going to survive that fall. Oh, it feels like I'm moving so slowly without my stuff. We'll go for one death run, and hopefully I manage to get my stuff and everything works out. And if it doesn't, then I will just have to get my stuff off camera. We'll have to see. Oh boy. These boots feel extra bouncy. Wonder if there's a difference between the different boots, aside from just appearances. I think priority 1 will get the Meatcreeps to light up the area. Boing. Oh, did I mention the mobs down here are a little bit nastier? Come on, teleporter. Whew, that was close. All right. That was really close. Fun, but close. All right, let's be a little bit more smart about this, shall we? So I guess I'll put my green ones back on. Let's put this away. Put away my death info thing. Did I put away my ring? I did. All right, cool. Maybe get a little bit more rice cooked up. And our furnace. And that sounds cool. So make sure you're ready to teleport me home in the event of emergency. I kind of wanted to... Well, we have plenty of iron, I'm sure. Yeah, we have, like, well, I don't know about plenty, but we have enough that I can be Mr. Iron Armor for a little bit longer. It was on my to-do list to get better armor going on here, but oh well. I'll just get with that armor, and then we'll do something better soon. I kind of want to get into Fluxed armor. I think that's kind of like my next goal, but we're gonna have to do some auto crafting for that, and maybe a few other things. So let's try this again. We're gonna have the meat creeps flatten and then light up the area for us. Does that sound like a plan? Cool. Wow. I run too fast and I start bouncing on these stairs. It's hilarious. Alright, stop. Stop doing that. Okay. Wow, look how many nasty things are down there. Cool. Alright, so...
Hi, I'm Mr. Meat Creeps.
Flatten an area, 13
Yes,
by 13.
sirree. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Oh, can do.
Ah! Another one of those nasty blizzes. Wow, 2 of them. Ow, and they really hurt. Alright, lighting time. Let's skip behind a little thing. You...
Ew, I'm Mr. Meat Creeps. Look at me.
Light up the area,
sirree.
please. Here's some torches. What is... Oh, right, the deep dark. So if you stand in the dark of the deep dark for too long, the Vashta Nerada gets you. It's dangerous. You have to actually, like, get into a lighted area, or you're going to be in trouble. Yeah, I got a blizz. Did I make it? I survived. Whew. That was close. Alright. I'm going to do some lighting up of that area off camera, and we'll be back. I might need a few more torches. Let's get another stack. Okay, that should be good. Alright, be back in a minute here once we get the area a little better lit up. Alright, the meat creeps are kind of doing their best.
Yes, sirree.
Hooking them up with torches. Put away some of this junk that we don't need at the moment. Nice. Alright, cool. Good job, guys. Alright, so for now, I'm going to pop down this quarry card, and I think it's time we should, like, flatten out a terrain area, right? So, right now, you're 31 by 31, right? So if we put you in there, and we preview the area, that's not the direction I want you to go. So let's try that direction. Yeah, that sounds good, right? But instead of, you know, doing that, let's make it like a larger area. So let's do it like, should we do 512 by 512? Yeah, it's a pretty big area. Now it's a solid box that we're gonna do, and the dimensional size will be pretty large. Let's make it like 80. Does that sound good? Well, let's see. Hold on. We're currently at Y level 60, right? So if we go 40 down and 40 up, that probably won't be enough. We'll probably want to go like 60 down and 60 up. So let's make it like 130. I think that should be cool. It's a lot of blocks. It's a lot of blocks. Should we do 256 by 256? Does that sound a little bit more fair? Cool. Now I'm going to stick the card in there, and I'm going to make sure the offset is back at the northwest corner. And that should do a job of clearing it out. Neat. So what if I made it like 70? Would that be good? Preview mode? That looks pretty cool. Angel ring, please. That looks like a pretty good area that it's going to clear out. And then when you're done, what I could do is switch you to northeast corner, and that would swap it to that side. That might be neat, right? Let's unpreview this for a sec. So you're going to go, let's make you go 80 down, but your offset will be negative 32. Now if I stick you in there and preview that, okay, that's cool. You know what? I know why. Hold on. Let's put it back in preview, make you northwest corner, unpreview, and I'm going to make this offset negative 37. Now, when we preview it, it'll capture some of these little spikes that are at the top of the ground here. So we don't have like these little things all around. That should be pretty good, actually. I like that. So now we just need a redstone signal to activate it, or I could just say ignore redstone. That's an option as well. And then we need an ender chest to sit on top to collect all the resources. And what will happen is I'll just send it home and import it into the import bus back at the main base. Cool. The other thing I want to do is make sure that this chunk that I currently am standing in is chunk loaded. As long as the builder itself is chunk loaded, it'll take care of all the other chunks that it starts mining out. So we don't need to like chunk load all the stuff that it's going to mine. We just need to chunk load the builder itself. And that should be pretty good. So that'll be that. Up there is my way home if I need to. I'm kind of bummed that the cave illuminator didn't work down here in the deep dark, but I mean, it would have been cool if it did. It's just a bummer that it didn't. Oh well. I don't think it needs... It might need a line of sight to the sky, and maybe that's why it's not working. I'm honestly not sure. I didn't even look at the actual sorcery book on the cave illuminator. So that's cool. So that gives us... ignore redstone. Oh, you know what else I want to do? Hold on. One more thing before I want to tell it to void all these resources, because I don't need any of this stuff, right? Even or dictionary matching. So anything that matches these types of resources, just go ahead and void it. All I care about getting is the whatchamacallit, the ores, right? So if I click this button, it should start mining. Nice. It is. It is mining. Cool. And it's going to quickly run out of power. And we're transferring small amounts of power to it. Now let's see. How impossible would it be to find where you are actually mining at this point? I thought I could like click it and it would tell me where it's mining, but it didn't seem like it wanted to do that. It's currently at Y level 53. It's definitely clearing. Chunk 0 of 289. It's definitely like we're choked on power right now. But that's to be expected because I haven't done anything to deal with the fact that we need lots of power for this to work. I'm just looking for a hole. Don't mind me. Off in this general direction. Oh, it's getting dark. I think that's an indication the Bosch and Arada are coming. I would love... Alright, let's just go home. And in theory, because I chunk loaded that builder, we should see resources continuing to come in here. It'll be slowly but surely because it's taking a long time. But look, we just got some copper, for example. So that's good. That's a good sign. And then the copper, I haven't set up all the export bus here, but we should be getting some stuff. And what'll happen as we get more ores, right? So I'm just going to look for different ores that we might have that aren't being processed. As that shows up, I'll add it to the export bus here, right? And it'll start getting processed. Now, because we're going to automate quarrying, we're definitely going to want to speed up our pulverizers and maybe even have a couple more. Maybe like 3 or 4 of those bad boys. And I might even have to wind up moving my igneous extruder because I didn't really think about expanding that when I placed him there, but we'll see. The next thing I need to do, though, is get better power transfer. So in order to do that, there's unfortunately no tesseracts or dimensional transceivers or really anything that's good at transferring large amounts of power over dimensions. There's 1 or 2 options. There's not a lot of great options, but one thing we could totally use is from RF Tools, and that is the power storage device, the power cells from RF Tools. So let's see, advanced power cells require infused diamonds. So let's see, what power cell? So there's the regular power cell, which just requires prismarine shards and lots of redstone. The advanced one requires infused diamonds, which requires dimensional shards, which you can only find from RF Tools Dimensions, which kind of stinks. There's the creative one, which we're not going to be able to get, and the simple one, which isn't as good. But then we're also going to need a power cell card, and we'll take a look at how these things work. So let's teach some recipes here, right? We're going to want to learn how to make machine frames. We're going to want to learn how to make prismarine shards, which we can get in an atomic reconstructor. It requires a lot of power to transfer quartz into prismarine, but it's going to... Oh, man, we need emeralds for this? I didn't realize we needed emeralds for this. Emeralds. Obviously, I can trade for emeralds. That. Starlight Infusion, Squeezer. I didn't realize we needed emeralds for these, and that's really kind of a bummer. Emeralds are like a nuisance, kind of. There's obviously bees. I'm not going to get into bees for emeralds right now. You can find them in the deep dark, technically. So we might get emeralds from the deep dark. We have a few. So let's just go ahead and teach it the power cell recipe. And then we'll kind of go from there. Now, I don't think I taught you how to make redstone blocks, right? What I should really be doing is putting redstone and my other ores into compacting drawers. But let's hold off on that for now and teach it how to make a redstone block just to get the job done. Cool. So that, and then I'm going to get like half a stack of quartz. And we'll go drop it over here and hit the button. And that reminds me, I don't think I ever actually like hooked you up to power because I'm a genius. So, got one leadstone. We're gonna need at least one, if not two more of these. Cool. How did I get up there? What? What just happened? How am I outside my base? Weird. Alright, so you should be getting power again? Why are you not getting power? Shouldn't you be giving me power? You know what, I might need to do that. Now we're getting power. Nice. Okay, that's cool. I think my ring is being a little bit derpy. Good, you're working again. Nice. So I'll let that get a full charge. Remember, I said it's a decent amount of power to convert quartz into prismarine. It's like 30,000 RF per conversion. And since this guy only holds 300,000, he can only at most do 10. But remember, it costs power just to fire the laser a little bit. So that's why we're getting 9 at a time there. Nice. Cool. So now I should be able to get some power cells. Like, let's do 2 for now. And that should get the crafting done. Good. Now the other thing I'm going to need is a power cell card. Because here's the way power cells work. Power cells are really spiffy. Do I need to like teach you how to make nuggets? I might, but I might instead. I also need rice. Hold on, let's get some paper. How's my sugar cane situation? Not great. I might need to go get rice. Yeah, let's go do that real quick. To-do list item, move my farm and my tree farm for that matter over here. But for the time being, let's teleport over here and get some rice. And I had a feeling that my rice would not be grown because I don't think this area is chunk loaded anymore. Cool. Should automate this farm eventually. I mean, we totally could with either industrial foregrowing or something like that. Is that enough rice for now? It totally is. He says as he continues to water. Okay. And gold. Let's do that. And now I should be able to get 2 power cell cards. Yay! And I've also got hardened flux ducts, which are going to come in handy in a minute. So, power cells are neat. I'm going to place my first power cell here. This thing can hold about 1 million RF, right? Now, I'm going to output power to the top, which should, and I'm going to set you to accept energy on all sides. Boom. And what that should do is set it so that the thing underneath is pushing power up, and the thing on the top is accepting power from the bottom, and it's good, right? So now we're sending power from here into here, and he's got 1 million RF stored. Now I'm going to take one of my power cells, and I'm going to place it in here. In here. I'm going to right-click this. Boom. All right, cool. Use to connect a power cell multi-block. This is currently link ID 2. Okay, so if I link this guy by clicking it in here, this card is now connected to link ID 2, right? So this guy's link ID 2, and this cell card is link ID 2. Power cells can form a multi-block. However, they can be in any location anywhere in the world, provided they have a power cell on them. So when I place this guy down, he's capable of holding 1,000,000 RF. However, when I place the power cell card in link slot, he's unlinked because I put him in the wrong slot. Hold on. I link it by putting it in the link slot, and then you put it in the top left slot. Boom. Now, overall, these two power cells are linked together. They share an energy store, and all total, they can have 2,000,000 RF, 1,000,000 each. Neat. And I can pick this dude up and bring him with me to the deep dark. So these two power cells are now linked. They each store 1,000,000 RF, so that's why total they're storing 2,000,000 RF, and they can transfer power to each other happily. Neat, right? Now, there was one or two things I should actually have brought, so I'm going to teleport home and grab one or two more things. So something else I'd like to get is wireless receiver. So let's get... I forget what I need here. We're going to need 2 of you. Probably going to need 2 of you. So receiver and wireless transmitter. What's it called? Is it not transmitter? Redstone transmitter. Okay, cool. It was transmitter, but that's cool. So we got those two. And I'd also like to have a lever, if I may. And we're going to set this up in the deep dark. But we're going to bring it back here to the overworld so we can control it from here. Okay? So let's get this bad boy set up. Now, just as an FYI, I'm setting up this builder quarry in this dimension for now because it was pretty much appropriate for my tech level. I do want to check out, we do have environmental tech in here, which has some pretty cool void ore miners. However, it's I think outside the reach of my current tech level. So for now, I'm going to do the builder. I'd also like to check out environmental tech at some point, maybe the quantum quarry from Extra Utilities, and I'd also maybe potentially, can't do it right now, but in the next version of the pack, it might be easier, set up a void miner. Or a frame miner. That would be cool. So that's cool. So you've got not enough power, so I'm going to break you for a sec so that you're no longer doing that. Cool. You're out of power. So if I place down this power cell right here and set him to output on all sides, he should start filling this thing up pretty quickly. Hello, zombie. Zombie's like, I don't care if there's power here, or lighting, or whatever. But I'm also going to set this guy to on to activate redstone signal. And we're going to set up the redstone receiver right here. And we're going to right-click the transmitter. Boom. Boom. Set to channel 2. Boom. Set to channel 2. So that this thing is not currently running. It says not enough power, but it's totally lying. This is the transmitter. See, it's running now. See the Y level changing? And the power dropping a bit. Nice. That's kind of cool. All right, turn off the lever, and he stops running, and his power fills back up. Hello, zombie. So now we've got a wirelessly powered and wirelessly controllable quarry in the deep dark. So now the only thing to test is that if we put this transmitter in the overworld, for example, let's put it right over here. We'll put it like right on the wall, and we'll put the lever right here. Right? There's nothing showing up in the ender chest, right? Boom, boom, boom. Ender chest is empty. We flip the lever, and we're starting to get stuff. Hey, look, we found a dungeon loot. Did you see the chest and the stuff show up? Nice. And we're getting things and stuff. Yellowite, for example. That is cool. Obsidian showing up. Nice. Basalt. That is all good stuff. How's my storage space doing? Plenty good. So we'll let that run for a minute. Let's check out the ores that are not being processed. Oh, the other thing I want to check out is how's my power doing? Are you keeping up with the power demands? You are not. So we are not producing enough power. to satisfy the needs of this dude. Now, I forget how much power he can output per side. But he can output power per side. So if we ever get to a point where this is not enough power on one side, we can surround it with hardened flux ducts, and that will allow me to have even more power come out. Oh, there it is, input output, 5,000 RF. So that's the limit. He's allowed to input and output 5,000 RF a tick. But like I said, like that's 5,000 RF a tick going in from there. But if I wanted to like speed up this, I could do something like that, and that would be like 10,000 RF going into it, right? Like if this was orange on the front. Right, so right now, right, like 5,000 is going in. Now it would be 10, and I could do more and more like that if I wanted to. Cool. So that's cool. All right, so that's all good. So we'll be hurting for power when we are running the quarry, but for now that's okay. Let's get any ores that are not being processed. So I think I have black quartz, definitely tin, lead. I'm not getting coal ore from the miner. That's probably from like when I did some ore swapping with my exchanger when I was cleaning up this basement. That's where that ore came from. What else do we have that we might need to process? Silver, nickel. These are all things that we should probably consider processing. And I think gold is the only one that's not currently been quarried up yet. So once we get some gold ore, we can add that to the list, and these things will start processing it. What I'd like to do is get a resonant upgrade kit. So tell me real quick, you're basic, and hardened. All right, so we're gonna want resonant conversion kit times 3. What are the chances I can actually make those? It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. It's got real tired of thinking about it. So if I wanted 3 of these, would that be doable? Yes. If I wanted 4 of these, that's doable. 4 of these is missing niter. That's probably where we got stuck. So niter automation is going to need to be a sticking point for me. For now, what we can do is throw it into the pulverizer. And let's unlock you. Out of curiosity, would you do me the favor of auto-crafting these guys? You don't already know how to make those, right? No, I didn't think so. Nice. Just to help speed that along. So if I wanted 4 of you now, we're good? Nice. Okay, so that'll help speed up this processing a bit. So you're all doing your thing, right? And I might need to augment some of these machines as well, because they're mostly basic too. But if we could speed up the pulverizers and the redstone furnaces, that would help with our input. By the way, have we gotten any gold yet? We have! Nice. So you can get added to the list of things that get exported bust, and we should have gold show up. Nice. So that thing's getting a little bit low on power, so let's give ourselves a break. Turning off that lever should now have a net gain of power going on over here. So you can see, actually that'll happen after the internal buffer of the builder finishes filling up. So it probably like drain the internal buffer, it's gonna refill it. Now we're getting a net gain of power. Sweet. So we're gonna burn through wood reserves mighty quickly. Remember, before we were doing good on wood because we weren't doing a lot of power drain, but now the quarry drains a lot of power. So pretty soon we're gonna have to start talking about better, you know, stuff and things. So our upgrade kits are coming along. So we've got our 3 hardens, so that's good. Bunch of hardens. Nice. You are working on making the hardened glass stuff for these things. The next thing, so there's like a whole bunch of stuff we're gonna have to start upgrading soon. So we're gonna need more power gen, but we're also gonna need better power transfer around our base, because I'm still using like the basic leadstone flux ducts, which can only transfer like 1,000 RF a tick. So if I upgrade these guys to a significant speed, they're gonna need more than 1,000 RF a tick, I think. We'll find out. Well, I mean, maybe not. We'll see. So the kits, 3 of these guys are done, and I think you're probably processing. We should have 4 of them indeed. Nice. Cool. Crafting monitor. Didn't I ask for Signalum? Or did I not get that far? Oh no, it's okay, 3 more, please. And I guess we could throw. So we're gonna need like 15. We're missing some gold. So let's get 8. Alright, let's get these bad boys upgraded to Signalum here. So that's cool. And can we get some reception coil augments? How about 4? I'm missing a lot of gold to do gold processing. Well, what I can do is beg, borrow, and steal from up here for the time being. So I've got 4, got 7. If I get like 1 of these augments, and we have to wrap up the episode, by the way. But for now, let's do. Nice. So these guys will now run at a max power of 150 RF a tick times 4, so that ain't bad. But they'll process their ores a little bit more quickly, especially once they get their internal buffer filled. Once the internal buffer is filled on all these machines, they'll run a lot more quickly. Cool. Yeah, see, now that's running at max speed. Compared to this one, which is still waiting. Like, they self-throttle to deal with the amount of RF they have. So, alright, well past wrapping up point. Devil 20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We've got automated ore income, which is really good because it means we'll be able to really start ramping up our production of stuff. Like, I don't have to go mining anymore. And that's always, like, a good time for me, right? Like, hey, I don't have to mine anymore. Yay! Alright, guys, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 36 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I've moved my plant farm, well, my tree farm, because I wanted my trees over here by me. No sense in not having them here. So let's make sure that this area is chunk loaded. So let's see, I guess we're gonna need to load these 2 chunks. That should be good. And then we're cool. Nice. And presumably, courtesy of watering can. Oh, what did that just do? Did it extract it? I'm assuming it extracted it into the pipe. Watering can? Nice. We can real quick test. This should grow my trees. Nice. Hello. And then you should have no problem chopping them down. Nice. That is cool. That's what I would have liked to have seen. And then we can see all the items flowing through here. I went ahead and used, like I've been using, the impulse item ducts, just because I like them. They're cool. Nice. So chopping stuff, things should filter directly into here first, and then there second, where they will get taken care of. Great. All right. So that's that's been moved. Just like I said, I've been slowly but surely moving everything out of my base, my old base, off camera between episodes. The only thing that's really over there at this point is the mob farm, which I will probably move at some point. I haven't decided exactly how and when I'm going to move that, but it's on my to-do list. Now, we have like all this real estate in this base, so there's lots of stuff that we can start working towards here. One of the things I was starting to think about was definitely want to make sure that we have more power coming in. Because as we have our quarry going now, power is becoming a bit more of a premium. We've gotten to the point where, even though we're producing 1,000 RF a tick, it's not that much. It's really not. It's, you know, it's reasonable. It's not horrible, but it's not like, oh, this is a lot, you know? How am I for gold, by the way? Yeah, great. I could be better on gold. So this episode we might start looking at more power options. Oh man, I really need more food too. I should look into like some better foodstuffs because I do have like some really good options for food, thanks to Pam's. The problem is I don't know off the top of my head what's a good reasonable amount of food to eat. Like carrot soup, that looks good. And that gives you like lots of saturation. Well, that gives you like a ton of saturation. Loaded baked potatoes, huh? Cool. Cheese and pork and all kinds of other crazy stuff. You know, baked ham. That sounds good. Chicken pot pie. All kinds of good foods here. But I'm not entirely sure, you know, what I want to jump into. What I should probably do is spend a little time off camera at some point, like researching like what are good food options, because there's just so many. And we do have cooking for blockheads, by the way, which can totally help. Like, I don't have a lot of food stuffs available to me right now. So even if I set up a cooking for blockheads kitchen, I wouldn't exactly have a lot of, you know, oh, here's something cool I can make, right? Because I don't have a lot of food as it is. So we'll have to figure that out. By the way, down to 3,500 wood. Hopefully that number will be up higher by the end of the episode here. But that's where we're at. So let's look at power gen. So there's a lot of different options for power gen. We could look at some other thermal type power gen options, right? So there's magmatics. We already looked at them a little bit. Compression, reactants, innervations, numismatic. Yeah. So reactant was is a pretty cool one. So that generates, you know, some decent amounts of RF. Innervation, I think that's basically like power-based items. Compression was good too. Yeah. So we could go back to going to having fuel, but we've kind of already done that. Other power gen options in the pack. There is extreme reactors, but I don't think we're quite to the point yet where I want to build an extreme reactor. We don't really have a lot of the resources we need for that. How are we for yellorium? Just out of curiosity, I've got a little bit, about a stack and a half-ish. Not terrible. Not terrible amount of yellorium, to be honest, but you know, also not great. So we might not want to do that. How about let's see. There's lots of good stuff. So we could also get into oil generation, but I've had a lot of people in the comments say they're not interested in seeing that because I do that all the time. We also have generators from X Utilities too. There's a lot of options here for power gen options. That might not be a terrible idea. Oh, you know what? Industrial Foregoing has a neat looking generator. I haven't actually tested to see how good that is though. Maybe I could go test that off camera and we can take a look at it. Does that sound like a cool plan? And then there's Energenic from RF Tools. That requires a lot of Ender Pearls, but might be doable if I get my Ender Pearl generator going again. So let me come back in a few minutes here. I'm gonna experiment. Alright guys, I think I've got a nifty plan. I'm gonna check out biofuel from Industrial Foregoing. Now I've played with it in a test world, and I've come to the conclusion that it stinks. Well, it sort of stinks. It's good, but not with Industrial Foregoing's generator. Industrial Foregoing's generator generates RF. If we take a look here, let's see, I think it's the biofuel, this dude, biofuel generator. This guy produces 160 RF a tick. It's really slow. And as far as I can tell, well, you know, there might be ways to overclock it. I didn't actually test that. Because isn't there like speed upgrades from something or other? Some machines can accept speed upgrades from something. Like some kind of core, something core has speed upgrades in it. Yeah, Tesla Core Lib. Energy upgrades, and there's a speed upgrade 1 and 2 that can apparently upgrade the speed of your machines. I don't know if that works on the biofuel generator though. Beats me. But what I did test, and what I did find that I liked, was that advanced generators can accept biofuel as a gas fuel source. Ba-ba-da-dum. So if we set up another gas turbine capable of producing large amounts of power using biofuel, we could have a second source of power gen coming from a second source of a farm. And that might be a really cool way to go. So to do that, first we're going to have to start producing biofuel. In order to do that, let's get some range upgrades. I think I might want a larger range upgrade this time. So right now, we've got range add-on is what we're looking for. Let's go with like, should I go with another 3? I feel like that farm over there with the with the trees is not large. It's not small, but it's also not large. I probably should have mapped out what I want to do here before I did it. But let's get some bronze. Tell me I've taught you how to make bronze. Hooray. So let's get 1, 2 of these bad boys and see what this sizing looks like. Now, this will definitely be a little bit larger of an area than the other thing. That's okay. I really have to get a better form of flight, by the way, because bouncing around is cool, but it could be cooler. So if I throw this in here and did a show range on it, that's not terrible. That's actually pretty good. I like it. Probably cut you up, by the way. So let's get some more dirt out. Let's get our exchanger. Let's make sure that you're exchanging for dirt. Cool. That's almost perfect, to be honest with you. Right back to sand. Love the exchangers. Love them. It's amazing. And then we will hide working area on you. And then, is that pretty centered? That looks pretty centered to me. We can do a plant sower here with a range upgrade, show working area, and that's pretty cool. Nice. Okay, so we'll hide working area on that dude. So those guys are both ready to roll. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set you to, well, it doesn't really matter for now, it can be always active, but we need to start planting stuff. So the way we generate biofuel in Industrial 4 going is just like it was in MFR. So if you played MFR, you might remember that. The way it works is we need a bioreactor. Okay, so this guy requires some slime balls, and it requires a machine frame. Times 2, because I'm going to need another one in a minute anyway. We're going to need some sugar. We're going to need, what are these dudes? What else did we need? Some clay, or some bricks, times 2. And then the bioreactor. There we go. Slime balls, that's right. Hopefully, don't tell me I need like actual slime balls. I'm going to be annoyed if that's the case. Erg. Command infuse cactus. Did I ever get the infuser thingy from Botania? Speaking of Botania, alchemy catalyst. I did. Okay, cool. So I could drop a couple of these guys into the thing to get. That should work out pretty well. Let's make sure we've got some coal going on, just so I can cook this up. So I never moved my Botania stuff over. That's kind of a to-do list item. So that reminds me, Botania. I'm going to leave Astral Sorcery over here until we get a little further more advanced into the mod. But for now, Botania and the Mob Farm are really kind of the main ones that still exist over here. Zoinks. Cool. Haha, that's right, I need to put this thing under here. Eat that, would you? Nice. Let's get a few extra while we're here. That couldn't hurt. Alright, back in my base, and I'll see you guys in a sec. So here's the bioreactor. The way it works is you place seeds in there, and basically the more varied the types of seeds, the more efficient the bioreactor becomes. So with just seeds in there, as many wheat seeds as you want, you're going to get 80 millibuckets per tick out of those seeds. Now, if you throw in another type of seed like beetroot, it increases the efficiency in there. You're getting 90 millibuckets per tick from seeds. And if you throw carrots in there, you're at 100. And if you throw potatoes in there, you're at 110. So basically, every new type of plant increases it. Netherwort counts. Let's see. I know bone meal counts. How are we? We actually have pretty good on bones. Do you know how to make bones? So that's that. We could throw them into a pulverizer of sorts. Yeah. I might teach this recipe because I might want to use bone meal. I haven't entirely decided. But like bone meal counts. And if you look up bioreact or biofuel, you can see, yeah, bioreactor accepted items. So seeds, pumpkin seeds, melon seeds, beetroot seeds, carrots and potatoes, netherwort and mushrooms. Let's see, the end chorus flower stuff. It's all vanilla items though. I've tried a bunch of non-vanilla seeds to no luck. Sorry, bummer, but they don't work out. It stinks, but it's a fact of life. And then all the different dyes, apparently. And then all the different saplings as well. So saplings is totally, like, an option because we have, like, 6,000 of those, right? So the more efficient we want to get, the better. So that's not bad, what I've got laid out here. It's not terrible. What else could I throw in there that would be cool to get? So I think for now this will probably be good. That gets me 130 millibuckets per item. Let's see how that works out. And then we'll look at doing some of the more difficult to automate ones. Like bone meal would be pretty straightforward to automate, but at the same time, like, hassly. So that might be cool. Let's do that, right? So that's what we'll stick with for now. So we've already got saplings. So that means we need netherwort, potatoes, seeds, beetroot, and carrot. Cool. So I've got a lot of those, or I got them all in there. So that's what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna use those 6 items to go start my farm. Let's take them out. Now, if I break and replace you, I assume you're not gonna be cool, and hang on to that. So let's get like a stack of seeds, as many beetroot seeds as I've got. As many carrots as I got ish. We'll hang on to a few of these guys. The other thing I want to get, by the way, netherwort. We'll get a bunch of you, and then saplings. Saplings we already have going, so I'm not going to plant those. But I wouldn't mind getting those rice. That would be cool. And could I do sugarcane? You think? Could I throw that into the farm? And maybe it would be cool if I did rice seeds instead of rice. Now, these two are not going to go into the bioreactor, but it would be cool to have rice, because rice makes slime balls and paper, and well, sugarcane too. And I do also want to get some food going on. So if I were to throw sugarcane into you, so let's unlock. So sugarcane can't even go into the plant sower, so that's a thing. I wonder if I could just plant the sugarcane manually and it would work. The other thing we're going to need is buckets of water, by the way. So let's not forget water. Let's get some more buckets. That'll be cool. And bone meal I said I was going to hold off on for now, right? The other thing I might want to do... rice dough. I'm getting hungry. I have looked into a type of food I want to get that's going to be better than simple rice bread. It actually doesn't look terrible. I think the food that I've chosen, there's lots of options, obviously. There's lots of options with Pam's. But ham looks pretty good. Baked hams require apples, which I'm getting lots of, raw pork chops, and sugar, and that's about it. So all I'd have to do is set up a pig farm, and then I could have like a pretty decent food source. It's 11 saturation and like 5 ham hocks worth of food. So that's kind of cool. So let's hope that rice seeds work in here. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4 from the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the corner. 2, 3, 4 from the corner. Does that look good for water? Okay. And we might have to test to see if sugarcane will get chopped down here, but we'll take a look at that in a minute. In fact, do I have a watering can on me still? Yeah. If I gave you some power and you were able to, you know, cut stuff down, would you cut that down for me? Out of curiosity. You do. Mm-hmm. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. That might be a thing we do. But first, let's do this thing, right? So, in theory, this is the direction layout that this is. Can I rotate you in such a way? I don't think that that's rotatable. I think it's just always planted in the right direction. All right, so that's that corner, right? So if I were to put seeds in that corner, and you know what I'm going to do is hold off on this. I want you to be active with redstone signal for a moment. I'm going to... So if I put a one of these dudes here, you should be able to reach both tiles. Nice. Cool. So you'll do seeds in that corner. You can do beetroot there. Carrots here. Potatoes here. That would make... What I'm going to do for now is put seeds in this side, and then we're going to change that to netherwort once I decide, or once I visualize how much actual space that uses. And in order to plant netherwort, I presume I need soul sand. So that'll be my netherwort area, right? And then saplings will be our 6th, which saplings I'm already producing, so I'm not going to worry about. Cool. Let's get more water. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Cool. I should switch that to name, because it was descending quantity type, and that's where I got messed up. So this will get us both a bunch of food going on, which will kind of be cool, but it'll also get us the opportunity to produce lots and lots of good stuff. So if I were to... Let's get this going first. Right, so I'm gonna always active. Why are you? Oh, right. Hold on, everybody. Active. Hold on, I know that. Okay. I forgot to put my range upgrade in him. That helps. Because I broke him and then I replaced him. I forgot about the range upgrade. So that's better. So now, always active. What we should see happening is he's going to plant. And I might as well probably want to fill this in for a second. We can get in through there for the time being. All right, so that gets us seeds. Right, so all the vanilla seeds are going over here. Potatoes are going along this line. Right. Cool. Neat. It's actually working pretty well. And this is going to be our beetroot. Good deal. And I'm going to assume that this water thing that we've got going on is going to be sufficient for the saturation of the ground and whatnot, right? That should be appropriately sized. I think that's actually fine. Let's get more seeds in here, just so I can actually see the full-blown effect of how large of an area this is for seeds. So I think these are all carrots. These are going to be all your seeds, and that's it. So this is the area I'm going to want to swap out with soul sand. I just want to make sure it doesn't fill in like this spot here. And then that'll become my netherwort section. That'll be cool. Right? So potatoes can go in there. I don't have any more beetroot, but we'll get to that eventually. Rice, I might stick maybe here. Ah, why did I unlock that? Beetroot. Carrot. Seeds. Have a beetroot up there. This one was the carrot one. Lock. Cool. So that should be good. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be expanding anymore. So the center area, I haven't decided what I'm going to put there yet. So let's active on redstone you. We're going to take... I'm going to have to undo this again, aren't I? Yeah, so you out. Beetroot there. And then this is going to wind up being netherwort. let's do... Out of curiosity, you didn't hand me... You did give me farmland. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if I can do anything cool with that. What I can do is put you away. So that should work. And now if I block you guys again and do that, you should plant my nether wart for me. And that should be good, right? So let's get here. Yeah, of course you do that. And before I get in all kinds of trouble, reminder. Sugarcane does not grow faster on sand. That's why SNAD is a thing. Got it? So that is not a thing that we need to worry about. Alright, cool. So that's going to be my sugarcane growth, right? If I got my watering can going here, that would help my beetroot production. Oh, that's cool. So beetroot can be turned into rose red, which totally counts as... So I should add rose red to my bioreactor production. I should totally do that. And carrots. Now, I'm curious, but I suspect because these are locked, they will only accept certain items. So let's get our... Looks like it's getting close to nap time. Be back in a minute after I sleep. Alright, so now let's set up item routing, right? So we're going to want to basically... This is how I set it up over in the other location, by the way. Put that there. And that should be cool, right? Neat. So let's see what happens when I start extracting from this. So we've got things like seeds and stuff that need to go in there, but then we've also got things like beetroot and rice that shouldn't. We're also producing sludge, which I'm pretty sure doesn't matter if that's full. Remember, we checked that out. So let's get the servo on here. And ignored. So that beetroot should wind up going into the ender chest. And the seeds and anything that can be planted that has room for it should go into there. Nice. That's actually really working well. So that should be a pretty nice farm. We're going to need a little bit more beetroot. So you know what I want to do is actually put like a small 2x2 area here for refilling my watering can. Alright, so maybe I should just refill my watering can over here. Maybe I should get like the top of your watering can. That might be cool. Could I do that? Could I upgrade you to like... So you need rich phyto in the next tier, which I'm... Yeah, I might have some rich slag. I don't know. Do I have any? Pulverized charcoal nitrate. I do have rich. Okay, cool. So I don't have any niter? It's not just sandstone? And a pulverizer? Yeah, I totally do have niter. Charcoal. Furnace. Pulverized charcoal. Phytogrow, rich phytogrow. I need signalum and cryothium dust. Sweet. And then I need fluxed phytogrow and pyrotheum dust. Okay. Pyrotheum dust, I think. Missing blaze powder. Alright, hold on. Blaze powder. I'll probably teach this pulverizer recipe downstairs, but we'll get to that in a minute. So, pyrotheum dust is totally doable now. Cool. And then fluxed phytogrow is just phyto going around. Okay, that's cool. I assume that was some kind of melted redstone stuff. Neat. That's easy. I assumed I had to, like, you know, melt redstone and infuse it in the fluid thingy, but no. That's cool. And one endearing ingot, please. Boom. That seems easy. Now we've got, I believe that's the top tier watering can. Ooh. What enchantment? Holding? Oh, that's boring. Alright, let's go fill this dude up with water and see what kind of awesomeness he... I don't know if they're faster or if it's just a larger range. I feel like it's probably just a larger range. And obviously it can hold more water. Nice. That's pretty cool. Oh wow, that does seem really fast, doesn't it? That seems really fast. That's neat. Ah, that's cool. Lots of wood. And I mean, running at 11 by 11, it's obviously going to burn my water quickly, but still, that is cool. Alright, so all the stuff should make its way over to here, and this thing should replant a bunch of stuff, and there it goes. Let's do this thing. Nice. Beautiful. Alright, so we've got more room over here to plant more stuff, obviously, which we will probably wind up doing at some point, but for now, we've got that going. So that's cool. I can cover up this floor right here. And that looks cool. And now we've got automated plants. Sweet. And I do like that resonant watering can. Like, that thing is awesome in many ways. Alright, so with that done, now we can get our bioreactor, which is here. So we should be able to do like an export bus into the bioreactor. And we're going to want all the things, right? So let's get a crafting card. Did I not teach you how to make a crafting card? Because you're going to need to know how to make a crafting card. Find sword. Crafting upgrade. So you're going to have to go into probably this one, like all the other final result guys go into here. So if I said to do me a crafting upgrade, pattern goes into here. Upgrades and crafting. No, I guess it or dictionaried it. You don't know how to make crafting tables. But now you do. And I can tell them that they need a few more crafters, please. So you and upgrades go in there. My fault that that gummed up, by the way. So we've got beetroot. What I'm going to do is teach you that beetroot equals red dye. Because I can use that beetroot as another thing. Now, if we get a crafter here, you're still work in progress. Gotta fix that little kink in the road. Silicon should maybe have its own dedicated dude. Or I could put diamonds in this one. That would probably be the better move. Because these are fast enough. Right? And then crafters should be done. Nice. You can go in there. And I should have my crafting card now. And I'm going to trash you guys. Cool. Crafting on demand. You got it. So bioreactor is going to be placed over in this general area over there. We're going to want an export bus, and we're going to want the seeds. We're going to want the beetroot seeds that we should be getting. Nice. We don't have a lot of those yet because remember they were kind of slow, but we'll get there. We're going to want some rose red. That's going to be crafted from beetroot. We're going to want potatoes. We're going to want carrots. And we're going to want saplings, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wasn't there one more that I was going to do? Which am I forgetting? Which am I forgetting? I was going to do one more. I had 6. Netherwort. I knew I had 6 before, and that was going to be my 7th. All right, cool. So let's get some cables. Now we should already have inside the wall here some of this stuff. So I haven't decided exactly how I want to lay this out in terms of like where things are going to go. But in theory, I'd probably want my other advanced generator that's going to eventually exist to be here, right next to the energy cell that, you know, we're going to be feeding, and the power cell, right? So with regards to where I'm going to have the bioreactor producing the biofuel, let's put it to the left of it. Does that sound fair? So if that was there, we could have it right here. So much the same way that like this tank is right next to it. So we'll put the bioreactor here, which by the way, totally needs power. So let's make sure we have some leadstone doohickeys. You need power to produce, right? And I'm going to make you active on redstone. All that stuff's going to be in there, and I'm going to lock the inventory. I might wind up... Well, yeah, we'll stick with that. And we'll export bus from the bottom, right? So with that all set, I should be able to take all this out. Get my export bus. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. And putting the crafting card in there means that when the exporter is going to put stuff into the machine, if it doesn't have the items already made, it's allowed to make it using the crafters. So if you want your exporter to auto-craft, it needs a crafting upgrade. And that's required for the rose red, which we're crafting from beetroot. Cool? So that should be cool, right? So you've got power, and you're set to, you know, active on redstone signal. So now I just need to connect you up with cabling, which shouldn't be too bad. If I can find a good path to some cabling. There we go. So now you should be filling that stuff up. Nice. And all we need is some more beetroot seeds, and we'd be in really, really good shape there. So maybe I'm going to go resident watering can my beetroot. Back in a minute. All right, after a little bit of watering, we should be cool. We should have a decent amount of beetroot seeds in here now. Nice, beautiful. So it holds 16 each at a time. So if I activate you now and allow you to run after, you know, a little bit of time, 200 ticks or so, or 10 seconds, it should produce, nice, about a bucket's worth of biofuel. It's not bad. Now, let me turn you off for a sec. So that's 980 millibuckets. Is there anything else I can throw in there just to make it a little bit more efficient? Like bone meal, I could probably do. I just hate tying up. So, I mean, it wouldn't be that much bone meal I would be using. I hate tying up my pulverizer making bone meal for this purpose. Do I have an extra upgrade kit? Signalum conversion kit? Pulverizer. Fragments times 3. Man, you are already knowing how to make all these things. I'm going to need another one of these doohickeys soon. That can go on the back, by the way. That's fine. So let's say 6 of you. Just want to see how much of a difference it makes. Processing. Derp. Am I out of patterns? Neat. So I get 6 of you per bone meal. So So if I came over here and said, hey, put bone meal in this thing, what we should see is that thing light up. See, it's lit up, and it'll quickly pulverize bone meal for me and throw a bunch in here. Except for the fact that I'm going to actually have to unlock you guys for a sec and put bone meal in there and then relock you. Cool? And then that's running again, and that'll fill up to 16. Nice. Okay, cool. So now, that was 980. Now we're up to 2180. Wow. Okay, so that did make a pretty good difference, right? I mean, that gave me... Because it's an extra 10 millibuckets per item. So now we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, like 80 millibuckets more total. So that's pretty good. In addition to like the, you know, amount that you get from the actual bone meal. So that's pretty good. So let's stick with that. If I can come up with another seed type just to fully fill it out. But like pumpkins and melons, that would be kind of a hassle. If I'm not gonna lie, that would be annoying. Because of the way pumpkins grow. So, alright. So, what I could do... What if I got pumpkin seeds? Hold on a sec. I could do pumpkins, right? I could probably do pumpkins. I don't have pumpkin seeds? Should have melon seeds though, right? I have melons. I was gonna wrap up here, but then it occurred to me like, wait, I could maybe do this. Hold on, I need a hoe too. Because I'm gonna have to manually plant them. But so like if I manually plant them, that should be fine then. Right? So we need melons to grow on there. Well, I'm pretty sure. Give me my seeds back? You stinkers. You don't give me my seeds back when I break them? That's mean. So you're in 5x5 mode, so that should be good. Now, do melons grow onto sand? That's my question. If they do, I'm going to have to move these things. Cool. I'm hoping they don't. They don't look like they do. So that would be kind of cool. Right? Because then I can get melons out of this farm. Now, what do you get when you break these things? Go ahead and break them. They take a second to actually, like, get over there, but that's fine. So it's at the sugarcane now, so melons should be next. Do you get the actual individual melon parts? You do. Nice. All right, so let's just real quick add a recipe here. So turn off processing mode, go to patterns, look this up. Pumpkins would be even better, but I don't have any pumpkins right now. But maybe I'll swap out bone meal for pumpkins later. That would be cool, right? And then let's turn you off for a sec. Active on redstone, pumpkins, or melon seeds. Locked. Stick that in there. Now we should have fully efficient, 100%, 160 millibuckets per item. That's huge. That's good. All right. So we will let that happen. And we'll come back next time and start using this biofuel. Does that sound good? For now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Darryl20 and welcome to episode 37 of Darryl20's Let's Play series. Currently, I'm cooking up some stuff. Just let my mining thing run for a little bit. Because I'd like to make something today that we kind of started working on last episode. Why are you not getting items, Pulverizer? Because you should be getting items at this point. I don't see why you wouldn't get items right now. You totally should be getting stuff. Are you not configured to get... You are. What's up, dude? Why are you not getting items? That's actually really weird. It should totally be getting items. It should. Maybe it's just, maybe that servo's not good enough? Maybe I need to get a better one? I'll just take the hardened off there and put, this hardened away. Let's try reinforced. Maybe it's just too slow, I'm thinking. Because every time it goes to extract items, it's extracting iron ore, and it's, you know, I've got a spot for iron. Yeah, that was it. Cool. Okay, nifty. That's a little better. What I went to work on is I taught the system how to make Enderium-based turbines. Because Manulin, like, that's cool. But we need Ardite, which we have a little bit of, and some Cobalt, which we have a little bit of. But Manulin Enderium should be a lot easier to maintain going forward. The only problem is we're really short on platinum. Like, by really short, I mean we have 0 platinum, except the ability to craft it from ingots, which we don't have. So, what I did is I filtered nickel ores such that they don't automatically land inside this chest. And what I'd like to make is maybe an augment for the auxiliary sieve. Increases the chances of a secondary product. Neat. Now, I don't know if there's like a pulverizer specific thing. Redstone furnace specialization, furnace, pulverizer. Increases yield from ores. That one requires the tectonic petroleum stuff, which we might look at doing at some point. Sawmill, induction smelter, phytogenic isolator, compactor. Neat. Magmatic crucible, and some of these things are, yeah. Fractioning stills allow for potions to be refined. That's cool. We did the energetic infuser guy, right? Ooh, allows for damaged items to be repaired. Well, that's cool. Essence of knowledge must be supplied. Interesting. That's kind of neat. That's really neat. Alchemical imbuer. I don't even know what that is. Alchemical imbuer, huh? That's neat. Oh, it makes potions. Nifty. Well, that's cool. As a liquid. Neat. Anyway, I digress. Auxiliary sieve is pretty much what I'm looking to make here. So I'm going to probably want at least 4 of them for my pulverizer up here. Well, 3, and then we might want 4 eventually. And then we're going to want rock wool. Ah, that's right, rock wool. I have to remember how rock wool is made. Rock wool, I think light gray is made, yeah, from smelting slag, which we may have some of. We've got a bit. So I'm going to want like 8-ish of this stuff. Yeah, so let's smelt that up. And it should accept any color rock wool, and that should be good. Slag, by the way, you get from the induction smelter sometimes when you smelt stuff together. And apparently you can get it from the pyro concentrator. Neat. There's like so many things. Oh, we're gonna go bronze, I noticed too. There's so many new things in this mod. You should be able to do any color rock wool, I would think, right? Yeah, cool. 2, 3. So this will boost the chances of getting a secondary output from the pulverizer. So now when I throw my nickel into this pulverizer, we should have a much higher chance of getting platinum. Like not huge, but higher. Because that's what this does. It increases the chances of a secondary product. So basically, we will hopefully get more platinum doing this method. So basically, I let my miner run in the deep dark dimension. Got a bunch of resources, including as much nickel as it happened to pick up. And then we will manually process our pulverizer recipes up here for nickel to make sure that we get as much pulverized platinum as possible. Does that sound cool? Now, I might want to throw another one in there. Man, that is just, whew, bad times. Can I get an upgrade kit? Resonant upgrade kit? I should be able to get this now. Cool. gonna craft all the things that need to be processed here. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of processing is gonna go down here. Look at it all. Boom, 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 boom. Most notably, the Magma Crucible is cooking right now. Do we have more augments? Can we get like 20 of you? Can we get like 5 of you? No, we can't. We can hardly get any. I know I got some gold, but we're just waiting for it to be processed in here. So, slowly but surely coming along. Nice. And now glowstone will probably be next. Cool. So, all this in the name of getting more platinum. Other options for platinum? I know there's platinum ores, which I can get from void mining or the industrial foregoing laser. So it's a 1% chance, huh? And I can get it up to a 5% chance if I got void ore mining going, which I might want to look at doing soon. How am I for diamonds? I remember that it needed a lot of diamonds to get into environmental tech now. How are you doing? A little bit more aluminum. We're waiting on that energized glowstone bucket, which is in progress. And then we should be good for aluminum ingots. So that's done. Induction smelter, sweet. Items processing. Machine is in use. Aluminum ingot, huh? I don't know if that's true. Come back in a sec. Found out what the problem is. This interface export is gumming up with the amount of items coming in there. So we're probably going to want a stack upgrade and a couple speed upgrades going on. Let's get 3 more of these bad boys. Let's actually get a few more of those, which should get this automation. I was like, why is everything gummed up? And then I looked in my interface export. It's processing all these ores and stuff. Like, the interface here can't keep up with the demand. So there's your problem. Cool. Okay, so these guys should be cooking. Yeah, you're doing a little bit of a misbehavior. Get that fixed up. That should be fixed. And then sugar. I might have to wait less sugar. Gonna have to think about those guys getting back stuffed and misbehaving a little bit. We might have to tweak that some. And sugar times whatever. Cool. So if we throw a stack upgrade into this bad boy with a speed upgrade, hey, you go here and you go here. That should significantly improve our interface. Nice. Fixed. Alright, that explains why things seemed like they were stuck. Because they were. President upgrade kit. Can you make one of those now? You. Beautiful. So now I should be able to apply that here. This is the top tier upgrade. It gets 1 more augment slot. So I should be able to get my last sieve, because I did make enough stuff for it. Boom. So that's as many secondary sieves, I believe, that I can get in there. And that will hopefully get me the best chance at getting platinum. So let's see how much we get from, 19 or so nickel. So that was a bust. I got literally 1. Let's run this again for a few more minutes and get some more nickel, maybe. We'll be right back. So I've just realized that with all this auto mining I'm going through, we might actually wind up getting to the point where we might have a lot of stuff. So I'm going to get like a handful of storage door upgrades. Oh, these learn how to make sticks. Really? I never taught you how to make sticks. Well, do I have some news for you, sir? Sticks are a thing you can make automatically. Make it so. Yes, we're probably going to upgrade our storage drawers. We're going to want some iron upgrades and some void upgrades. So the reason I want to get these is pretty simple and straightforward. Basically, iron upgrades will allow us to store 4 times the base material amount, and then void upgrades will allow it to void anything beyond that. Didn't I say 10 void upgrades? Maybe I didn't. 10 minus 1. Boopy-doopy. Nice. So, first off, coal. We've already hit the 2048 mark on coal. So anything that I have, a ton of that I want to have more of. So, I think I should do all my metals. And part of me wants to turn these into compacting drawers. But, lead, iron, gold. What even is this? Is this electrum or something stupid like that? Looks like it. I don't know if I need to upgrade that. Is this Invar, I guess? Bronze? Nickel, I should probably do nickel. Copper, I'm guessing that's tin. I'm guessing that's aluminum. Yeah. And that's probably silver. I can just start voiding you. Redstone should probably be on the iron list. Got a few more of these bad boys. And maybe a few more of these. So you were taken care of, right? But lapis probably isn't. Quartz. You I already upgraded. I don't know if you guys need it. Wood's already got an upgrade in there, a gold one, right? And so do you. And some of these already have void upgrades, which is good. I'll probably want to upgrade these guys eventually, too. Yeah, sound good? Okay. That should be fine. And let's make sure all our void upgrades are installed as well. So pretty much all my metals should be void upgraded for now. And my dusts. And the key to that is that it won't start. So like right now I've probably got more coal. I've got 2,800 coal. Even though I've only got 2048. So there's like 800 coal sitting in these discs right now. Which isn't the end of the world. But it's a thing. It's happening. How do we do? I threw a little bit more nickel in here. Wow, only one more. Wow. I feel like this isn't helping. Because I just threw like 10 in there and I only got 1. Today I learned sand temples generate in the deep dark. I went into the deep dark to like look for more nickel, and this is what I came across. How funny is that? So, ooh, emeralds and bladerang. I wonder what that does. More emeralds, I'll take it. I guess I'll take gold. A lot of these resources I don't super need. I'll take the Black Lotus. That's kind of a cool thing to get. I don't know. It looks cool. Another Black Lotus, more emeralds. Some drones. Cool. Ah, I forgot. Ashta Narada. Almost forgot about those bad boys. Oh, wait. Give me that ring back. Yeah, okay, cool. Whew, that was close. Good deal. All right. I'm looking for... Hey, did I lose my ring? I think I did. All right, back in a minute. Here's what I was looking for. Yeah, there's where my quarry's been clearing out thus far. Sweet. All right, some work to do. I'm gonna look for nickel in here. All right, let's try something a little different. If I combine ardite and cinnabar, we get 3 ardite ingots. That's kind of cool. That's not bad, I guess. So Manulin, if you want to get the melted version, even when you alloy them, it's 2 millibuckets of cobalt and 2 millibuckets of ardite gives you 2 millibuckets of Manulin. So it's one. So it's 1 cobalt and 1 ardite equals 1 Manulin. So with that said, if we want, we can use an induction smelter because it's the same process. So this and this should give me some rich slag as well. How am I doing for rich slag? Not terrible. If I got 3 more of that, I'd probably be a little bit happier. Yeah, that's what I want. So ardite, we might need to find a bit more of this ardite and cobalt stuff. Yeah, it's fine. Put that in there. And that should be cool. And that should also give us 3x. Nice. So I'm going to go the Manulin turbine route, even though I don't want to. But I'm just so not in a position with platinum that it is what it is. I just have to. I have to do this process and do Manulin. And then what I'll hope to do is very soon, I'd like to get a void ore miner, and then maybe I can focus on sucking up some platinum ore with a void ore miner, and that would be cool. And then once I get that going, I think we'd be in better shape. Good deal? So for now, we're going to make a Manulin turbine, well, a couple Manulin turbines to help out with stuff. So I guess, let's induction smelt you two. Do you have any speed augments? Yeah, I can do that. A little bit of gold required there, but that should be fine. Help stuff out. All right, so I'm going to get 3 manual and turbines, because that's literally exactly enough, is what I've got. And with that said, now I've got 3 turbines that I can use. That'll be 1,500 RF a tick, so 1,000 here and 15 with the biofuel I made last episode. Cool. So this thing's like struggling to refill itself, which is, you know, to be expected. But let's get a little bit more leadstone because you're kind of in the way. And then while we're here, we're also going to want a few things from our flux generator, right? So we're going to want probably another fuel air mixer. So let's do some of this real quick. I'll just craft it off camera because you guys saw me make all this advanced generator stuff last time, right? All right, so let's get this thing off and rolling. So one situation we have is that I don't have enough Enderium to make the gas mix compressor because I need these guys, and I don't think I can get this going without getting into industrial craft, and I'm just not ready to get into industrial craft at this point. So let's bump all this out just a little bit. Cool. So that should be good. Let's get this guy kind of mirroring this setup. So what we'll do is we'll have you there. What's this? The fluid intake valve. The fluid intake valve will probably wind up going here. We'll have our flux generator here. You're probably burning out of power real fast. Let's turn this off real quick. I want you to actually have a little bit of power for a minute. Clearing out your internal buffer for that thing on the other side. We're going to want 3 turbines. We'll do a fuel air mixture dude here. We'll have, like, we'll start with 1 turbine there and then 1, 2. Didn't I have 3 of them? Oh, right. Hold on. I wanted this. I was going to say, don't we have 3 of those? And we do. I placed them. So you have the potential to make 1,500 RF a tick. Your efficiency is 135 instead of 185, but all that means is you're going to burn fuel faster. And we've got enough biofuel resources that I don't think that's going to be a problem. Cool. Now I think all we need then is fluid transfer conduit. So we'll do some hardened with like a hardened servo. Does that sound good? And oh boy, didn't plan for this. Fluid ducts. Where's the fluid duct that is signalum plated? That is hardened with signalum and electrum, huh? Signalum we've got, and electrum we got. All right, I can do that. So a signalum plated fluid duct would be no problem right here. And then we could do a hardened fluid duct here. So you should start generating 1,500 RF a tick. Nice. Does that look good? So you're doing 1,500 RF a tick, and you're doing 1,000 RF a tick. And you've got an internal buffer of biofuel. So you're using at this point 1.4 millibuckets per tick because of the efficiency status. Once we get more Enderium, we've got 9 at the moment. I need 7 more. So I basically need 2 more platinum dust. Then we should be cool to get what we need. But for now, it just means we're burning through this stuff faster. Which isn't the end of the world. Like, I'm cool with burning through that stuff a little bit faster right now. And then we'll be more efficient in a little bit. So that looks good to me. So let's, so with 2,500 RF a tick going into this thing, we should be in pretty good shape. Now I'm curious if I run my quarry, what's going to happen to your RF generation? Still a net loss. But hopefully we can throw a little bit more at it shortly that will help. Cool. All right, so that looks good to me. I like that. I like having the 2 power sources, one from wood and one from the biofuel. I think that's going to work out well for us. And nickel, I let you run for a few minutes, nickel. So did you get any? You got none? Oh my goodness, you're so rare, nickel. Come on. Killing me here. But that's all right. We'll be fine. I'm going to turn these guys off again. Boop. And I made some extra augments, right? Yeah, I did. Cool. Let's bump all these up to top tier speed for what you've got going on at the moment. And then we're going to have to play with more resonant stuff going on in the future. All right. Be right back. Oh, by the way, I decided to move these 4 blocks and swap them, so that would be like an actual mirror. I think that looks pretty neat. So the next thing I'd like to do, now that we've got some of that going, is I'd like to go find some pigs. I'm going to need my slingshot, because we're going to go looking around for some piggies. Because I want to get into that better food source I was telling you guys about. Let's go check on our farm real quick, because I just haven't even been outside today. I've been working so much in the basement. Things look pretty good, honestly. Yeah, no complaints here. Farm looks great. It's doing its thing. So let's go find some pigs. So I'm going to go off in this direction and see what we can't find. Uh-oh, that's not good. Why you no let me fly, Angel Ring? How far down did I go? Goodness. What is going on here? Y equals 3? How did I get down to the bottom of the world suddenly? What? I'm really confused. What just happened? I'm wondering if I did something weird. I don't know. Well, luckily I can do this. I have no idea what just happened. I think that was like the quicksand did something to me. I can only assume. But yeah, like I said, I want to go find some pigs because I want to set up a little pig farm real quick before the end of the episode. But I'll be back in a minute. Hey, there we go. 1 pig. Nice. 2 pig. Oink. And oink. To home we go. Let's set up a quick animal farm real quick outside. And I want to set up an auto feeder going so we can start collecting pork. Might want to do one for cows as well. But an animal feeder from this dude, right? So we need more sticks. Boom, 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 boom. And then some golden carrots. Do we not have carrots going on? Hold on, we should have carrots. How do we not have carrots? Explain. I thought we had carrots in our farm out there. Have we, like, not made enough? We have not made enough carrots. Either that, we're just burning through fuel like crazy. Maybe I do want that mixture thingy better. I'm gonna probably let the thing run between episodes, the whatchamacallit, and we will go from there. Hopefully I can get more platinum and then get that thing up to an efficient thing. But yeah, golden carrots. 2 golden carrots. And then next thing we need for our feeder. There is the animal feeder from Industrial 4 going, which is kind of cool. But they also need golden carrots, so what's the difference? I'll just use this one. This is one I like anyway. Do we not have any more Restonia crystals? We have a Restonia block. That's good enough for me. Hooray! Animal feeder. And pigs love that thing that we don't have any of. What setting are you at? Right here. 5 by 5. Let's get more carrots. Real quick for our pigs. Those are potatoes. Those are seeds. Those are beetroot. Here's my carrots. You know, I bet I could automate this thing, by the way. Like, just have this over here watering. I would have to find a way to refill it, though. But I could probably set something up. I wonder if I could automate that. That would be cool. It would be a fun experiment to see if we could fully automate this resonant watering can thing. Like, we could detect MBT data when it's empty and pipe it up into something where it right-clicks on some water and fills it up. In fact, I think I could even fill it up in there. Right? That would be cool. So we could have a fluid transposer, like, pick it up when it's empty and go from there. Might be something worth to experiment if we need to. We'll see what the situation becomes as we play more of this. Alright, so I'm going to stick my feeder here and throw some carrots in there. And then if I plant down you guys, you should do the auto-breeding thing. Hooray! Double hooray? Like, hey, there's pigs needing food here. Feed the pig. Thank you. So I guess your range is a little bit shorter than the room that we're in, but we'll be fine. It'll do its thing. It'll be all right. So that's automatic breeding of these guys. Now, Industrial Foregoing does have an animal slaughterhouse type thing. So mob animal baby separator, animal feeder. Cool. So what we could do is use the animal baby separator. It will move babies from the back to the front. Cool. I don't know what range that is, though. Should we check that out? Animal baby separator. Sounds monstrous, doesn't it, though? Doesn't it sound like horrible? Sounds a little rough. But I gotta try it. And let's get our small dose of power out there. So I guess what we'll want is another fence system. So what I'm thinking is we would have like basically two. Let's get also some more sandstone. What we're thinking is maybe like two setups, right? One that is here's a bunch of adults that stay in there and they produce babies, and then once the babies are produced, they get animal baby separated, which sounds so inhumane, into the next pen over, which will be, you know, 5, 6, 7. Ah. 8. That should work, right? So let's see what your range is first. So let's do that and that. And show active range. So that's actually not terrible, but I wonder if I got a range upgrade, if that would work on that thing. Does that accept range upgrades? If not, I have a solution that probably range add-on. If this doesn't accept range upgrades, which it doesn't, so you're too small as it is. So let's do this. Lasso you into here for a second, and you, baby animal, into here for a second. I know that that's there, and you're gonna be able to jump, right? But hey, come back here. So if I want to show range on you again, what I could do is make this pen a little bit smaller, which would also kind of solve my whole your range on the thing. How did you do what now? Oh right, you probably climbed over the thing. That's fine. Technically, I'm going to need a fence here. Right, so you're going to want to really actually be here in the center of this room. And at some point, I'll automatically pipe carrots into you. Right, and then I don't know what direction. I assume that that's the correct direction there. So can I put you on top of the fence? Because that would be nifty. Yay! And you're getting power now. Beautiful. So check this out, right? I'm going to turn you off. Boo. Or always active, but hide working area. You go there. You, sir, go there. And now you're both within range of the feeder a little bit better. And then the pig guy, right? So whenever they produce a baby pig, zoinks, he'll get spit over there. And then we're going to want something to automatically slaughter the pigs once they've grown up. But I'm going to set you to active on redstone signal for the time being, because what I actually want is to get like maybe 6 or 8 pigs that are going to stay on this side of the fence. So that we'll be producing about 4 pigs every generation, and that'll be cool. So maybe, I'm thinking we're pretty close to the wrapping up point. So let's come back next episode and look at what's involved in getting, probably whatever is going to Animal Rancher. That one might be the one that gets like milk and shear sheep, right? So let's not do that one. Mob Slaughter Factory? Liquid meat from it. It will not drop items or experience. Right. So that one gets liquid meat. And it also gets you pink slime, by the way. So that's a thing in this mod. So we could probably just use the Mob Slaughter Factory. Did I say Mob Slaughter Factory? Mob Duplicator, Mob Slaughter Factory. Oh, so Mob Slaughter Factory produces liquid meat from any mob? That's interesting. So I'm thinking we just probably want to get like the same thing, the Mob Crusher. Would that kill any entity in front of it as if a player would, and we'll collect the item. So this block will probably be responsible for doing the adult pig slaughtering thing. All right, that sounds good. But for now, I think it's wrapping up point. So how about I do this? Let's go check on our power real quick, right before we wrap up, and then we'll come back next time. We will doop 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 doop. I don't know what I just put away. Oh well. I hate when I misclick putting stuff away. Oh good, we have lots of power again. So let's flip you on. Hopefully get a bunch of nickel. Hopefully get a bunch of Enderium, and it should be fine to mix and match Enderium and Manulin turbines in this thing. So with that said, I should be able to boost up the power on this thing, and hopefully also the biofuel production. Because hey, what? Okay, good, you are making more biofuel. I was gonna say like why were we low, but we're good. We're good. So yeah, we'll come back next time. Hopefully more nickel. Hey, good nickel. Sweet, I'll take it. And for now, Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. You know the deal. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 38 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. As you can see, courtesy of the Meat Creeps, I'm digging around inside a basement. I've got a new basement coming along. So I've started piecing together. Let's do. Maybe we want to do you two. Hang on a sec. I gotta top off just the last little bit here. That looks better. I haven't decided how I'm going to make this basement look, but I mean, it basically it's there, right? We've got the foundation up and running. Glowstone, maybe. Let's get like you, just to light this area up. And my exchanger would probably come in handy right about now. So, zoop. I just want to make sure this room's lit. It occurred to me that while we have a lovely basement, and what's the separation here? 5 blocks, right? And that looks pretty cool. And how's that for? Not bad. Okay, neat. So, long story short, I can probably go there. I haven't like perfectly mapped this out. As a matter of fact, let's see, where are we here? You are right into the controller, so that's actually not terrible. That's actually pretty darn close to where I'm going to want to be. There's my elevator, so I could get another elevator into here pretty easily, as a matter of fact. That works out quite well. And that, I'm guessing... Oh wait, I'm like, why is this taking so long to break? Would be where my elevator goes. So, I was saying something, and then I lost track of what I was saying. Long story short... Put all this stuff away. Thank you, me creeps, you're the best. I gathered all my stuff that I need to make... Oh good, I have another idea. Nice. So I can just do that, and then poof. Hooray! To make my mob farm again. Kind of again. I definitely want to improve it based off of what we did with the last one. Like, the last one was like a quick and dirty, let's get it up and running. This one's going to be like, hey, let's make it look good. And the reason I cleared out a sub-basement to my basement is that there's a few things down there that I'm going to want to have running that are even further away from my actual basement. So mob farm, for example, mobs are going to be spawning in there. There's going to be all kinds of mob sounds and like ooh, like scary sounds and stuff. I don't want to hear that all the time. So I suspect that having it like deep in a sub basement, when I'm up here working, I won't hear that, but it'll be happening. And I mean, obviously I can use the sound muffler if I want to, but I don't like the sound muffler. It always bothers me when there's like a sound muffler thing going on. Because I feel like it's just weird. So that's where I'm at. And then the other thing I want to get into, maybe not this episode, but like really soon. And then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would be, I want to get into environmental tech. And for that, we're going to need, you guessed it, there, a lot of space. And as a result of needing a lot of space, I decided down here, not only do we need a lot of space, excuse me, but we need We need a lot of space, and we need access to the bedrock. So we need to see down to bedrock. So as those two things are pretty much facts, I figured I could either place my environmental tech setup. It is quite a large amount of space, like in the center of this basement, or I can put it in the sub-basement, leaving the center of this basement more accessible for things and stuff. So that's pretty much where I'm at. 2, 3, 4, 5, go. And this is the line. Nice. I know I missed one. Cool. And then go. Nice. So that's pretty much where I wound up making a sub-basement out of. Because I figured, you know what? We're gonna need somewhere that's like lower than the basement that I currently have. So that's what I came up with. Oh boy. Zoinks. Also, we ran into that ravine, so I'm gonna have to fill that in. Also, I don't want my sub-basement to be made out of sandstone, like my current basement is. It's almost like perfect that it lines up that way, by the way. I don't know how I managed to make that so perfect, but it's cool. Nice. So what I'll probably wind up doing is, let's see, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Nice. Do I have a builder's wand? I think I've got a builder's wand. I do. Nice. Let's get like a stack or two of you out. Just to fill this in with cobble, obviously. I'll make it look a little bit nicer. I don't know about like nicer, but you know what I mean by nicer, right? Like dire nicer. I'm thinking a different material so that, you know, it's super obvious when you're not, like, which basement you're in, just by looking at the material and the walls and stuff. So I made this like about 7 blocks below. I could clear out some more of the spacing up here. I've obviously got conduits and whatnot flowing through the base, so I figured 5 blocks tall should be enough for like a mob farm in one corner and a big void miner, right, from environmental tech in another. So there's several void miners that are available. So there's the void ore miner, there's the void resource miner, and then there's the void botanic miner. So these guys, the void ore miner, for example, let's see, mines up ores, right? And then the void resource miner mines up non-ore blocks. So basically any block that's not an ore. And then botanic brings up plant-based type stuff. So like woods and I assume saplings and plants. There's a lot of types of wood, isn't there? Oh, the clicking. Yeah, so see saplings, they can show up, leaves, looks like. And then like flowers and yada 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 yada. All kinds of crazy stuff in the void botanic miner. I want to try getting that up and running like sooner than later, but we'll see. We'll have to see. But for now, let's take a look at this stuff. So down here, what do I want to make my sub-basement out of? So this is all, you know, pyramid-y. We could go with like stone bricks, right? Some kind of fancy chiseled stone bricks. Let's look at chisel and see which block types are available. I don't know. We'll be right back. So let me know what you guys think about this. Wrong thing. So kind of a similar pattern to what I've got going on upstairs, right? But, you know, this stuff. Basalt. I think it looks neat. And if I surround the room in it, we should be pretty cool. And I'm okay with it being a little bit overused. So that's pretty neat, right? So like, you know, basement, dark. I think that fits. Kind of a theme almost, right? Out of block already? My goodness. Alright, more basalt, please. Not entirely sure what I'll make the walls out of, but I feel like this is a good step. Because if I've used that much for the floors, the walls might be more trouble than I think. Because we don't have a ton of basalt. We have some basalt, but we don't have a ton of basalt. Cool. Because again, the concept is it's like a basement, so I want it to be a little bit, you know, dark and, you know, not like spooky, but dark. So that's why I feel like basalt's like a good choice here. Alright, back in a minute once I've... Yeah, if I use that much, I'm just... That might be a problem. We'll see. Alright guys, just ran this for a bunch. How many... Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. It's a lot of ores to process. While that's processing, I think I got more basalt, hopefully. Nice, 247 more. I'll take it, we'll see if that's enough. Probably cutting it close. If I'm guessing, I'm gonna say it's close. Well, I wasn't wrong. 41 left. Nice. So that's cool. As for the walls, I think I'm going to use this stuff. And tell me what you guys think of this. So if I did that, does that look kind of cool? I think that looks neat. I think that looks good. That works. Like a nice, flat, connected texture style stone. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. So let's get a bunch more of it. Not redstone. Zoinks. And you guys, I think what I was using here was called... What did I call it? Not Dent. Not Celtic. Which one is this again? Mosaic. Mosaic, where are you? I'll let you guys know where it is when I find it. This one, that's it. Mosaic. Cool. And I think our chisel's getting a little bit low on durability, so that might be a thing to deal with shortly. Alright, back in a few. Gonna right-click a bunch of blocks. Alright, what do you guys think of this? So, like, the ceiling can be the same floor texture that I have above me. And then we'll kind of go from there. I just have to fill it in a little bit more, but I think for the most part it looks pretty good now. So this is overall what my basement will look like. A little bit of filling in to do, but I think it looks good. No? I don't know. I hope so. You guys really liked, by the way, the basement upstairs. I was kind of like thrilled about that. Not gonna lie. A little excited about how much you guys liked it. I mean, a lot of positive feedback on that video, so I'm hoping that we're on the same ballpark here. Cool. Now, granted, we have, like, you know, a few things to tweak here, right? Like, we've got cabling upstairs. You could probably... Boom, boom. Not terrible. And then this should be well lit down here. Yeah, all green. Beautiful. All right, cool. So that works. All right, so that's stage 1. Wow, look at all this mess up here that I have to clean up. This all probably pop up from the flooring. Put away all this stuff. Zoinks. Alright, that's cool. Be right back. In the meantime, by the way, these pigs have grown. Wow. To actually quite a good degree. I should... what do I want to do today? Do I want to finish up the basement and get the mob spawner going, or do I want to take care of automating those pigs? I think I'll finish up this basement that I'm working on here. So this looks pretty cool. I like this. And I don't need the basement to have a whole lot of height in the ceiling, because really what's going to be down here is like the mob spawner and the environmental tech stuff, and maybe a couple other little things. But overall, that's the gist of this basement. So I guess first things first, right? Let's get you guys. So we've got the mob duplicator, we've got some cursed earth, got some dark ineffable glass. Wouldn't mind having maybe one more of these dudes. What would be involved in that is a good question. $80 GP. That's a lot. It's still, you know, for 80 GP, it's not super fast. But that's okay. Because I would like it to be pure dark ineffable glass now, rather than looking derpy. You know what I mean? I want you guys to like the look of it. And hopefully this like darkish kind of basement flooring will fit the theme that I'm going for here. Alright, so dark glass. Did I teach you how to make this stuff? Say what? Hold on. A stack of this will do. And that's fast, at least. So you... and then you. Nice. So let's put this, like, in one of the corners. I think a corner will do. So let's start with, instead of the mob duplicator, let's start with, like, the mob clearing dude, right? The crusher. Now we're going to want these guys. We're going to want the redstone lamp. We might want some of this stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to need all of it eventually, but I want to have a rough idea. I'm liking this basement, guys. I am. I'm, like, proud of it. So where are we going to want this guy to kind of spit out his resources, right? For now, I'm not sure what I want to make this dark room out of that I'm going to be making, but for now, let's just put something here. You please. Show your working area, right? So that... okay, so it's a 5x5, right? For the crusher. So... in theory, we're going to want him to be down a level. Because we want him to be able to kill baby zombies. And I'm sure I've, like, figured this out, you know, a little bit ago when I was playing around. So let's move him forward more. So that he can use the actual, like, walls as natural borders for what he's going to be killing, right? And then we'll probably want some dark glass here so I can get into this thing. And then we'll want... I'm thinking just the ceiling itself would be the natural... like, I would just build, like, 2 sets of walls around this thing. Now, what do I want to build for wall material? Would basalt work? I don't have really, like, enough basalt, if I'm being fully honest. So what would be cool to build out of these walls? Something, like, dark and menacing looking... we got dark colored blockwise and chisel. Well, I remember Tyrion. I've used this stuff before, haven't I? Pretty sure I have. So there's black strips or black scaled plates or opening. I think black strips is what I've liked using in the past. Yeah, that looks cool. Right? Doesn't that look neat? Did that do more than I wanted? It totally did. When you're wrong, when your builder's one is on the wrong side, feels bad, man. Alright, so that should be cool. Nice. So that can be our mob spawning room, like killing and spawning mobs. I think it looks good, right? And if I wanted to, I could even exchange the walls here. Maybe I want to? Let's get a little bit more of that Tyrion. Like another stack of it. And exchanger. You. And you. Nice. I think that looks cool. Alright. Now for lighting, we have one of these in here. So let's get some basalt, because we don't want... do I have my basalt? I do. We want it to be dark in here, pretty much all the time, except when we give a redstone signal to this lamp. So real quick testing with this on, and a lever. That's missing the corners. So technically we want this lamp to be down one more. Unless... no, we don't want the lamp on the floor. We definitely want it to be on the ceiling. Unless we wanted it, like... oops, in the wall. That's an option too, maybe? Like here? those two corners. Okay. Let's try something like this, where the lamp is just a little bit more recessed into the room. That kind of works. But then how can I connect the redstone signal here? Because I'd like a redstone wire to come out. I haven't entirely decided how I'm going to do that, but I would like it to happen. The other option would be that. That keeps the room. Alright guys, making redstone transmitters and receivers. These seem like kind of as good a method as any. Why do I hear people poking around? Enderman. To get... Now hopefully I can like sneak up here and not cause water to flow everywhere, because that would be super cool. Alright, close. Alright, so that's good. So what I'm thinking then... Water. Ah. It's morphin' time. Meow. I love being a bat. It's the best part of the job. Now if I place... here, we did this. Does that also light up these guys? I think it does, right? Nice, that's what I wanted to see. Beautiful. So now all I need to do is place down transmitter, right click, set to channel 3, you're channel 3, you're channel 3, just make sure you're channel 3, and then rotate you such that that does what I want it to do. Neat. Now, morph into human. What if we put this dude here? Would you be so kind? Nice, that's what's up. Neat. You like? So now we check in there. It is bright enough. It is dark enough. Cool. I like it. I like it. I like it. Alright, that's good for me. The connected textures there are a little bit off because there's not a block behind there, but I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. But that's okay. That looks cool. All right, so let's get Cursed Earth going here, right? Courtesy of this and Exchanger and you, and let's do. So that should be good, right? So now I turn lights off. Well, we're gonna need power. Let's just, for now, before I run power down here, I'll get a wireless transmitter, dude. Ding. So you should be getting juice. Good. We turn the lights off. Go. We should have mobs spawning in there, in theory. Hey, did you hear that? Mob spawning. I like it. And then you're collecting loots, and all the things are back up and running pretty much. So that's a much nicer looking mob spawner than we had at the old base, obviously. The one made out of dirt. Because, you know, direwolf. Let's try out this bit. So you are going to need some wiring and whatnot and cabling. So if I placed you here, would you connect to 2 tiles by chance? Probably not. You wouldn't be that nice to me. If I connected you there, that would connect to 2 tiles. Presumably here, yeah, and here. That works for now. For now, we're gonna need to like properly wire this thing in a bit, but this will do for the time being. Let's look up. Is there ducks that can do items and fluids? I don't know if there are. What? What? Why are there mobs up here? There's no darkness in this room. Why are there mobs up here? Specifically an Enderman carrying a cactus. What are you doing, Enderman? What is going on? A little concerned. Came up to get my fluid ducts to start figuring out how I'm going to run this thing, and I was a little bit shocked to find out what I found out. Alright, do we have any more fluid ducts that I could borrow? Because I'll probably need a few more than I had. Fluid ducts and item ducts. We'll figure out item ducts and fluid ducts and all that stuff. In fact, I've been using the impulse item ducts anyway. Cool. What are you doing down here, Enderman? Enderman, please. With cactus, no less. Like, first off, cactus. Why are you carrying cactus around? Second off, Enderman, please. So we'll want items to come out the back here. We'll probably just want fluids to go on the bottom. So let's do fluid ducts for here for now, and we'll sort this out a little bit more in a bit. Let's grab something that I can use to build with that wouldn't be too silly. I just want to have a platform to stand on as I run this stuff. So if you ran to the portable fluid tank, right, now you've probably got some essence in you, but you can totally throw a servo on this dude. In theory. Thanks. Makes it a little bit easier on me. Nice. And then just regular fluid duct to this dude. And we hit that, and you should fill up fluid essence. Nice. Alright, always active, active on redstone signal. That's probably what I'm going to want. How I'm going to get a redstone signal down here is anybody's guess. It'll probably be another transmitter receiver deal, but I have to figure out exactly how I'm going to make that work. But for now, on off, right? So active on redstone signal, and then let's throw the Enderman guy in there and see how that works out. Are you running, or like what's your deal? Spawner guy. Hello. Maybe you're not getting the redstone signal. Hey, there we go. You're not getting the redstone signal. Not loving it. I know what's happening. So, like, that's the working area, right? But it's also... You spawn all the way down here? Oh, I hate you. Why would you spawn underneath the block? Who wants to be centered on the block? Explain to me who thought that was a good idea. I don't want the thing, like, in the middle of a room. That'll make no sense. And I don't think I can throw the range upgrade thing in there. That, like, shrinks the range. There is a range upgrade thingy that, like, has a smaller range. There they were. Range add-on tier 0, I think, shrinks the range, right? Yeah, not all machines accept them. I'm pretty sure this one is one of the ones that doesn't. I can try throwing a tier 2 in there. Yeah, see, don't do nothing. Thoughts. Be right back. So I guess, like, out of morbid curiosity, what happens if you just can't? Like, if I just fill in this space like this, right? A bunch of sandstone, because that's just what I happen to have a bunch of at the moment. Right, so they shouldn't be allowed in there. Rabbits? I found that they were able to sneak into... Not so well. There are animals that can fit through the fluid duct zoning, but that might protect me a little bit. Beep. Poor little rabbity squeak. But that should protect me from... potentially. Let's see what happens. So you're set to active on redstone signal for now. I'll just stick that there. In theory, they should only be able to spawn inside that room now. Now there are 2 over here. I think they were there already, right? To the back of the oh, hold on, I missed a spot. Hold on, I missed a spot. Nobody panic. But I did miss a spot. Squeak. Go into, like, full-blown human form. Yeah, totally missed a spot. Like that? Does that look better? It actually extends out even further, right, because I've got That looks pretty good. I think that's cool. That should be relatively safe now. I would like to get rid of these Endermen. Just so we can... Oh, I broke my helmet. Nice. Back in a few. Alright, so with that all taken care of, I should be able to hide working area, flip the lever, and now we should only have Endermen spawning inside this room. Let's just make sure... I'm going to let this run for a few minutes and make sure no Endermen spawn outside this area by watching my mini-map. I think that looks pretty good. Alright, so with that, I do believe it's pretty much wrapping up point for the episode. So we've got a little bit of work here to do, right? So we can flip off that lever. I'd like to be able to turn that thing off remotely. I just have to figure out how I'm going to do it. With some kind of, you know, redstone control type situation. But we'll figure that out when the time comes. Next episode, I'd like to get that pig farm up and running more automatedly. For now, I'm just going to let the darkroom one. I do need to... What I'll do is, let's pop up here real fast. One thing that I didn't migrate over is this setup. Hold on. Blinks. No, not that one. This one. So this is a thing that I did not move over. One little detail. The filters. So maybe I should like screenshot that so I know what those filters look like. And then we can bring this home with us. And you're just full of all kinds of other stuff. Now here's some other things I might want to keep. Like iron, glowstone, and redstone. I'm not worried about them. I'll let them void. I kind of wouldn't mind keeping the enchanted items because I might be able to do cool stuff with them. But these guys, let's see. So glass bottles I don't care about. Dimlet parcels I do. Sugar I don't. Potatoes I don't. Feathers I could. And blizz rods I could be argued to care about. But everything else I don't care about. And this is a representative sample of everything that dropped from a lot of mobs, right? So I could say that all this stuff could be voided, but then everything in that screenshot and these 3 items I want to be saved, right? So let's get a new type of filter. I'd like you to learn how to make resonant filters, if you may. And if you don't already know, that's how you make iron nuggets. Cool. So you might need to get some Enderium. But a resonant filter would be nice here. Cool. Alright, so I'm going to run maybe an interface down there with some cabling. And we'll probably also want some power going down there. So we'll have to figure out how to get that going too. Probably with some leadstone flux ducts. I do want to have a better power transfer mechanic, and I have some ideas around that. I'm actually waiting for a pack update, and then we could potentially be able to do some cool stuff. But for now, I'm going to say wrap it up point. So Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time, and you know what? I'm just going to have everything go in the interface. I won't even filter it. I'll just say everything that a mob drops can go in the interface. We'll wind up filling up our system with like bows and armor and stuff, but frankly, we have the storage space for it. Wow, did we fill up a disc? Almost. It's getting close. But we'll be fine. So for now, take it easy, guys. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 39 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I'd like to get this pig farm going a little better. So, a couple episodes ago, I set up a feeder, which, you know, feeds animals nearby, and we just let it run for a bit. And we also set up the baby animal separator, but I have it set up right now where it needs a redstone signal to run, and I'm not giving it a redstone signal because I wanted to have a bunch of pigs fully grown in that area. It's gotten to the point where, like most auto feeders, it's realized that there are too many animals nearby, so it stops breeding them. It also ran out of carrots, but it's also because it ran out of animals. There are like too many animals and stuff. So, long story short, today's episode I'd like to work on automating the production of some pork. Yeah. I might even throw some cows in there at some point. I haven't entirely decided how I'm going to set that up, because the auto feeder that we've got there only does one type of food, but I might be able to set up another auto feeder with wheat for the cows or something. I don't know. We'll play with it. But for now, I'm going to need a couple things. I'm going to need my lassos for a minute, and I'm going to want something... Let's see. So there's Dark Utilities, which has some nifty blocks in it. These guys have vector plates, which push entities around, which are super cool. There's block update detectors, there's traps, there's sneaky blocks, there's all kinds of sneaky, nifty stuff that's lots of fun to play with. One of the things that's useful, though, are these blocks called mob filters. And basically what they are blocks that, and if you look up the recipe here, there's like a little info thingy, allows a certain type of mob to move through it. For example, the baby filter only allows baby mobs to pass through. Neat. That's pretty cool. There's the black ones, and then there's the inverted version. And the inverted version prevents a certain type of mob from moving through it. For example, the baby filter allows anything but baby mobs to move through. So basically, what I'm thinking is we set up a filter on the floor that prevents babies from going through it. Cool. So let's see. So inverted, mob filter, undead, player, arthropod, hostile, warder, baby. That's what I want. So apparently there's like some weird ways to do this, but basically we want a mob filter baby, which is this dude with some fences. Didn't I have fences? I do have fences. I even have a fence gate. So mob filter baby. Fence gate. Okay, cool. Let's get a bunch of gates. So I'm gonna need. What's the interior of that? I'm gonna need like. I'm gonna say like 10 sets of these. Let's get like this many. And we're gonna need more wood. That'll do. So now we have a lot of gates, right? And now we can set up a filter for mob babies and say gates. There we go. All right, I just didn't want to shift click. Now, how am I on eggs, by the way? I've got some. So let's get like 32 of these things to start off with, and we'll kind of go from there. So we'll see how that works out for us. I wonder if I can exchange or lock these things, because that would be cool. Can I? It looks like I can. That's pretty spiffy. Alright, so this... Oh, wait, hold on. These guys are mob filter baby. So that lets only babies through, which is kind of the opposite of what I want. I want... to invert them. Zoinks. So now anything that's not a baby animal can fall through. Neat. Now I'm probably going to want a few more of these. Either that or I can make the pen a little bit smaller. Would it be smart to make the pen a little bit smaller? I feel like it probably would be. Alright, let's transmitter, please. Yeah, let's just make the pen a little bit smaller, and then that would be good. And it'll match the size of the existing pen anyway, for the adults. Wait, these are all gates. Whoops. It's alright, I should have enough here. So how does that look? A little bit better? I think so. So that's what we'll do there. So now, anything that's not a baby animal can fall through these blocks, which is cool. And that's pretty much what I want. So what I'm going to do then is clear out an area underground here. Hey, my friend, Mr. Meat Creeps. Would you be so kind as to help clear out a little space? So I think this is the center, right? Right here's the center.
Ooh, I'm Mr. Meat Creeps. Look at me.
So that would be 1, 2, 3. So I actually want you down to about there.
Ooh, I'm Mr. Meat Creeps.
You only go down to 9 by 9? Alright, so that might not be ideal. What I'm thinking is maybe this should be enough sizing. I'll just clear it out myself. Lots of falling sand in here. This was one of those, that should be cool. I'll, like, tidy this up a little bit. But basically what I want is an underground area that adult animals will fall into once they grow up. So what we'll have is this thing pushes the babies into the secondary pit, and then when they're fully grown, they will fall through into the underground pen. At which point they'll, you know, be mob slaughtered. So maybe I want a little bit more sandstone, and I have a builder's pretty good. So you can probably go away for a minute. Just for a moment. Let's build this room out. I kind of meant for you to be sandstone, but that's okay. I have a solution to that. Exchangers. Nice. And that looks pretty good, right? So the next thing I want to check out making is the mob masher. So in the past, we've played with Industrial Foregoing's method of mob mashing. There is a mob called Mob Grinding Utilities that adds a whole bunch of cool stuff. So there's iron spikes, there's mob fans to push mobs around, there's an absorption hopper that sucks up items and experience orbs in a 7x7 area. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That's some nifty stuff. There's a tank for experience draining. Turn fluid, XP fluid back into orbs. And then there's these upgrades that we can install to the mob masher, which is pretty neat. Ooh, GM chicken feed. Feed to chickens. Not familiar with that one. Imaginary not here sword. Interesting. I don't know how that works. I don't know what that is. No idea what that one is. But long story short, if we make ourselves a mob masher, we can make some cool stuff. Basically it'll grind up the mobs for us. So we're gonna need like I think 7 of these things, if I'm not mistaken. 8. I was so close. So I should now be able to make. And then we're gonna need 3 blocks of iron. And that should be cool. So now we should be able to make 2 iron spikes and a mob masher. Great. The mob masher is pretty straightforward. You stick it on a wall. It's got a fancy texture. You give it a redstone signal, and it mashes mobs. And it hurts. Ow. But it also has upgrade slots. Woot. That come in pretty handy, if I'm not lying. One of the upgrades we're going to want to look at doing, specifically in this example, there's sharpness, which increases the damage. Let's see, these are fan upgrades. These are your mob mash upgrades. Looting makes it drop more stuff, adds fire to the attack. Smite, bane of arthropods, and beheading. Super useful when we get to the point of doing wither skeletons, okay? So for now, though, what I would like to get is these guys, looting, which is like super cheap. So that's cool. And I want to say there's a limit to max of 10. It tells you on the tooltip. So by throwing this mob masher down there with 10 looting upgrades, hopefully they will drop a lot of stuff. And let's take a look at the absorption hopper here. We'll just need an Eye of Ender, which shouldn't be too hard to get our hands on. A couple different ways, obviously, to pick stuff up. Fluids will insert into tanks and items and inventories. Range is increased by absorption radius upgrades. Cool. So it's a 7x7 that'll vacuum items up in. And then there's a tank. It's called a singularity tank. I'm going to try and hook it up to like one of these tanks and see what happens with it. What I'd love to be able to do, because then there's also the thermal doohickey. Where did that thing go? So I've got my Tome of Knowledge. Are you in normal display mode? Cool. Where is that enchantment? Oh, there it is. It's in my inventory still. Insightful Condenser. I might want to do this one, collects experience in an area? Because I think this one I can hook up to my Tome of Knowledge, can't I? Can I do something with that? I don't know. I don't know exactly how the Insightful Condenser works. So here's a question. If I put... Oh, hello. Interesting. And then you're, what, empty now? Well, that's good to know. So let's do this the thermal expansion way of collecting that stuff. Now, in terms of picking up items then, I'm pretty sure the absorption hopper needs a line of sight. So what I wouldn't mind using is a ranged collector, one of my favorite items from Actual Editions. Let's maybe teach you how to make these things. So do you already know how to make an iron casing? You don't. But I want you to be making ranged collectors for me in the future, so let's do that. Oops. That. I'm going to assume you also don't know how to make a hopper. Nope, but now you do. But you do know how to make chests, right? I taught you that one? Nope, but now you do. All the patterns. I'm going to really need to get into storage sooner than later. And then coal is what's turned into. I've yet to automate this thing. And this Actual Edition stuff over here, but we might be getting on board with that eventually, soonish. Speaking of, might as well fill up that experience tome. So with that in there, I should be able to make now a ranged collector start. One of my favorite items. It's just the bomb. And I believe I have an extra ender chest laying around. So let's take this guy over here. The ranged collector picks up items in an area. And the best part about it is it doesn't need line of sight. So even if the ranged collector is outside, and we set it to an empty blacklist, so that means it'll pick up everything, and we drop an item here, the ranged collector should, poof, pick it up even if there's no line of sight. Perfect. The vacuum hopper, like, vacuums it towards the hopper, which is not ideal because then, you know, if the ranged collector, you know, can be outside the room, whereas the vacuum hopper kind of can't. So let's put our Insightful Condenser here. And I'm going to light up this room a little bit. Right. So that'll be our Insightful Condenser. That'll pick up the experience orbs that drop, in theory, probably. And then we're going to want our Mob Masher to be here with probably a redstone signal behind it. How does that look? Nice. And then we'll probably want, so they'll probably die about there. So what I'm going to do is put my ranged collector here with an empty blacklist, which means he'll pick up all the things. See? All that stuff I just broke got picked up. Beautiful. I probably want this guy to chill right. All right. I'm like, where did my ender chest go? Oh, right. Ender chest. I was like, why you know? Oh, probably because I was right-clicking the... Okay. Maybe not. I don't know. It was just being derpy. So that will make the pigs, when they wander towards the Mob Masher, get damaged. So the next test for me will be, can I use vector plates on top of that experience thing, and can it still collect experience with vector plates on top of it? We're going to find out. So vector plates are cool. They are basically awesome. So maybe one more setting, right? Because I think I need 25 in total. So vector plates, when placed on the ground, any entity that touches them will get pushed along. Cool. So that includes mobs, that includes items, etc. And you can also put vector plates. What's the recipe here? Oh, it's 8 of them around dark sugar. Okay, cool. That recipe changed a little bit. To get slightly faster vector plates, and there's 3 tiers of speed. And when you get to the top tier, it's like really fast. But ultimately, this tier is gonna be sufficient for our pig grinding setup. So let's poof down to here. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to... And by the way, if you don't want to be pushed along these, hold shift while standing, basically. And if you're holding shift while on top of a vector plate, it won't push you, which is cool. I'm not going to leave a vector plate there. I'm going to leave that alone. And then we'll do this. So now any entity that falls into this room should wind up getting pushed right into the mob masher. Ow. And it hurts a little bit. Cool. Alright, so that is the next stage of that part. So next thing to do is test it and see what happens. So ideally, we will have the experience pickup happening, and we'll get some mob drops. Oh, you know what else I should grab while I'm here? Let's get a hardened upgrade for you, and let's also get an item duct and a servo. Hardened should be enough. I don't think we need particularly fast item transfer here. And that should be good. So let's test this setup, right? So what I'm going to do is the following. First, I'm going to make you always active. So now any babies that show up, you know what else I want? Is some carrots. Any babies that show up should be sent into that room, right? So carrots, let's just grab that many. We're going to need to speed up our production over there. Maybe it's because I'm in a desert, but things are going rather slowly. So there are enough animals to breed, so that's cool. We'll do that in a minute. Hold on, let's do this and this. I'm going to place you here and here. And we'll see what happens. So are you going to get ground up or no? Alright, I was a little bit worried that the grinder wouldn't be able to reach them, but that's okay. So we're just going to move it down one then. Okay, so we'll put the grinder... Oh, right. Ranged collector. Dire, please. Right, so grinder can go there. You know what I'm gonna do is down here. This will be my access point into that area. Cool, my lever's in there. That's supposed to be this. Cool. Okay. So we've got this guy going now. I wasn't sure if it would be able to hit the pigs, but I forgot if this thing had like a range above its bounding blocks. So apparently it doesn't. Cool. So adults fall through when I right click them here. And then they get ground up. Sweet. And then there's kind of a problem. So the range collector should be picking that up, but it's moving. Urgh. That's something that I've found to be something of an issue. See if I break this, then the range collector can pick it up. So like the range collector is a little bad about picking up items that are in motion. So that's kind of a bummer. We're gonna have to figure that out. That's why I didn't want to have the vector plate there. I don't want the items falling on the vector plate if I can avoid it. Alright, so let's try this. What I'm gonna do is leave an open spot. Let's move two more into here. That should work. Cool. Alright, so that's cool. And then I'm going to put my mob mashing upgrade in there. For a second, let's turn this off. I had hooked this up real quick off camera because my thing was filling up. So let's throw 2 pigs in there. Boom and boom. And see how much pork we get out of 2 pigs. It should be a decent amount, I would think. Ow. That actually hurts. Dude. It's just a bit. Poor pig. So that got 16 raw pork chops out of 2 pigs. That ain't bad. That's pretty good. Did you pick up experience? You did! You're getting experience. Nice. Go Insightful Condenser. Way to go. So that'll hold, you know, buckets and whatnot worth of experience, which is cool. How much? Oh, right. I'm a derp. Go Direwolf. Way to go. So that looks like a pretty functional system. So here's what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to put... I don't want that many animals nearby in there breeding for pigs. I want to kind of thin the herd a little bit, if you will. Alright, so that should be good. So I put carrots in there. Watch what happens, right? So we're going to breed 2 pigs. Baby. Zoinks. And baby chills over there. And he just grows up in that pen, right? And once he's grown up inside that pen, he will fall down because mob filter baby. And then he will be mob mashed. And, you know, things and stuff. Not bad. Alright, cool. I wouldn't mind doing something similar for cows. I'm gonna have to probably go find some cows. But let's get fluid ducks because I didn't set those up because I forgot to bring some. So we're gonna want a couple fluid ducks. I'm assuming... Let's do hardened fluid ducks. I don't know. I need 2 Invar, I guess. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming Liquid XP is not hot. But I've made that assumption before and was wrong. So, you know. So we'll go set that up. And that's... Oh yeah, you know what else I forgot is I need my hardened portable tank. Cool. And that'll get us a fully functional pig farm with lots and lots of bacon. Bacon. So we'll go down here underground. We'll set you up. We've got our hardened fluid ducts. We've got our this dude set to this. So that should, in theory, hold on, let's set this bottom part to orange. Boom, there goes my liquid experience, right? And then if I right-click on the tank with my Tome of Knowledge, which currently has 598 experience in it, boom, now it's got 638. Sweet. And if I shift right-click, I can extract experience out of this tome and use it for all kinds of purposes. So I've currently got 22 levels stored in the tome. Not terrible. And ideally we'll have more eventually. How cool is that? I like it. Not bad at all. Now you seem to have some fluid inside you still, Mr. Tank. But we'll let that just pass. So that's pretty neat. I think that's a completed build, right? Like we'll leave that as is. So that's the feeder. I guess there's occasionally experience orbs dropping from the actual breeding of animals. I wouldn't mind having cows set up in the exact same way. Let's just check out the feeder from Industrial Foregoing real quick. Just because the only problem with that feeder is there's one item type at a time, right? The animal feeder from Industrial Foregoing may permit some better stuff to go on. So let's see. We're going to need a machine frame, a golden apple, 2 golden carrots. I just want to see what the UI of this thing looks like. And it's not expensive to make, so... Oh my, look at you. Okay, and show working area? Oh my. So that's a thing. Interesting. Let's take a quick nap. I think what I'm going to do is use this instead of the other one. Alright, so that's filling up with its internal power. The working area is inside that thing there. That's pretty cool. Always active, hide working area. So give me those carrots back, guys. They probably can't be bred again for a little bit. But what I am going to do is, let's see. Let's, in the meantime, go find some cows. I'm going to assume that I can find some over here. Let's see, I've got my slime sling. I'll be back in a minute when I find, like, maybe a few cows. Oh man, slime sling plus angel is pretty cool. Hey, cows. I think I see cows. I do see cows. Come here, cows. Alright, back in a minute. I'm going to get like 6-ish. Does that sound cool? So I'm going to go get these guys. I'll teleport home. And then I'm going to repeat that a couple times off camera. Let me tell you guys how there are literally horses everywhere. I don't think I've ever seen so many horses in a world before. That's alright. I've got my 6 cows. I should be cool. So let's get some wheat. And what I'm going to do here is test this little setup that I've got. So it should be cool. So I don't think I need this anymore. Oh boy, I didn't want to break that block. Alright, so we'll put down our cows. And we will put wheat and carrots in here. That actually does like a pretty good job. Nice. Sweet. did one set of cows. There it goes. I think it's doing another set now. Sweet. This is actually going to work really well, guys. Check that out. So, things are going well here, then, I say. I say to you, things are pretty good. So, baked ham looks like a pretty good source of food. More pork chops can go into all kinds of cool stuff, apparently. So, ooh, that looks good too. Vindaloo, curry powder, butter. That looks complicated. Complicated. Spicy mustard pork, huh? Needs mustard and salt, though. I don't think I have mustard growing at the moment. Anything that does mustard. Baked ham looked pretty good to me because it was like a simple-ish food source. So basically, first what we want to do to make baked ham is get bakeware. Ah, I need bricks. Let's get about 10 of you cooking. And there we go. We've got one of them. Incidentally, can you be used? No, just that. All right. So what I want to do is just teach the baked ham recipe to this dude. Now, in theory, that shouldn't be a problem because you already know how to make sugar, right, buddy? And we've got sugar cane going on, right? You already know how to make. Yeah, cool. So now, if I said, you know, get me 30 baked ham, that shouldn't be a problem. Boom. Nice. So that is a new food source for me. I've been getting kind of tired of rice bread because it doesn't really do a lot for me, like at all. It's really a small amount of food that you get. So baked ham, yay. And look at that, dude. It like fills your saturation bar every time you eat it. That is cool. That is super cool. So it's 11 saturation points, so pretty much fills up your saturation bar. That is awesome. I'm happy with that. And we have, you know, 1,239 apples, so that should be good. So the ham, the sugar, all that comes together. Now at this point, what I'm noticing is my farm here is a little slow. Just a titch, a little snidge, a little mini bit. So I'm thinking to-do list might include potentially speeding that up a little bit. And there's a couple options we can go with there. I'm thinking it might be time to convert that just open air farm into a greenhouse type situation. Hopefully a good looking one. What would be a good desert themed greenhouse? I don't know. We'll probably find out next episode though, because for now, it's wrapping up points. We have a much better food source going on, baked ham, and the fact that we added cows over there also throws beef and leather into the mix. Neither of which do we currently really have a lot of, but you know, the cows haven't grown up yet, so they haven't been grinding yet. But the mob masher in the basement with the 10 looting upgrades definitely is going to improve the amount of you know, pork and beef that we get. For now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Darryl20 and welcome to episode 40 of Darryl20's Let's Play series. I can't believe it's already episode 40 already. What? What kind of shenaniganry is that? I can probably get rid of this chest because I don't think I need that anymore. I haven't really like checked in on this basement area since we... Let's see. I'm assuming things are running smoothly down here. Yes, the fact that we have an almost full tank is definitely a good sign. Tells me that things and stuff are good. We've got this stuff going down here pretty smoothly. Nice. Last episode, we set up an animal farm real quick, and we've now got a decent amount of pork chops, leather, and beef, courtesy of all that cool stuff. What I'd like to work on today is a mystery. I thought I had a good idea what I was going to work on. What was I going to work on today? Oh, right. I was going to improve the crop growth situation that we've got going on. So you may recall... See you later, animals and monsters and terrible things. You may recall that last episode we were kind of taking a look at how our crops were doing. And the answer to how are our crops doing was, meh, they're all right. That was legitimately the answer. So what I'd like to do, what's like the top, which hotkey is it? There we go. 11 by 11 is the best that we can do here. So what if I were to like water here? Like that's pretty good. It's not bad at all, honestly. What about like right here? That That kind of touches on a little bit of everything, doesn't it? That's kind of a nice spot. So what if we tried setting up something to automatically water and can our crops? Does that sound like a good idea? Now, it's obviously not going to cover the entire farm with that 11 by 11 can, right? Because the farm itself is... Let's see. Is it 13 by 13? So actually, that's pretty close. That's actually going to cover most of the farm. The sprinkles there didn't do it justice, but that's actually pretty darn close. So what if we wanted to automate this, right? There's a couple options we can go with. So let's start with a few things. A mechanical user might be able to do it, but that right-clicks a bunch. So there's the thermal machine. Right clicks, right? Nullifier, thermal aquatic entangler. What's that? Tension. Oh, neat. That's something to keep in mind that exists. Fluid allocator. Stores and transfers fluids. Where's the user, like mechanical user type thing? Well, we could try a mechanical user and see how it goes. It might work. That it'll work. I'm actually not 100% sure. Let's start with the mechanical user and find out if a mechanical user with a watering can in it will actually, you know, do stuff on farmland. That would be cool. And I wouldn't mind maybe having some speed upgrades. Do you know how to make more of these? Probably not. So I learned a little bit better about how speed upgrades work. You can have more speed upgrades with higher levels instead of being limited. But first things first, we're going to try this kind of a little bit all at once. So what I'm probably going to want here is... that. That. Now, how did that happen? There we go. Fill up this dude real fast. And we're going to see if this actually works. Because if this works, then we will have a nice way to kind of speed up our farm's production of stuff. If it doesn't work, I'm going to have to find a block that it does work in or come up with another solution, which I totally have an idea for. So I do have a backup plan if this doesn't work. But for now, you're going to go in there. We're going to say upper left slot, right click, place block. Doesn't seem to do anything. It's probably use item on block. Activate block with item. Use item. I saw something grow, but I think it was just a random growth tick. Now what we could try is this. It might help. If there was an actual seed planted there for it to right click on. Use item on block. Activate block with item. Use item. None of these things are actually working. So I'm trying all the things. Auto placer from Actually Additions, block placer from Industrial Foregoing. Thus far, no such luck. We will keep trying. Alright, so let's go with the assumption that this isn't going to work. So we're going to move on to plan B, because I tried like a bunch of block placers and pretty much none of them did anything. So let's get some fancy greenhouse glass, wherever it is. There it is, greenhouse glass. Dun dun dun, from Actually Additions. Now this is going to require an Impalus Chrysalis block, which is made from Impalus Chrysalis. And this stuff is basically made with lapis, 3 prismarine, and a cyan dye. So I think now's as good an episode as any to start automating actually additions, because we're getting to the point where we might need more of it. So let's get some gray bordered glass. Let's get a ranged collector, please, and thank you. Let's get a chest. Let's get so we're gonna have to test a little bit to see if we run into any problems with the whole auto crafting with actually additions things. There's a couple ways we can probably get around. We'll try item ducts first, and if that doesn't work, then we'll try some other methods. Does that sound cool? We're gonna need a dropper, and an automatic precision dropper is kind of one of the best ways to go. I think I'm gonna need some redstone for a minute and some lapis. Probably also wouldn't be a terrible thing to have. And we'll put this here and that there, and poof, and you do your thing. And that'll let us get the precision dropper and all the other cool stuff that we're gonna want. So automatic precision dropper is gonna need one of you and one of you. Just get a stack of that. To do compacting doors, I know it's like a major to-do list item for me. So I can just the rest of that going there. All right, so let's get, and then we're also gonna want crafters. I don't want a few of them for later anyway. We've got some cables, but we might be enough. We might need another stack of that, give or take. That should be good. And that'll do for now. Are my crafters done by the way? They're a work in progress. I guess you're doing your thing. Nice. It is kind of nice to see that thing working pretty well now. Switching the diamond instead of it being over here to being over here definitely helped with the interaction and the back stuffing. So I'm pretty sure we do have some cabling in this general area, don't we? We do. It leads up right about to here. So what I'd like to do is get some cabling up here-ish, so that we can have maybe a crafter here, which, by the way, is that done yet? Yeah, cool. Okay. And then we might also, well, no, not there. That's not where I want the crafter to be. Derp. We want a dropper probably here. Does that look about right? So that any item that goes in there immediately gets dropped. That should be cool. So we're totally going to want... I want it to look good. I like it being in the corner there, but I don't want to put the crafter up there. So what I might want to do is do a phantom face. Because phantom faces are cool. A phantom face is awesome. Let's set one of these bad boys up. So I want you to know how to make those. Do you know how to make advanced coils? You don't. So it's time for you to learn coils and advanced coils. And phantom faces require these guys. Let's put them all down there and here. Zoinks. And you're probably only missing now. I want to make one of these, the 2 empowered diamantine crystals. So let's get, well, we'll just do a block of it, right? And this guy requires what? 2 clay, a clay block, and a light blue dye. To do clay. So this will get me this thing. So in theory, what we're going to want is for you to drop there, right? I have a magnet on. We'll do something about that in a minute. 2 clay block, 2 clay. So that should get me empowered diamantine, and then we can do a phantom face. Cool. And we're going to want... Yeah, that looks pretty neat, I think. I like that. And you're going to do your empowering stuff, and that'll get me the empowered diamantine that I need. Nice. And then that can convert back to that. And I'll teach all these recipes here in a minute, but today's heavily about getting this up and running and automating the things. So now we should be able to make a phantom face. It's a few crafting steps, but it's all good. And for that, we're going to need a phantom. All right, and that needs 2 eyes of ember. I have a lot of automation to do. So maybe the range will not be too bad. So basically, if I were to put this guy here, and we phantom connectored, did I cover this thing all the way around? I did. I didn't. Okay, cool. So block stored in connector. Is this too far of a range? Nope, it's good. Nice. So you can see the connection was made there. So this phantom face, oh, it has a 16 block range by default. Nice. Is automatically connected to that dropper. So now any items that get piped into this thing will go into the dropper, which is cool. Nice. So you know what I'm actually going to do is move him. Not connected to anything. All right, so we're going to have to go get that click again. Click. And click. Now he's connected there. Sweet. And what I can do is just pop this in the wall here, the crafter. And that'll be kind of well hidden in the wall. Does that sound cool? And then we can just sneak off in this direction and find ourselves some cabling to connect to. And that'll allow us to get the first part of anything going. Nice. Online? Beautiful. That's what I want to see. Cool. So that will put the items into the phantom face for us, which is totally step 1. Get items into the phantom face to drop them into there. Cool. All right, step 2 is to automatically activate this atomic reconstructor when we want to. Can level emitter. So there's level emitter from that. So there's this dude. So we're gonna want an improved processor, machine casing, and like 10 of you. Emit signal when item is being auto-crafted. Ooh, but you only have 1 filter slot. That's a bummer. So what would have been cool is to say, like, emit a signal when you're auto-crafting, right? And then it would emit a signal to turn that thing off, basically, when it's not running. If I could have more than 1 thing in the detector, but I only have 1. So that's a thing. So another option, so basically what we want to do is when items are here, we want to cause this thing to run. Now leaving impulse mode is a problem, and I will show you why. Pressure plate. Right, let's say we dropped a full stack of items on here. Right, pulse mode only runs once per pulse. So if a stack of items came here and it got like half of them done, the other half would sit there, it wouldn't generate a new pulse because they'd still be on the pressure plate, and that would kind of be bad. So we don't want to run on pulse. In the past, there's been a couple different ways I've automated this. Basically, we want to keep this off until there's an item here. Now, as long as there's more than 1 item here, we can turn it back up. So let me think about how I'm going to do it. I've done it before with a couple different mechanics. I want to see if there's a new way to go about it for you guys. If not, we'll fall back to some other things. So this method here is one approach to doing what we can do. So in deactivation mode, which means it keeps running unless it receives a redstone signal. When it's receiving a redstone signal, it's deactivated. It works like this, right? So when there's an item on the pressure plate, it'll fire, it'll keep firing until the item is removed from the pressure plate, basically like once it's done with all its crafts, right? So that's one approach to take on it. Once the item's gone, the redstone signal turns on and the thing stops firing. The only thing I don't like about this build is that it requires just a little bit larger of an area. Like, it just is a little aesthetically unpleasing. We basically have to do this, which I guess isn't the end of the world. So we can do that. So basically what we'll do is we'll put the dropper above this here, and then we're gonna have to rebind you, right? So you connect to that. The connection is fine and working. Good. And that should be good, right? So that should all be cool. You can get back in place now, and that means we can do our stuff. So with that set up properly now, what I should be able to do is start teaching some recipes, which should be cool. There. Nice. Okay, cool. So that should work. And then we just need the ranged collector there to pick up the items that we want to get and then stick back into the system, right? So for that to work, also I have to get power into this dude somehow, which I haven't entirely figured out. But I forget what the range on this thing is, but we're going to whitelist the following items from actually additions here. Let's put away some stuff we don't need. So we're going to want Restonia crystals. Just rearranging, hang on a sec. This thing. Void crystals. And let's get a diamond here, because we're going to want diamantine to be, you know, good to go. So if we were to put that, should create a diamantine crystal. Nice. So those items for now will go into the whitelist for this stuff. Whitelisting all these things. And then we can set up an import bus. I dropped it, but it should have got in there. Nice. So an importer will suck those out, right? And that'll be good. Actually, I probably want that sandstone. Cool. And that can go right next to this dude. Whoops. Pretty much right here. And that should work, right? And then they'll get imported into the system and they're good. So that's how we're gonna collect the items, right? So let's real quick test it by creating the 4 recipes that we're going to want, right? So from actually additions, yeah, that was right. We're going to want you, which is made like so. Yeah, processing. You. 1 redstone becomes a Restonia crystal. 1 lapis. 1 coal. And the diamantine. These guys can all go over here. Into this dude. And now when I say, give me Restonia crystals, please, let's ask for 10 of them. Nice. And then they'll pulse and get picked up, and then import bust. Cool, and that completes the craft. Beautiful, works great. And we can cover up this flooring and make it all look nice again. Beautiful. The only thing that's missing is power here, which I will have to run. What if we did a phantom face for power too? Just so we don't have to run cabling up there? Because I've got, underneath it, I've got that whole redstone thing going. So what if we taught you how to make the power-based phantom faces? I like these guys. I like phantom faces, they're neat. They make it so that somebody who's like me, that's really bad at doing things like building, can actually succeed at not having wires all over the place. It's anti-dire wire block. You guys should love it. So, now we'll have to teach you empowering, right? So what I'd probably like to do, how am I for crafters here? We're good. Let's get, so right now, refresh my memory. Can I put more than a single item on here for these things? I cannot. They can only accept one item at a time, so that's good. So we don't have to filter the number of items that go onto those blocks. So let's get our signal plated item blocks, because we're going to totally need that. And we're going to need 4 filters, definitely. We're going to need signal plated item ducts, which is going to need, you know, more of this. So let's get 4 of these. And some electrum. Is that cool? And how are we for item ducts? We're not terrible. Might want a little bit more. Cool. So lots of auto crafting probably in progress. It's cruising. It's actually going pretty well. So another set of item ducts, please. And then we can get the Signalum version. 14 might be enough. We're going to find out if I'm right about that or not. So under here, what we'll wind up doing is replacing all these blocks here with Signalum-based items. Am I crazy, or did my hammer just... Oh wait, I know what happened. There it is. I might be off by like 1 or 2, and that's going to be annoying to me. Yep, I'm off by like 2. So Electrum and Signalum should be pretty quick to get here. Come on, Signalum, let's go. There we go. So this will go into here. Nice. So that'll give power to all those guys, and there'll be item routing available, right? And then we'll want filters on these things to tell them what's allowed to go inside them. So that should be cool. That should be cool. Let's get a filter on this guy. And a filter on this one. Cool. And then the last step is we need an item duct on the center. So this doesn't need to be powered, so I'll just put an impulse item duct there. And I should probably filter him too, but I think he's self-filters. But just to be safe, well, we could probably use the resonant filter. We just happen to have this guy. Doesn't hurt. Probably don't need this many filters on it, to be fair, but whatever. Alright, so that's cool. We'll stick a chest. Maybe... So you can come off there for now. So we're totally going to need... Let's put the chest... Let's turn this into a crate, actually. Because a crate I can open if it's against the ceiling. Right? Put that there. And we could have our crafter up against it, like so. Is that right? I think it is. That's right. That's how I want it. Cool. Okay. So that will be the auto crafting for that dude. So then we just need some item ducts. And we'll want a servo. Let's do reinforced, just so it's a little bit fast. I should teach it Signalum and Resonant. You pull out... Okay, 1 second. You pull out every half a second. We'll see how it goes. Okay. So that's good. So now we've got that going. So let's take a look at what's required now for an empowered Restonia block and Diamond Heat, right? So this comes from here. So let's put this in processing mode, right? An empowered Restonia block needs these things to make this, right? And in non-processing mode, I want you to know how to turn Restonia crystals into a Restonia block. Probably start making more patterns. Cool. So regular Restonia crystal goes here. The empowered Restonia goes over here. And this. So then you're going to put the items that you need. So now if I said, give me a Restonia block, what do you need to figure out how to make? Just nether brick? You can make clay, redstone. So you just need to learn how to turn netherrack into nether brick. So that shouldn't be a problem, because all we need to do now is get a pattern, pop it in here, put you in processing mode, and say that. Turn off processing mode because I always forget. This is the redstone furnace, that goes in there. Cool. So now if I said, give me a Restonia crystal, right, this dude, sweet, should be good. So now the only problem that I'm going to have here is that I also need to pull out of the Empower. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem, because in the past I've done this with Ender.io, where you can extract and insert from the same side of the block. So I might want to actually do this with a Phantom, so that it's less annoying looking. So let's do that. So let's get another reinforced servo. Let's get another Phantom face. Okay, and here's what we're gonna do. And let's get a interface from you. So that's cool. Alright, so I'm gonna stick here will be my Phantom face. That's going to link to this dude. So that they're linked now, right? And then we're gonna want let's do it this way. And we'll break this connection, right? So that'll go in there. That will be filtered on what's allowed to go in. And then we can servo it on the way out with the servo I just made. And I'm pretty sure it might be smart, but let's whitelist anyway on what's allowed to come out of there. For now, I'm just going to put sandstone. So let's make sure this is off, right? That's not going to extract. Let's request a empowered Restonia crystal. What that should do is drop all the required items directly into here. Nice. That's what I want to see. Boom. So now I can build my whitelisting, right? So we will go to all these dudes and say, you are going to whitelist redstone, okay? You're going to whitelist bricks. You're going to whitelist nether bricks. And you're going to whitelist rose red. And then you're going to whitelist the Restonia block, okay? So now when I do that and tell this guy that he's allowed to extract an item a second, he should start doing stuff. And now we're going to see if we need to whitelist the extraction here. So in fact, I'm going to remove you and make you an empty blacklist. So you should be good. Wow, those signal plated item nuts are slow, aren't they? So let's see what's going on upstairs. So you haven't started extracting that yet, so that's a good sign, right? So you're on empty blacklist, always extract. I think the problem is he has nowhere to send it. Right, so let's get that interface. In fact, I want to move you for a sec, just to mess this up a little bit. Because I want to ensure that it's not going to extract. So didn't I tell you to craft an interface? Probably still, yeah. Interfaces are one of those things that ends to get stuck. That's why. Cool. Alright, so you're going to want to... In fact, what I might do is remove this, and we will item duct it straight into the appropriate thing so we don't have to mess with whitelists. Cool. So we can item duct this straight over to here. Who was it that predicted we would get diary after a little bit? Right, so we can have our interface here. Cool, and that should work. Right, so you are not, in fact, extracting this thing. So I put this back in. When it's done crafting, it should extract. We'll see how accurate I am about this. So this thing is crafting. It's empowered Restonian crystal. And it extracted. And we should have a completed craft now. So if we look over here, this should be empty. And we should have an empowered Restonia crystal. Nice. And the only thing I want to do is teach you to make that. Cool. Now you might be getting full, but luckily I've got another crafter here. Nice. All right, so now let's do empowered diamantine crystals, right? So a diamantine crystal block looks like that, right? Because I want to do blocks at a time. And then in processing mode, I want to teach you that. And then I want to teach you that this comes from these, but not in processing mode. Cool. So now you should know how to make empowered diamantine as well. So you and you go in there. Oh, wait, that's that one. That one goes in there. Cool. And that's the actual Restonia block. Neat. So now I'm doing the same thing for Palus as well. And I should also teach you this. And do we have any prismarine? We do. To add to the whitelist over here for the range collector. So this way you know how to make prismarine automatically, right? So one of these dudes. So there you go. So that's your prismarine craft. That's your that guy craft. Let's put these two in here. We can put, I might as well just do it right here because I'm sitting next to it. Put that in there. And now, if I really want to, assuming I have enough clay, which I may not. Yeah, I totally don't. I don't have enough clay, but let me go see if I can find clay outside real fast. Because there is like a big lake, so that's a thing. Is the sun coming up or going down? Looks like it's coming up, so that's cool. Big river, be right back when I find clay. Clay mission complete. We're gonna do that. So I don't want to waste diamonds right now, so I'm going to hold off on it, but I do want to teach it how to make. So if I asked for an empowered Palus Chrysalis, it has to craft. So it has 9 Palus available. So let's actually remove those, and I want one of these. And this should craft everything down the line. So it has to craft 9 Palus from Lapis. It turns those 9 Palus into a block. It puts the block with 3 prismarine shards and a dandelion yellow. Dandelion yellow. Cyan dye. Or dictionary. Strikes again. You probably don't want to use Or dictionary. Probably neither do you. And probably neither do you. Hello, Enderman. What's an Enderman just chilling in my base for? That's what I want to know. Alright, so hold on. Let me fix these real fast off camera to not use Or dictionary. Seriously, why is there just like an Enderman chilling in my base? Like, what's up with that? Anyway, now those are un-Or dictionary. I also taught it how to make cyan dye by smelting cactus into green dye. So with that recipe taught, now I should be able to ask for an empowered Palus Chrysalis block. And it should do everything it needs to do, right? So, start. So those get dropped. They get poofed. They get picked up. They get imported. Then they go into here, and these guys need to get their whitelisting sorted. So I'll take care of that right now. Zoinks. So it'll be easier to do it from up here. Right? So you can accept Palus Chrysalis blocks. You 1, 2, 3, and then that. Cool. So we put you back in there now that we've taught the whitelisting. Hopefully you're smart enough to like route individual items at a time. And what I might need to do We'll see what happens with those 3. It actually does seem to be being smart. Wow, awesome. So the 3 go to the right places. I wish it was faster with Signalum plated item ducts. Signalum flux duct, Signalum flux duct empty, plated fluid duct, plated item duct. Signalum plated impulse item duct. Okay, so that is a thing that exists. That's cool. To do, maybe swap those at some point. But that's working. So I'm going to call that a completed build, and I'm going to call that a completed episode. For now, Direwolf 20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We got to play with Phantom Faces. We got to play with all kinds of cool stuff. And look how nice this looks. Frankly, I think it looks good. The glass, is it necessary? I like it there because sometimes magnets, but we'll probably look into getting a flower soon that prevents my magnet from working nearby this area. It shouldn't be too hard of a thing to get. But overall, our crafting should be complete now, and we should have fully automated the 2 Actual Editions crafting stations. Nice. So if we look in here at Palus, we do in fact have 9 Impaled Palus crystal. That is cool. All right, guys. Direwolf 20 signing off. Hope you enjoyed the episode. You know the deal. Take it easy. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf 20, and welcome to episode 41 of Direwolf 20's Let's Play series. I, today, am making, let's say half a stack of greenhouse glass. Does that sound fair? To craft 10. That's a lot. I guess that's a lot, right? That seems like a lot. Oh, whatever. I don't even know if that's going to be near enough. But it's all good. So we're going to need like a decent... I mean, that's not terrible. It's like... It's really not that much. Just use a little bit of quartz, glass, and lapis. At the end of the day, I'm down with that. Start. What I wouldn't mind doing, though, is adding cactus to the farm outside. I'm assuming cactus can only grow on sand, right? So let's just like throw cactus into the mix over here, just so we have like more green dye available to us going forward. Now cactus is gonna want to be nice and picky, right? Dude. Hello there. Yeah. Let's do you and you. So if we put cactus kind of in the center, you're not going to want to go here because there's like stuff and things here, right? Or are you okay with that beetroot seed? Okay, you're okay with adjacent seed? Okay, but if this grows to the left, that's going to be bad, right? True. So let's just encourage you to grow to the middle there by... If I make you sandstone, maybe. Maybe you won't grow on it? I forget. Ah. That should be cool. So I guess you're okay being adjacent to crops, huh? Neat. Okay. Real quick test with watering can. If I can get my watering can, please. Today's episode, pretty much want to get like kind of a greenhouse going here. Hey, there they go. Nice. And it's chopping them down just fine. Look at that. Beautiful to see. Loving it. Chop, chop, chop. Cactus for days. Nice. So that's cool. So a little bit of cactus automation there. We'll just keep an eye on it, make sure nothing like falls. You know, just a few cactus plants. I know it's not like the most efficient way to have built the cactus plants there. That's okay by me. That's not a problem. And let's eat a little bit. Some of this amazing ham that fills me up so much. I love it. So cooking up, as you can see, this seems to be working pretty well. I'm glad to say. Hold on a second. You guys aren't in the whitelist for the item pickup, are you? Always a few little details here that can be missed. There we go. Now in the ranged collector whitelist. Nice. Cool. That's why we test things. Sometimes stuff don't work so right. So greenhouse glass. Cool stuff that we're making here today. This stuff, when used and placed above a plant, it will cause a plant to grow faster. So I think my goal for today is to knock out a greenhouse over here. I'm thinking I'm not worried about trees. Trees are growing just fine, so I'm not going to greenhouse the trees. I think I'm really just going to greenhouse glass to this location. So for that, we're going to have to figure out how we want to greenhouse glass it. And I'm thinking of ideas. I'm thinking of stuff and things. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But another thing I'd like to do also is get some worms going in here, because worms are pretty nice and really easy to get. So we'll probably get those going today too. So I guess first things first, a greenhouse is typically made out of glass, right? So, you know, what if we got some green stained glass? Like so. Could I get like some of you? Cactus? And out of curiosity, ooh, that's nice. What would a chiseled green glass look like if we wanted to? I mean, it's green, right? It's a greenhouse glass, framed, panel, fancy framed. Ooh, it's got the word fancy in it. How fancy could it be? Chisel a 3x3 square with blocks. Oh, neat. Chisel looks like it's gotten an update. I don't remember those buttons being there before. Brick, rough, streaked, fancy framed. Just out of curiosity, what does this look like here? Exchanger. Let's make sure that you're ready to exchange. Let's actually do... Yeah, that's fine. That looks kind of cool. It's not like connected texture or anything like that. Streaked? What does streaked look like? That looks kind of... I think I like that. That is really... That's what I'm going for. I want that. That's the one I want. That is it. You... That's what I want. Streaked. Streaked is the green glass that we will go for in this design. So, chisel. These guys are streaked. I like the look of that. Now, I might want to go and play around with Block Craftery a little bit. Would that be kind of cool? Block Craftery, it looks neat, and I haven't touched it at all, and I have no idea how it works. But basically, it looks like this. You can, in theory, create some shapes, right? Like there's no instructions in game for this, how this works, but apparently there's different shapes that you can make. Can I like right click them or click them or something? I don't know. But long story short, I should be able to... Okay, what if I did that? Okay, so it works with... Bummer. It works with vanilla blocks, but it doesn't work with non-vanilla blocks. Today we learned. Okay, so what if we got a chisel and we made a couple of the vanilla versions of green stained glass? That's cool. Doesn't that look nifty? I like it. Now if I break you, do I get my green stained glass back? I do. Nice. Alright, so that's cool. So we can totally do something-ish nice looking. So maybe the outside of the building will be this nice looking green stained glass. We'll definitely want more cactus going on. Let's get like 14 more, and that should roughly give me enough to make 2 stacks of this stuff more. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then we will let's just do all this into the streaked. Is that cool? And our builder's wand, maybe. And in the meantime, how did my greenhouse glass go? Not terrible. So we've got the 30 that we asked for. I thought we asked for 32. Are you in the middle of crafting something? Items processing. Empowered Palos crystals. Oh, it's making one more. Okay. I saw the actual additions thing was off, and I was like, hey, what's going on, buddy? So now this is a pretty big size, right? So if we were to get... Remind me how big this is with my measuring tape. So if we came all the way out to here, you're a 13, I guess, by 13. Okay, so if I wanted a 13 by 13, we're talking about 169 greenhouse glass. So that's a lot more than we currently have. But that shouldn't be too bad. So I basically need 130 more-ish. 139 more-ish. So greenhouse glass might be done, but we're going to need like... Let's just do 100 more for now. So how much is that going to need? Needs more cactus, but that's about it. It's going to use up 102 nether quartz, 323 lapis. Let's just see how we are. It's going to use a lot of my nether quartz. And it's going to use about a third of my lapis. But I feel like the lapis is not a big deal. The nether quartz I can go to the nether and get more of. That's fine. And then we'll have like a really nice and fancy greenhouse. That'll look cool. So I think I will accept that. The only thing I need to do is watering can up a bit more cactus. So let's come back in a minute after I've held right click here for a minute or two. Alright guys, just FYI, kicked off the craft here, and you can see a bunch of quartz being converted appropriately, hopefully. Hold on, is it going? Or did I forget to hook up power there? Did I not hook up power there? I might have forgotten the power hookup there. Did I do that? Did I ever hook up power to that laser? Because if I didn't, there's your problem. I mean, things are poofing, that's for sure. Oh yeah, he's certainly hurting for power. Let's get a Phantom Energy Face. Now, I probably kicked off that Phantom Energy Face craft, and it's going to need to run some things. So this might be some dire wire for a minute. Apologies in advance. Yeah, let's just dire wire this up for a minute while we wait for a Phantom Energy Face. Does that sound fair? So this will be ugly, and I apologize, but we need power. Cool. So that should let that thing start behaving again. Yeah, now we're talking. Sweet. And we'll fix-ish that in a bit. For now, he can at least run, as you can see. We'll use a Phantom Face over there in a little bit and make that look a little bit better. So, greenhouse glass is in progress. We might be short a little bit, but let's see how well we can come up with a nice looking greenhouse. Now, greenhouses, in my defense, are typically very just square structures. They're very utilitarian. They're just, here's a square greenhouse, end of the day, right? So I'm not going to do much more than a fancy square building here. Okay. But I do kind of like the look of this thing. It's neat. So what'd that cost me? Almost a stack? So I'm probably going to want some more green dye, right? So let's get 24 of these bad boys cooking up. 8, 16, 24. So that should be 3 stacks. Cool. 3 stacks. And then we'll toss these in here and get the streaked stuff. And then we'll want our builder's wand to be in such a way. I'll go ahead and put my magnet ring back on. I'm not over by that thing anymore. There we go. Does that look pretty cool in terms of the height level of it? And then we could have the sloping things going on up there. So let's get some sticks. Let's get that many. And that should allow me to get a stack of these, if I'm not mistaken. Nice. 2 stacks, technically. And then that'll do. That'll be plenty. Okay. So that'll be like my greenhouse-ish type look. So we'll do this real fast just to get that going. And then what I'll probably do is run... Now, we're also going to want something with the corners here. And it's almost a shame. Almost. This is actually going to be a little bit tricky, but I think I'll get the hang of it. Being in the block space as I try to place these blocks is going to be a little bit tricky. But we'll see what happens. The corners are going to be the tough part. And, of course, the other thing about the corners is that they're not going to be that easy to see. once I've actually placed them. Yeah, you're going to place that way, aren't you? Alright, let me get this placed off camera real quick. It's just going to be a little bit cumbersome because of the way that you're in the block space when you want to place it. If I just held right click here. Yeah, that works. So the corners I'll skip for the time being. Alright, never mind. I figured out a good pattern that gets it placed the right way. Yeah, like I said, skip the corners for a sec. We'll take care of the corners in a minute. Now, from Block Craftery, is this framed outer corner? That's probably what I'm going to want. So let's get 1, 2 of those. And what's that look like if I place them there? Oh, that looks perfect. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. Just you're facing the wrong way that way. That's what I want. Neat. All right, so this is pretty straightforward to use, right? Making attempts, guys. All right, and then what we're going to want to do is chisel another stack back to normal green stained glass, and then I should, in theory, be able to click this on here, and that looks pretty darn cool. Does that look neat for a greenhouse? I don't care if I lost a piece of glass. I'll live. So what do you guys think? How does that look? Kind of cool. And then now the greenhouse glass itself is not necessarily going to be, you know, all kinds of perfect looking. Well, it won't be green, basically. I don't think I can make it green. But that's okay. So let's get it built out a little bit, at least, as much as we can. So basically, the fact that this greenhouse glass is sitting... Let's see if there's any more in the system. There should be some by now. A little bit more. So that should speed up... Is there any more? It's a work in progress. I'm assuming. Yeah, see lasers. I can see lasers through the wall there. Hey, I just finished one, so that might be a little bit more. A little bit closer. So close. There you go. So would that be enough to... Pretty close. It's like missing one, but you get the idea, right? So that should speed up the growth of the crops underneath it. Let's also get... I'm going to grab an iron hoe real quick. And maybe even take a quick nap to sleep through the night. So the next stage of crop speed up. Did I make a Horn of the Wild ever? I assume I did. I'm almost sure I did. Oh, good, I did. Hooray for me. The next project cleanup whole thing goes like this. I'm going to run over here, and I'm going to get myself some worms. Another, actually, Additions crop speed up mechanic, whose primary purpose is... Yay. Gotta love that. How can you not love such efficiency? So worms are found. Hey, you. Hey, not my squid ring. I'm sure that was lost, right? Oh no, it actually did not get lost. Cool. This stuff, I don't even know what these were. Medium, short, tall grass. Cool. Clean? Enough. I can put these away. I'm pretty much done with them. That'll be good for now. So worms are found from randomly, just totally randomly, from tilling dirt. So you just till dirt till the cows come home. In theory. And you get worms. See? They will speed up the growth and keep hydrated about a 3x3 area. So they don't have a large amount of space around them. But they're pretty easy to get, as you can see. And once you've gotten a decent amount, you can kind of speed up crops. So between worms and... Oh, look, there was a bunch right there. Between using worms and greenhouse glass, it should significantly increase the speed at which we grow our crops. And that'll be cool. So back in a minute when I've gotten enough here. I don't know exactly how many I need, but enough. Well, we'll find out if it's enough. So basically, these stuff can go away. We'll go plant our worms. Now it would be cool if I could get into this building. Presumably, that would be amazing if I could like find a way to get in there. So I don't think worms can go on anything that any of this stuff probably, because it's gonna keep the grass tilled. But like, this is a spot that we're gonna want a 3x3, and that'll keep that going. Now, I don't know what you're going to do to the soul sand there, but we'll find out. So that'll get basically the 2 crops next to the worm. That's about it. So that's not like the most efficient and amazing thing to do, but it'll work. So that'll get this chunk, kind of. So that's kind of efficient. So that... Okay. Maybe... That's going to remove the worm, by the way. Alright, dirt. Thank you. So maybe I want to keep it... Let's see. I'm going to keep it... That's actually the wrong place. So that's there. So the best place to put this worm would be here. Here. And here. And technically here. So it's not the ideal sizing because it's 13 by 13. Like, we don't have perfect worm placement options, but trust me, it'll do. So that's good. So then here we could probably go 1, 2, and then this one, and then 1, 2, and then... Yeah, that should be fine. That'll keep a decent setup going. Kind of like a grid sort of system. So you can see like little green sparkles here, right? And those little green sparkles tell you that the plants are growing faster as a result of the worms and the greenhouse glass. So that works. Okay, good enough for me. I'll take it. Back home, James. And we can clean up all this junk that we collected as a result of playing with worms. All right, so crops growing faster. Greenhouse glass is a work in progress. Items processing, 59 prismarine shards. I think that means we've already made it, and now we're waiting. So we were doing 20 empowered palace. Unless you're waiting for more prismarine. Why do I feel like something went awry here? I might need to go get more quartz. I'm going to pop into... Let's grab the 3x3. I don't think I need the 5x5, but I'll take the 3x3 with me. I'm going to pop into the nether and grab some more quartz, and we'll right back. Okay, so let's try that again, shall we? I'm just going to grab a stack of nether quartz and let it convert. Because I think what happened is it somehow, like, lost some of the nether quartz, and it might have just been my fault for being a derp. But by doing that... That should get it going again. See? Working on prismarine shards again. Nice. Alright, cool. So back in a minute when this is all done. So I guess while I'm waiting, I can clean up this big redstone wiring mess that I made a minute ago, right? Because that finished crafting my stuff that I needed. So you magnet mode back on, just so you're good. So what I could theoretically do is just stick a phantom energy face to this dude. And if I wanted to, I should be able to click you to you. And you've got a power connector now, right? So if I were to request, for example, some more prismarine, it should fire. Zzz. Nice, and it's filling up with power again. Nice. So that's kind of cool. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, and because I was in the nether, my squid ring don't work. Hey, can you, like, behave now? Thanks. Alright, so that cleans up that mess. Phantom Power Face, pretty spiffy. Don't mind if I do say so. It's pretty neat. One of my definitely, like, helps me with dire wire blocks. Cool. Liking it. Alright, so still waiting on greenhouse glass. We've got about a little bit more to go, so we'll be right back when it's ready. Alrighty, guys. I think we're probably gonna need a little bit more glass because I think I made 100 and I needed like 130. But this will at least get the majority of the greenhouse up and running. And I think it looks kind of cool. Like, you guys will have to let me know, but I mean, it's not anything super fancy. At the end of the day, it is a green glass square box. But hey, that's what greenhouses are supposed to look like. So yeah, let's request a little bit more of this stuff. Because remember, I didn't have quite enough quartz before I went to the nether. So let's ask for like 30-ish more, and that should be pretty much on par. Now there is one minor issue that we're gonna have to go take a peek at over here that we might have to resolve at some point. As items are falling in here, sometimes when they get hit with the laser and they don't convert, it's because the laser doesn't have enough internal power to convert everything. And sometimes that causes the items to bounce off of the pressure plate and then just land inside that room and not cause anything to happen, which is bad. Bad things happen when that happens. So we will probably need to resolve that at some point. But for now, it looks like it's doing okay. Cool. That's probably why we lost our prismarine earlier and it wasn't bathing itself. So a little bit more greenhouse glass and then we'll be good to wrap this up. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to do, yoinks, create a little door. Ah, neat. Look at all these green sparkly particle effects. This is definitely an improvement. Remember when we came over here in the past and we'd always see, like, you know, not much crop growth? Well, now we're getting a lot more crop growth. Between the worms and the greenhouse glass, this is a huge improvement, I would say. So not anymore. I think that I just did that so I wouldn't have to, you know, lose my stuff. Alright guys, so with that, I think we now have, boom, we're done. Greenhouse. Fully completed greenhouse. That actually looks pretty cool. I like the way the ineffable glass works with like the greenhouse. I like the border on the top here. Looks pretty neat, I think. I'll let you guys, you know, be the ultimate judges and tell me like, yeah, Dyer, you did a good job on that. Or, it's a cube, Dyer. Fail. But at least it's not a 9x9 cube. You have to give me that. It's a 13x13 interior, 15x15 exterior. So, yeah. I'm like getting there. So, meanwhile, I'm just curious, like, how am I doing on Blizz? I'm doing Blitz powders and Blizzes, like, pretty good. I know I'm a little bit low on Blaze Rods, though, right? Yeah, Blaze Rods we could do more. But if we got a Blaze guy here real quick, we swapped him out. This should start spawning blazes for us, right? Nice. Because I went ahead and, between episodes, I had upgraded this guy to a Signalum tank. And, you know, we've got a lot of mob essence going on now. Let's just put it that way. Part of me should have some way to get in and out of there. My basement thus far has not really progressed at all. My sub-basement, I guess. But it will. It totally will. This looks like a sandstone, right? So I can cover this wall back up. And otherwise, yeah, no, everything's going smoothly. So we've got a drastic increase in the amount of foodstuffs coming in, which is huge for us. It's going to greatly increase the amount of cactus. Like, if we look at cactus, we should be in pretty good shape now. 170 cactus already. That is cool. And you can totally see that, again, because those green sparkles indicate that greenhouse glass is doing its work. And we know that even so because there's no worms near the cactus, and the green sparkles are telling us, yeah, things are going pretty good. So greenhouse glass plus worms equals way faster production of food, which is all immediately being turned into, you guessed it, biofuel. So right now, our stuff isn't running like too crazy, but we don't need it to. But soon we will, because the next thing I want to probably work on here is taking a look at environmental tech. I think that's the next project for us. So I might, let's see, how are we for diamonds? Not terrible, but not great. Some diamonds, please. So this will burn a lot of power, obviously, which will drastically increase the power output demands of both this and this, to the point where this guy is starting to get, you know, a net loss. But plans are environmental tech, so that I can harvest up platinum, among other resources, and that might be another way of gathering resources for us. And that will also get us some stuff that we might not be able to get otherwise through our standard quarry system. So environmental tech gives us the ability to bring up all kinds of cool stuff. So that might be one of the very next things that we work on. We're definitely going to need to upgrade our power grid, by the way, because we're using leadstone flux ducts, which isn't terrible, but we're very soon going to want to switch over to probably either Electrum. Probably would be the one to go. Like Resonant, I don't think we're at the point where we need 25,000 RF a tick, but the 16,000 from, oh, that's Signalum. All right, so what's Redstone get me? 9,000? All right, what's this guy about? So that just requires a Signalum ingot. Or you put Redstone in a Signalum flux duct, which is, okay. So basically it's, all right, so that's cool. And then Resonant is Signalum plus an Endier. Or this guy, which is a Signalum flux duct empty with those. All right, so basically it's just you add either a Signalum or a Resonant ingot to your existing. So you take these guys, which have to be, you know, Electrum hardened glass, filled with redstone, 2 redstone per energy conduit, and then these guys it upgrades like that, and these guys upgrade like that. That's not terrible. That's doable. Hold on a sec. Yeah, no, that's right. That math checks out. Right, so that's probably what we'll start working on next, is environmental tech. Because in order to progress through environmental tech, we're going to need quite a few things. We're going to basically get started. We need to have 4 mines. But some of the resources from environmental tech, like litherite crystals, you can trade, right? However, the next tier, erodium. So like basically there's tiered items. I'll get into this a little bit more next episode. But you'll notice that like litherite solar cells, erodium solar cells, chironite solar cells, etc. These are all tiered resources, and I'm not entirely sure, but I think these guys need these items too. So like a tier 1 needs litherite, but a tier 2 needs erodium. Litherite you can craft, the remaining tiers you cannot craft. There is no way to get them except through void ore miners. So erodium can come from a void ore miner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so. But chironite can only come from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And palladium can come from 3, 4, 5, 6. And ionite comes from 4, 5, 6. So basically we have to tech up through environmental tech, basically, right? Each ore miner gives us the capability to get the next environmental tech ore, which then allows me to proceed to the next tier of environmental tech, allowing me to have better solar panels, better ore miners. I'm kind of excited to try this out because I haven't played with it yet. I've played with environmental tech a bunch in 110. I'm looking forward to having like a progression system in environmental tech. Anyway, wrapping up point. Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time and do all kinds of cool stuff. All right, guys. For now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 42 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. I hope you guys brought your towels because this is going to be a crazy episode. We are going to start working on environmental tech. Dun, dun, dun. And to get started on environmental tech, I did something very useful. I went ahead and taught this thing how to make litherite. Litherite is going to be one of the prerequisites of getting environmental tech up and running. So let's take a look. Environmental tech is a mod that adds a bunch of multi-block systems that can do some pretty cool stuff. And I honestly have not played with the new version before at all, so I have no idea what I'm getting into in terms of resources and costs and all that stuff. You're still mining, I presume, therefore that we should have more diamonds than we did last time we looked. Yeah, we have a few more. Cool. And you're probably processing a bunch more. Good job. Carry on, sir. You're doing a wonderful thing. And how's my power situation over there? Not what I would call amazing. Not what I would call terrible. We're gonna want to boost the left-hand power guy pretty soon. Speaking of power, how about nickel? We've got about 35 nickel worth of pulverize here. And our resonant pulverizer that has some fancy of this stuff going on. Neat. So I'll let that cook, hopefully get a little bit more platinum, and we'll go from there. But I wanted to get into environmental tech, and the reason I wanted to check this out is because it has void orbiters. Pretty neat to check out, and it also has some pretty cool solar arrays that can generate a decent amount of power from the sun. So, I mean, like, another power source, this one free, I'll take it. So to get started, you need to know how to make a void orbiter controller. Now, I want to check. The Tier 2 version just requires the Tier 1. And the Tier 3 version requires the Tier 2. So in the past, it was like 2 Tier 1s to get a Tier 2, and then 2 Tier 2s to get a Tier 3. So it was worth teaching the controllers to the crafting system, but this time I don't think it is. But there are a few things I might want to teach here. So for example, diodes. I suspect that you're used for more backspace. Diodes are not used for all that much, so maybe I don't need to bother teaching you. So I just want a diode, and then we're going to want litherite. Litherite seems to have a lot of options here. So basically we're going to want 36 of those, right? Litherite crystals. So it's going to be about 9 diamonds, I think. So yeah, because we need 4 of them. And then interconnects. Interconnects are used for, I mean, a handful of things. Enough that I might want to teach it to you. You need structure frames for interconnects. Okay, so that's cool. So we definitely want to teach you how to make interconnects. So let's do that real fast. Interconnects look to be an important part of this mod, so let's get her going. Boom. And you need black concrete. I don't even know what that is. How do you make concrete? What is black concrete? What? What's black concrete? Interconnect? I don't even know what black concrete is. And it looks like that's exactly what you need. It doesn't look like, hey, ore addiction. No. Like, just black concrete. So apparently I can make that. Just add water and you can make your very own concrete. Okay. Neat. So I guess I can teach the fluid transposer how to make it, provided that it's a fluid transporter that has water in it. So I'm curious. Let's teach you how black concrete is made. So you're going to need some ink. So let's do... Are you full? You are. Nice. Okay, so let's get those guys going. What do I have over here? I have a fluid transposer that doesn't have anything in it, and I have my igneous extruder. So let's make another fluid transposer specifically for filling things up with water. For now, it'll be black concrete only, but maybe there'll be another need for it in the future. So real quick, we'll get a fluid transposer up and running, because I suspect we're going to need a lot of these eventually. So I need 2 Invar gears, reception, and frame. 2 Invar gears. Do you not know how to make it? Okay, hold on. That's pretty, not Invar. Started with I. Like me. So 2 Invar gears, reception coil, and a machine frame. Fluid transposer, please. Thank you. So then we'll want an export bus. We'll want a bucket of water. Let's just do that. Export bus is probably on its way. Exporter, let's go. Come on. There you are. And some cables. And some of those cables. So let's put this down here. And we'll also, you know what, need is a crafter. I'm going to pop this dude right at the end here. So in theory, oh, you know what I'm going to need is an item. Stuff, right? So let's get power. We're going to want our item conduits here. And you're going to be configured. So where am I going to want to export bus from? Probably do it... I don't like much of my options here. Because we're going to want to import items from the top. Let's also import from the right, and we'll export to the bottom. That should be fine. Right, so we'll put our crafter, which might be done getting made now, on top here. go. We will export you. We're going to change you to fluids. We'll put water in there. And then we can get some cabling coming up. Boom. That should be good. Is there a cable behind by chance? That would just be a little bit nicer for me. It's so compact back there. But there's not really a terribly large amount of space. I mean, if I ran it like this would at least make things, well, no, that's really great anyway. We'll leave it as is. Are you on sandstone? Good. So you should be filling up with water. Cool. And now we can teach this recipe of concrete. So we're going to say black concrete powder becomes black concrete when placed in this machine, right? So in theory, I should now be able to request, let's say 10 of these, right? And what it's going to do is just drop them in there, and that should be good. So I guess that means that I should have everything for the most part that I need. So we'll need, let's just go with like 36 of these now. So that's going to process everything it needs to process. And then if I ask for 2 interconnects, so you should be able to craft that. Cool. Nice. These guys are being made. 4 of those. And then we should have a void ore miner controller ready to go. We just need a kind of lens. I'm pretty sure we're going to need to know how to make more of these. So let's just teach it the clear laser lens, which is just looks like any kind of glass. So that's a cool recipe. I like that. So it's cool that environmental tech, it used to have, and I have to change that mode, its own type of glass. It looks like that's no longer the case. So it just uses vanilla glass now. So that's cool at least. So we'll grab ourselves a lens. So the different lenses are going to be important later, but for now it's this. And then the last thing we'll just need is a diamond block. So the void ore miner controller Mark 1. Cool. We've got it. Nice. The other thing we're going to want is an assembler. Which is just going to need 1 more lithium crystal. We'll create ourselves an assembler. What's all this stuff? Tooltip.environmentaltech. Info.com. So, long story short, there used to be a book in environmental tech, and currently there isn't. If you right-click the assembler on something, or shift-right-click, or F. There we go. Hey, there we are. Left click will tell you what you need. So this guy needs 24 structure block Mark 1s or higher. So what that means is there's different structure blocks. So there's a structure block frame tier 1, which is that. And then a structure block frame tier 2, which takes the tier 1 and upgrades it with a rhodium crystal, which, as a reminder from last episode, you can only get from void ore mining, right? So in order to get to tier 2, we have to make a tier 1, we have to void ore mine, we have to collect resources, and then we can make a tier 2, which will allow us to upgrade the void ore miner to get tier 3 materials that we can then use to make tier 3 stuff, and yada yada yada, all the way up to tier 5 or 6. Which, you know, as you can see, is relatively expensive. So lithium crystals, for example, only come from void ore miner tier 5s. I kind of like that. It sounds cool. It doesn't look like there's a preferred method of getting them too. We'll talk about preferred in a little bit here. So as a reminder, basically the structure block needs to match the tier of the controller. So tier 1 structure blocks with tier 1 controllers, or higher, but why would you ever use higher? The other thing we're going to need is structure panels. So we're going to need a bunch of those. That's this. So it's a good thing we already taught it connectors. You might need to learn a few more tricks today, Mr. Programmer. So let's teach it a couple things, right? So we're going to need a tier 1 structure frame, right? You're going to need to know how to make those. You're going to need to know how to make structure panels. And then the other things we needed were laser cores and laser lenses. So let's do laser. We're going to need a laser lens, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But laser core, you're probably going to want to learn how to make those as well. So getting these things taught to the refined storage autocrafters is going to be a big part of this. So now, if we look at environmental tech, right? So we need 24 of these, right? You might need to learn a few tricks for the other guy, so hold on a sec. So that's cool. Structure panels, you probably need to know how to make iron bars. And I think I told you how to make gold nuggets. I did not. Should probably just teach it for now. At some point I want to get compacting drawers, but we'll get there in the future. So we needed 24 of those, which are just done. We needed 20 structure panels. Done and done. Beautiful. And then we needed 2 laser cores. Easy peasy. And then we need a lens. So here's the deal with lenses, right? There's different colors of lenses. And the different lens colors do different things. So for example, light blue lenses prefer to pull up certain materials. So if you go with a clear lens, it'll pull up, that's the Botania one, ore miner. It'll pull up pretty much all the ores with a standard percentage, right? So you have like a 10% chance of getting coal, and you've got a 7% chance of getting iron. However, if you really want to focus on getting iron, you could use a white lens, and that will give you a higher percentage chance of getting coal, or getting iron, and that would be a slightly lower percent chance of getting everything else, right? So black lens for coal. Remember, one of the main reasons I was doing this was for platinum. So if we look up platinum, platinum ore can be found with a light blue lens. It increases your chance from 1.6% to 5.5% to pull up that thing. So that's cool. So let's take that lens and make it light blue. So we're going to want some light blue dye. Check. And I'm pretty sure I just used this. Blue laser lens. Cool. So we can swap out the laser lenses as we want to try and get, you know, more accurate with our environmental tech laser doohickey. So the next thing we're going to want to do is come down here and figure out where in this area we want to stick this guy. So I kind of like to usually stick him in the floor. So in fact, let's do this. And what I'm going to do is grab a... I don't know how much space I need for this. So let's do our drill augments for 3 and 5. I'm going to stick these guys in here. We'll do that. And we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. I did that one. And did I get enough glowstone to fix that up? Nope. Of course I didn't. There we go. And I'm going to assume that this is built the same way it was in the past. So basically, to build this thing, we need our void ore miner controller placed down in the world. And let's... start it here. And if I left-click this guy, right-click this guy... Oh, hello. It places one of the blocks it needs. Nice. So right-click him, and it starts placing the blocks. So you can hold right-click, and ideally, it'll take all the blocks out of your inventory. You can see structure, the structure panel is being used up here. So did you place everything you need to place? Are you done? Did I guess correctly on the sizing? Wow, look at me and my perfect guessing. Now, higher tiers need more space. So the fact that this worked now is great, but it's going to need more space in the future. I also don't love the fact of where it is, so I'm actually going to break it. Undo all my hard work. Because I want you to be up in the group. I think that would be cool. So I'm going to re-pick up all my stuff here. And let's rebuild this. I have to right-click on this one. So I kind of have to assume that this is working now. I think that's right. Do I like the layout of that? I think that looks cool. That's fine. So you've got your lenses. So the only thing this needs now is the ability to see bedrock, which means it's dig straight down time. Remember, kids, don't dig straight down in Minecraft. You could die. Oh, I'm getting lucky. I hit bedrock. Neat. When the laser forms, you know you've done a good job. Sweet. So now we have a laser going. The next thing this dude needs is power. So that's cool. And what I'm going to do is grab my builder's wand. And just expand this dude out. So that looks pretty cool, right? So that'll be like our structure. So let's grab real quick, refined storage dude. A crate to store the items that we get, so we can keep track of that. And the other thing we're going to need is power. Now this guy's probably going to use a lot of power. I have no idea how much. Because there's no in-game book that tells me this is the amount of power this thing needs. So what I might want to do is, real quick, teach you how to do flux ducts. Does that sound like a plan-ish? So what I'd like to do is, so you've got hardened and leadstone down, but I want you next to learn how to make redstone energy flux ducts, which requires you, boom, to make that. So you should know, in fact, let me put you back in there with proper hardened glass. So make me some actual hardened glass so I can do this. So you're gonna produce my hardened glass, hopefully sooner than later, so that I can reprogram this recipe. There it is. Boom. And we'll put this in the auto crafter. And then we're going to need redstone. So let me make one of those. And basically what I'm going to say is this plus 2 redstone, right? Because if we look at this guy, we'll see that it's this plus 200 millibuckets equals the redstone energy flux duct, right? So what we'll do is we'll say processing mode of you, but since you don't know how the liquids work, I have to manually tell it that part. Okay, so if I put this away, and in fact I'm going to actually need that in a second, this recipe goes in here, and we're going to want the flux duct that's empty to be whitelisted in the transposer. Redstone energy flux duct empty. Cool, and you've already got redstone. So if I put this away, and I say that I want like 32 of these, that should be fine. It'll use a stack of redstone. So it already put these things in. Nice. You're going to cook up your redstone. These things are already augmented, so that's cool. And this will get us a healthy amount of this stuff. Good. So I'll come back in a minute when those are done, and then what I'm going to do is start replacing my leadstone cable. Because our resonant energy cell is capable of outputting at 25,000 RF a tick, but these guys only transfer at 1,000 RF a tick. And I guess the other thing I could do in the meantime is and maybe what I'll do, hey, exchanger. Just so it looks neat. Not terrible, right? And then you can go into there. And probably by that time, my redstone, I'm already up to 21 of them. So I don't think I can just directly right-click and replace, because that would be super cool if I could. I don't think I can, though. I think I actually have to, like, remove these dudes real quick. So let's... And the good news is that they will connect to lower tier. So I should be able to do this. So, like, this guy currently has no RF in him, but if I do that, he's got RF again. So that's cool. So I can replace these components piecemeal, and that's a good thing. Because it means I can have, like, a main power line that's, like, really strong. And then the rest can remain on whatever power level it was at. Now, clearly, I'm a little bit low on these, or on power, because... Let's see, I have 11 more, so that should be good. I am a little bit low on power, obviously, because these power conduits are not saturated so well. Although they're getting saturated, probably because all the machines finished running. And these guys are, wow, they're holding a lot of power. Neat. So if I pop this dude here, do you start using power right away, or do you need a redstone signal? So he's filling up with RF, which is good. Internal buffer of about 1 million. And oh look, he already pulled up. The very first thing he did was get me platinum ore. You're doing exactly what I want. Good job, Void Ore Miner, tier 1. That is beautiful. Now I'm going to imagine that you're probably, oh, you're not too slow, and you got redstone for me. Nice, that's another really useful thing. So I should now be able to take this platinum ore and say, hey, what's like the best way to process you? Probably cinnabar or whatever, rich slag. But check this out. I think if I pulverize redstone ore, I think I get a pretty good chance of getting cinnabar. So let's go put that in my redstone dude that already has some of that, so that's cool. Smelt that for me, would you, buddy? You're just going to do the last of these. So if I pulverize you, I might get cinnabar from this. Boom, I did. And then I can induction smelt you with cinnabar. And now we're talking. Ooh, I even got some iridium. No idea what I can... I wonder if that's reactionary with... Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. So I can put all this stuff over here. You could probably finish smelting that dude for me. Nice. So now if I wanted to get... like... 4... Or let's do... Would you be able to make that for me? 4 more of those bad boys? Nice. So we'll let that thing start cooking. I'm curious to see what my power is doing right now. You're actually not struggling. So we are not struggling for power right now. We're burning through that as much as we can, but we're really not doing much with this. We're producing a bit of power, but not much. So that's telling me the tier 1 Void Ore Miner is not doing a terribly large amount of power. So that's cool. So this guy's doing great. He's slow, but higher tiers is a good thing. And it will speed it up, and we'll be able to do... I don't know if there's upgrades. Does Environmental Tech have the upgrades yet in it? So there's something called a speed modifier. I'm not sure at which tier we're allowed to install modifiers, but I didn't see anything about a modifier yet in tier 1. So maybe tier 2 will have modifiers for us. But for now, this is probably the best we're going to be able to get until we pick up. So we're going to need, in order to get a tier 2, we're going to need 6 Erodium. So that's that. These things don't have recipes, so that's cool. But long story short, we're gonna need a lot of Erodium crystal. And thus far, we've gotten 0. We've gotten more draconic than we've gotten Erodium. So this might actually take a really long time. I'm gonna just really curious. Just really curious. Remember I found one of these and I'm just curious a little bit. Is this so wrong? Is this wrong? Does it feel wrong? I mean, it's burning through RF faster, so that's kind of a good sign. I mean, that did something. Putting it out there that did do something. It did burn through my RF pretty quickly, but that did something. So just as an FYI, that's a thing you can do if you're impatient like me. Yeah, that definitely sped that thing up a little bit. So that's kind of a cool thing to know. It's going to burn through your RF faster, remember, but it seems like it's not the end of the world to do that. And by the end of the world, I mean like crashing the game. But still no Erodium. I would love to have a little bit of that. So what if I put you on... I forget what. Switch to fast mode. Switch to faster mode. So that's not too bad. So faster mode, it doesn't empty it of RF, and then fastest mode, it does. So that's good to know. Fastest obviously makes it run faster. And I'm sure we've configured it such that you can't use acceleration wands. See, usage in a machine has been disabled in config, so there's no putting in a mechanical user. It is specifically disabled. Hey, our first piece of Erodium. Nice. All right, so that's cool. Now remember, technically, because we have a non-clear lens on here, we are increasing the chance to get platinum and nickel and pretty much anything that a blue lens can do. So Certus, platinum, mana-infused ore, and apatite are all increased chances, which is why we're seeing a decent amount of that stuff coming in here. that reduces your chance of getting Erodium as a result, right? So that's like a side effect. So keep that in mind, that if you want to get, you know, Platinum, you're going to lose out on Erodium. So if you want, what you can do is just make a regular lens. Boom. And then we can pop down into here. Wherever. So there's the light blue lens. If we replace that with a clear lens, and then let's accelerate this. I just want a screenshot just so I can compare in a sec. So it's running, so that's a good sign. That's telling me that it's probably sweet. And that will give you a slightly better chance at getting Erodium crystals, because now so when you focus on blue, you're lessening the chance of non-blue, right? So if you want to get the most Erodium at a time, this is the way to do it. So this is going to be a while, because we need 54 Erodium before we can proceed to the next step, and so far we've gotten 2. And that's with me standing here holding right-click on this bad boy. So we may need to... Ooh, Dimensional Shard Ore. I like you. I like you. Give me that. Ooh. Nice. That's cool. I like. And then we're also... Oh, I forgot. That's only to get you a tier 2. When we get to the next tier, we're going to also need Erodium for the actual structure blocks. So structure tier 2s need 2 Erodium per. And I don't know how many of those we're going to need, but I suspect it's going to be a lot. So I think our Erodium number, we're going to need a lot of that stuff to really... Like, we're going to need like a stack and a half, let's say, if not more. We might need 2 stacks of Erodium before we even have enough to be able to proceed to tier 2 of this mod. And that's just for the Void Ore Miner. If we want even more stuff, then we're talking even more Erodium. And then once we get Erodium, we're going to want to get the next tier of... Oh my goodness, this is going to take a while. I like it, but we're going to have to figure it out. So we might want to have multiple Void Ore Miner controllers going, because they don't use a lot of power. That's what I will give it, is they really don't use much power. I wish I could measure the amount of power they're using, but I don't think... I don't know what the direction's about. If you shift right-click, it removes the block. So that's a thing. I wish I knew exactly how much power it was using, but it doesn't seem like a whole lot, right? So that's cool. Obviously, speeding it up is, you know, kicking the power use into overdrive, but it's definitely not using more than we're producing right now, so that's a good sign. Also, are you done? Nice. 4 Enderium. Nice, nice, nice. So right now, this guy's capable of producing 1,500 RF a tick. We're going to speed that up right now. Does Hardened Flow Duct need to be here? I guess so. Cool. And we can push this back even further if we want. And now you're capable of producing 3,500 RF a tick. So we just boosted it by 2,000 RF a tick. Now, obviously, it's burning our fuel a lot faster than it was, but that's okay, because we have set up our whole fancy whatchamacallit thingy, didn't we? Didn't we? There's a reason Dire spent an episode or 2 increasing our farm's productivity. It's so that we could have more biofuel production, which allows for more power production, which allows for more void ore mining. It's almost like I have a plan. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and say that it is yield wrapping up point. So Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We'll come back next time. I'm going to let this run for a little bit off camera, just like I'm just going to idle my world for a while. And then we'll come back and we'll see what kind of ores it came up with. So we're definitely getting Erodium and Litherite, which is kind of a good thing. We'll keep an eye on Erodium. That's the most important one, really, for me. But we're getting pretty much any type of ore, which is cool. So yeah, for now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 43 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I want to check out a new mod that we haven't played with yet, that I've been actually really looking forward to playing with. We'll present the problem statement, and that is that burning through all the ores that we suck in takes a little bit of time. It's, I don't want to say slow, but it's not fast either. And as a result, we could probably speed it up. But the best way really to speed this up, short of bumping these guys up to Resonant, which we might do anyway at some point and throwing another speed augment on these dudes, is maybe have a few more of them. But eventually we're just going to have this big ugly area of all kinds of redstone and all this other stuff coming in. And it would be nice if we could be a little bit more compact. And as such, it's time to take a look at compact machines. Sounds like fun, right? So we're going to take a look at compact machines today. I don't know if you guys have seen compact machines before, but it's a cool mod. To get started, we're going to need a personal shrinking device. Boom! And that is our entry and gateway into this mod. And it also has a little bit of a book inside that tells you how it works. So available chapters, compact machines, tells you what they are. There's various sizes of compact machines that you can make that will either be size 3x3 internally or 13x13x13 internally. It's pretty cool. And compact machines are basically dimensions that it's all in one dimension behind the scenes, and it's basically like a piece of the dimension that you're talking about, right? And there's basically a compact machine that's linked to that area in that dimension. So you'll get an idea for it once we actually make one of these bad boys. In order to get everything up and running, though, we need to build a miniaturization field projector system. So they have to be placed opposite of each other so that every second odd number of blocks fits between them. Wow, that's a complex way of saying something. I don't even know what that means. All of them need to face the center. Once placed correctly, they will start a miniaturization field, build a recipe like specified in JI, and throw the catalyst in to start the crafting process. So let's get started checking that out. So to get this mod working, we need one of these guys. Well, we need 4 of these guys, so one set of 4. Miniaturization field crafting projector. And you know what? Let's do our basalt stuff. And I'm going to put this down in my sub-basement. I want to have this thing up and running down here somewhere. I haven't exactly kind of necessarily figured out where that's going to live, but we're going to see what we can do. Now, I think when I place them, they place away from me. Now, I can rotate them sometimes. Like, I think that works. You might have to futz with it a little bit. Like, it when you right-click it with the wrench, or is it with an empty hand, maybe? Yeah, well, if you right-click with an empty hand, it'll tell you what's wrong with the thing. There you go. And that kind of gets it to rotate correctly. Cool. Oh, hey, look. Nice. It's telling me what it's missing. So, basically, that's actually nice that it actually tells you. When you right-click this, it tells you that it needs to have an opposing miniaturization field projector. So let's see what it looks like if we place one here in the green arrow where it says. By the way, it always faces away from you when you place it that way. Now when we right-click this guy, he's cool, but he's missing field projectors at other points. So he basically wants to have one. So it wants one inside the wall there. So I think what I'm going to want to do is probably line this up like... So let's try it here. Placement. So you can see like the little things are moving up and down until it finds like a buddy. Right here, it's telling me it's missing a field projector. Okay, so I can move this a little bit. And just so I don't have to wrench it, because I've seen them be a little bit funny when you wrench them. And like I said, not 100% sure this is going to be 5-5 go, but we'll see. So when I put this dude here, everybody should be like, hey, we're friends. Nice. It's pretty cool. All right, so that's the field that it can project at this point. So that's a 3x3 field. That's a smaller field. I think that's the small version of the field. There's 2 field sizes. And you can check this out by looking at compact machines in JEI here. So you'll see that for this guy, it's a 3x3, as is this one and this one. But the higher tier machines need a 5x5 field build. So we'll need a larger area with which to build these things if we want to get into the higher tier machines. So I think this is 3x3, 5x5, 7x7, 9x9, 11x11, and 13x13. So all that cubed, right? So that's the length of the cubed room. I like this mod because it has 9x9 rooms. But if we want to build a 9x9 room, I think we're 3, 5 by 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13 spacing. But that's cool. So let's go with like this one. Oh look, if you hold shift it tells you. Ah, cool. Look at that. Nifty. That's cool. Holding shift in here makes that happen. I don't know why, but that's cool. So if we want to build, let's build a 7 by 7 by 7 room, which, spoiler alert, is a 9 by 9 because it's 7 by 7 internal. Maybe 9 by 9. You're all good. However, in order to build these, we need to make compact machine walls. And in order to build this, it is the very first time that we get to play with our compact machine's miniaturization array. In order to build one, we need an iron block and a piece of redstone on top, and then we need a little piece of redstone thrown into the field to start the crafting process. So let's take a look. We're going to get ourselves... we need 2 sets of these to get started, I think. And then we're going to need 2 redstone to get started there. So if I do that and that, right, so that's cool. And then I throw redstone into the field. It gave me my compact machine walls. Nice. Compacting. Oof. Nice. Cool. So then we can use these to make a couple things, as you can see there. Ooh, that's how we make redstone tunnels? Good to know. Redstone tunnels, huh? Is that a thing? Oh, neat. I didn't know redstone tunnels was a thing. That is cool. That is new. I didn't know that existed yet. Okay, nifty. And this is how you make tunnels, which we'll get into in a minute. So this is going to be our block. So we need use these to build a multi-block. Where exactly does the gold go? I think the gold goes in the very center of the room. So I'm pretty sure what I need to do is build a 3 by 3 area. Well, maybe that's why the shifting works, because that is a little bit easier to see that that's 3 by 3. But it always needs to be hollow, right? So, and I think for the 3 by 3, it says if I want to build this one, we need a block of gold in the middle. So let's get that. That we need to drop an ender pearl in there to initiate the miniaturization process. So we just throw that into the field and poof, miniaturization is occurring. Check that out, huh? Neat. Takes a little longer to miniaturize, you know, a 9 by 9, but you get the idea. Poof! We've got our very first normal compact machine. That is one of the 6 different tiers of stuff. Incidentally, if you don't want these things rendering here all the time, you can apply a redstone signal to the miniaturization field projectors, any one of them, and it shuts them all down. And if you turn it back on, there you go, right? So up to you if you want to leave that on or off at all times. It doesn't matter. And you'll need to make these a larger area in order to accommodate a 5 by 5 by 5, which is what's needed to build the next 3 tiers of machines. But for now, we've got a normal compact machine. Now, this is all cool, and we can place this anywhere in the world that we want. It doesn't matter, and you can move it later if you want. So we'll just stick it right here for now. Boom, there's our compact machine. To get in there, right-click on it with your personal shrinking device. Poof! And you will be teleported inside that compact machine to an area that is 7 by 7 by 7 internal, aka a 9 by 9, but still a 9 by 9. Pretty neat. So there you go. We've got cool stuff happening now. So to get out of this thing, you just right-click with your personal shrinking device again. So now we've got a 7 by 7 by 7 internal, or basically a 9 by 9, inside this block. And we can pick it up and move it, and it doesn't matter. It's fine. And anything we place in there is going to be fine as well. And by the way, this place will self-chunk load itself. So provided that the area that the compact machine block itself is in is chunk loaded. So like you can see, we can go move this thing wherever, and when we get inside again, it's going to go ahead and there I am. Neat. So basically, that compact machine links to that 7x7x7 internal area inside that dimension. Pretty spiffy. I like it. So now let's like put stuff in there and interact with it. However, in order to interact with it from compact machine, we're going to need tunnels. We're going to need a single compact machine wall and a hopper and a piece of redstone there to get her up. So what we're going to want to do, and at some point I'd like to automate the connection of this thing. I think that would be cool. Just get a stack of redstone. Now I might be able to do this with I wonder if I could do that with the builder and the shape guard. Turn you off for a sec. I wouldn't mind just trying this. I hadn't planned to try this today. I wanted to. Let's do this first, and then we'll do that. How does that sound? Yeah, we'll get this thing up and running first, and then we'll play with the whole builder shape guard thingy. So in theory, let's turn this back on. We will place down you with this on top, and the redstone around it, and we throw a redstone dust in there, and it's gonna compact that down and shrink it into one of these guys, a tunnel. And tunnels are how you interact with the outside world. So you get 2 of them per craft, which is probably a good part of the reason why I might want to automate this, so that we can get more of them. Whoops, not that guy. Come back here, you. Shrinking away. In the future, right? So for now, we'll get 2 sets of them, and we'll try automating them later. Neat. So tunnels to me, thank you. And this can be turned off for the time being. So now we've got tunnels. Tunnels allow you to get items, fluids, and energy in and out of compact machines. Okay, so to do that, let's start with the process of getting you guys migrated. So what I'd like to do is get 2 more of each. So let's get 2 more redstone furnaces and 2 more pulverizers. So let's just craft these real quick off camera. I'll be right back. All right, so I'm working on making Signalum conversion kits for the new guys that I just made. But let's steal you guys, and since this is going to be relocated a little bit, I'm going to take you all and you all. And I'm probably going to want to get you reconnected to your friend here. And let's grab some power. We'll use leadstone for now, but eventually we might want to bump it up into redstone energy conduits. So let's get like a stack of those cooking. And hopefully everybody behaves themselves. So I'm probably going to want to steal you for a minute too. You can probably stay. Let's leave that there. Let's say that our compact machine, which I know what I'm going to do. Okay, so we're going to use the Signalum plated item duct here. Okay, and we're going to place down our compact machine. Well, that's going to be that direction. We'll see if this works. We'll see if this works. Yeah, this might work. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to work or not. We're going to place our compact machine here. Cool. And right now, you can see nothing's connecting there. But we'll come back in a second to make that connect. So that is the west face, I think. I think that's correct. Up, east, up, north. Cool. If you do that, it works. It's telling you west. So that is the west face. So when we go inside this machine, let's say that we wanted to have our pulverizers. Should have made 5 of these guys, to be honest with you. All right, so you're configured for orange, blue, yellow. So that's what I want to do. Orange, blue, yellow, right? Orange, blue, yellow. Might actually want to change that. Could blue go in somewhere else? Bottom's probably the best place for that. So let's place down pulverizer, pulverizer. Those are redstone furnaces. Cool. Orange, blue, and yellow. Neat. Okay, cool. So with that done, we'll have items coming in from the bottom, right? So what we can do is we can stick a tunnel right here, and we'll say that you're linked to down. So see how that says down on the tool thing there? If we right-click this guy, it changes to up, north, south, west, and east, which you can see by that little blue dot moving, and then gone, and it gives it back to you. So I'm going to leave it down so that the incoming items will come from the down direction. And we'll use, I should have gotten more impulse item ducts, huh? Boop, 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 to do that. And then over here, we'll stick another tunnel that will be the west. And that will be, we'll have a few signalum plated item ducts, and those will also be item ducted. In fact, let me get a few more signalum plated item ducts and impulse item ducts. Signalum plated item ducts. You know what I should be able to do though? Hold on. One, two. So that's cool. And electrum, maybe? Oh, you've got plenty of electrum. That should be cool. And maybe a few more of these too while you're at it. And I'll have to see if at some point something's stuck somewhere. It shouldn't be, but we'll find out. So now if I hook up an impulse item duct, signalum plated impulse item duct here, notice it's connecting now. And if we go inside the machine, we should see you guys starting as soon as I do signalum plated impulse item duct, because I'm going to use those. Signalum plated impulse item ducts. Hey. Oh, I know what happened. Should be able to. What you talking about? Relogging. Okay, better. Oh, and by the way, this doesn't have to be perfectly centered. These can be anywhere. So if we wanted to, we could have this guy be here, by the way. And I'll set you to west. Oh, look at that. It's even telling you what's on the other side. That's cool, and also, I think, new. Neat. So if I do this... Oh, that's east now. Hold on. That's cool. You should be getting power now. In theory. Signalum plated impulse item ducts should be sending power through these guys. You're not getting power yet. Why not? Signalum plated impulse item duct. To home, James. Because you're not actually hooked up to power in any way. There's your problem. Now you're hooked up to power, so that when we go inside again, this guy should be getting juice. Look at that. So power's coming in. That is cool. That is super cool. That is super spiffy and cool. All right. Nice. So then we had some hardened servos, right? Because we need to extract Cinnabar. That's what those are for, remember? So if I wanted a third and maybe a fourth hardened servo, that shouldn't be a hard thing to request. Right? Cool. And then I also want... So we've got 2 signalum conversion kits done. I requested 4. Who's gummed up where? Oh, nothing's crafting. Okay, cool. That's nice. Signalum conversion kits 2. I think you just have to craft 2 things. I might have borrowed some of the electrum and stuff that was being made. So back into this dude. I guess we can Signalum conversion kit. Cool. And they're getting power from the other dimension. It's coming through that tunnel. So the tunnel is really your access point from inside the compact machine to outside the compact machine. Make sense? Neat. So that's going to spit items out. So consequently, we also want impulse item ducts here to spit items out like so. And then servos, we're going to want Cinnabar. So let's, because I need to whitelist it, right? That's the only thing that was on the whitelist thing was you guys. Cool. So you're going to be whitelist, Cinnabar, ignored. Whitelist, Cinnabar, ignored. Whitelist, Cinnabar, ignored. Whitelist, Cinnabar, ignored. Cool. So you'll automatically pull out Cinnabar from anything that, you know, shows up in here. Neat. All right, so that's actually wrong. And I'm a big old derp. Because what we want to do, actually, is throw our redstone furnaces on next. So it's actually that. Now you're just, right now, you're blue in the bottom and orange on the back, right? So let's see if our Signalum upgrades are done yet. Back in the overworld. They are. Sweet. So we can Signalum upgrade you guys. And you'll be blue on the bottom, orange on the black. Cool. And then for you guys, we're going to want Signalum plated impulse item ducts as well. So they'll all be getting power now. Sweet. And that looks pretty good. Right, so now all we have to do, right, in theory, is if we start piping items into the bottom of this machine, the bottom of the compact machine, it will send it into those things and we'll be cool. So basically what I'll do is get my impulse item ducts here, and we will servo you like you were. And if we go back into the machine now, what we should see is this down connector says it's an impulse item duct. These are impulse item ducts. We want another one here. It doesn't need to be Signalum plated. It can be normal. We can teleport out of here. Were these normal impulse item ducts? Yes. Okay, cool. So let's borrow some stuff that needs to be processed. Cool. And we'll see how well this behaves just piping directly into the pulverizers. I don't know how it's going to work. It might be really smart, and it might not work at all. We might need to have a buffer chest in between, inside the dimension, but we will find out. So let's get iron and tin and nickel and mana-infused ore and silver. Can you be pulverized, just out of curiosity? You can. Cool. And let's get gold, and let's put away a few things we don't need at this exact moment. Okay, and let's get, what other kind of ore could we process in there? Copper, sure, why not? So that's good for now, I want to say. Hey, let's process our platinum. Why not? So in theory, I place all these items inside this chest, right? I'll just put copper in there for now. Now, if we look inside the dimension, we should get there in time to see this guy processing copper, right? And then he's smelting them. And are you going to auto output to the back? Auto output is enabled. So why are you no auto outputting? Do you perchance think that you have nowhere to go? That could be the case. Signalum plated impulse item duct. So they're all item ducty. So it's mostly working. It's just not spitting the items out. Let's see if I forgot to connect a pipe somewhere. So this should connect to here, which is an impulse item duct. That should eventually find its way to the thing, so you should be working. That technically should work. Let's see if I need a servo on you. Let's grab one real quick just to see what happens. We'll do reinforced. So you processed your copper ores. You're set to output on the back. You're set to auto output enabled, but you didn't want to output. Why? Why didn't you auto output? Interesting. Probably a little too slow to get here in time to see that copper go through. But let's look at platinum. So right now we have 3 platinum ingots, right? So if I put 1 piece of platinum ore in there, in theory he'll go into here, and then he'll go into here, and then that's getting extracted out. And then, look, it is going, and it's doing its thing. For some reason it didn't want to auto output. But otherwise it's cool. So what I might do is have 4 of you bad boys set up. Instead of, because I'm going to need the Electrum tier 1. I can use hardened. That should be fine. And we'll just install those on the back. So not entirely sure why auto output didn't want to work. But aside from auto output not working, this is pretty cool. So all I have to do is this, this, and this. Now here's a question, right? Watch what happens if I were to place in my ender chest, or on my ender pouch, the tin, the silver, the nickel, and the gold. Let's put all these guys in here. So look, boom, gold showing up. That's what I would want to see. Beautiful. Iron showed up. Nice. How cool is that, huh? Look, auto output's not working for that one either, so I'm going to need servos for that. But otherwise, that's pretty spiffy. Now, power's struggling a little bit to come in here. We'll have to see. It's probably because I'm using a lead. It's because multiple machines are running, and we're probably overclocking the 1000 RF limit that Leadstone uses. But once all this stuff is done processing, we should be fine. Right? And it should start refilling the power in a second here once all these ingots are done processing. Super cool. Right? Isn't this neat? And I could expand this system as much as I want, theoretically. Cool. I'm gonna just pop you guys in here just to keep things going. Oh, and you know what? These guys could probably use augments too. So I'm gonna want like a dozen augments for the ones that aren't augmented yet. See, look, it is refilling its power. It's just because I'm using a leadstone on the outside, it's not enough power that's allowed to get into the room for the amount of machines that we have in here. So it's working, it's just I have, you know, leadstone outside. The other thing that's not working is we need servos on the back, because for whatever reason, or is it working? Did the auto output work? Because there was Cinnabar on one of these a bit ago. So maybe the auto output did work eventually. Or no. They are flagged for auto output. Right. Okay, cool. So yeah, they pulled out this. They pulled that. I forgot. Derp. Dire derps every now and then. This should not be a surprise. So we wanted augments in there. So we want about a dozen augments, right? That's not a problem. And I don't believe that I've got platinum or mana infused. Now, mana infused, I have no idea what I'm going to do with, but platinum I can throw in there. Cool. And nickel's also not on the list, by the way. But if I do that, platinum should have gone in there, and if we check, it should be processing a platinum ore. Nice. And then you guys need augments, as do you and you. Cool. And now you'll fall up with power. That is compact machines, and that is spiffy. The only problem is I go between dimensions. My Ring of the Squid stops working. But otherwise, I should now be able to close this up. How cool is that, huh? I like compact machines. I think that's pretty spiffy, right? And when you right-click on it, by the way, with a not thingy, it tells you kind of what's in there. And I say kind of because it's a little derpy sometimes, as you can see with modded blocks, but you have an idea of what's going on inside that compact machine now. Super cool. All right, back in a sec. Gotta say, I'm loving having Morph back, guys. Really, I am. It's great. It's great to have an option again. So I'm just updating my power line to use clearly redstone energy conduits instead of leadstone. And I figured you guys would like to see me being a bunny. The greatest thing ever. Alright, so I should have more redstone in there. No wireless transmitter in range? What? Derpy Dyer. Now you should be happy again. 30 of them. I forgot doing this would like disconnect power from my refined storage system. So there's that. So this will allow me to get power back into this guy. See? So now if we compact machines our way into this thing, they should be filling up a lot more quickly with power. Nice. So they're all nice and full now. Sweet. Let's do this together, and then we'll morph our way back into a human. Are you done with your redstone, by the way? Because I asked for like a stack of you, and I feel like you're not. It's probably all in there. Oh, you're probably all. So you're struggling to maintain power, right? So grab it again. So that's pretty much your problem, right? So it's high time that we upgraded this stuff. Now you should be really quickly filling back up with power and running at a decent speed again. Nice. Cool. So anything else that's like super hurting for power? Probably not much right now, but maybe at some point there will be. But for now we can leave the leadstone the way it is. Cool. Does that work for everybody? Alright. Heal yourself, Direwolf. Alright, back in a sec. Okay, so, not sure why I'm not healing. There we go. Must just be a visual bug that I'm like low on health when I'm not really. Because I wasn't healing because I wasn't actually hurt. So that's cool. Alright, so wrapping up point for the episode, because we've definitely hit that point. But that's compact machines, and it is cool. Like I said, the biggest compact machine is an internal 13 by 13 by 13. So you can have some really cool stuff inside these. And you can use the connecting points there to basically have, you know, all kinds of good stuff going on. So that's up and running. So if I flip this lever, we should start mining stuff, in theory. In the deep dark. Deep dark, please. Deep dark. Might be a chunk loading issue. Because remember, chunk loading is sometimes funny. Wow, that deep dark is a long teleport time. Maps. I'm shift left clicking. It's saying it's claimed. Loaded chunks 1. Okay. That's cool. Are you getting stuff or not? That's all I really care about. Yeah, you are now. Nice. So you're gonna fill up with all kinds of stuff, and then it'll just process, right? And if we look back here, we should see things getting spit out the back. That is cool. I like that a lot. And it is just processing its heart's content. Look how cool that is, guys. Huh? And we can even expand it to have a couple more machines in there. But not right now, because it's a wrapping up point, like I said. Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We'll come back next time. Maybe play with a few more compact machines. Maybe do some other things. Oh, by the way, how am I on this thing has been running all episode, and I didn't look at it? Probably not great. Yeah, not the greatest. We've got 6 Erodium crystals now, so that's at least cool. I'll let this run off camera for a while again. I didn't let it run off camera like I said I was going to, so I will do it now. Alright guys, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 44 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today I want to play with a few things. I'm going to mess around a little bit more inside our compact machine here to increase the capabilities of what this compact machine can do for us. And I'm planning to have a little bit of fun with it. You can see I've kind of mapped out a rough idea of where I want certain things to come in. Because I want to play with a component of thermal expansion called Tectonic Petrotheum. If we throw a Tectonic Initiator, which is just this, inside of a pulverizer, it will allow me to basically triple my ore output instead of double it. And so I'm like, that sounds like a cool idea, right? But then it occurred to me, like, hang on a sec, like, there's a lot of stuff we don't really need to triple. And it's not like crazy expensive to do, but it's definitely, there's a cost associated with tripling. It's not just like power, like there's resources involved. So if we look like in here, we'll see like iron. I don't think we need to triple iron, at least not now. Like maybe down the line, sure. So I said, hey, what's my ingot situation look like? And there's some ingots like platinum that tripling it would be super cool. And then there's some, you know, maybe nickel, maybe a couple other ingots that might be cool to triple. Like gold. Gold would probably be a good one to triple. I don't know that we need that much silver, but, you know, we'll see. So that's what I kind of have planned. Basically, the idea is we set up the Tectonic Initiator stuff so that we get, you know, this stuff producing in here. And then we pipe it into this pulverizer, which we will add a whitelisting filter, boom, 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 and we'll specify that only certain metals can go in there. And we'll blacklist those metals on these guys. So like gold and platinum, let's say. Like we'll start off with those two, and then anything else beyond that would be, you know, something that we could mess with. So that's the plan. So to get started, I've prepared most of what I need in here ahead of time, which is spiffy. So let's get these machines placed, and then we'll talk about how things work. Or let's do that in the opposite order. Let's talk about how things work, and then we'll get the machines placed. Does that sound cool? I think that sounds cool. So Tectonic Petrotheum is a substance that is made in a magma crucible from petrotheum dust. Petrotheum dust comes from pulverized obsidian, clay, and redstone, in addition to basalt's powder, which you can get either from basalt's rods, which gets dropped from mobs. I have no idea where from, because none of them have yet to show up in my darkroom, because we have no basalt's rods, and that thing's been running for days. However, luckily, there's another option. The fluid transposer can pipe pulverized obsidian. We can dump some redstone into it. And then we've got basalt's powder coming out of that. So long story short-ish, what I'd like to do is set that up. So I'm thinking like the first thing we'll pop down is a pulverizer, and this will produce the for this stuff. It'll produce the pulverized obsidian for this guy and the pulverized obsidian for this guy, right? And then from there, we'll probably want a magma crucible, which will burn up. And let's close down all these vents for a sec. Just shut everything down. So the magma crucible, this one, will be specifically used for creating the basalt's powder that we're going to need. So we have to create destabilized redstone. So this will melt down redstone and push it into here, which will accept. Here we go. Fluid transposer. Boom. You'll accept the liquid redstone, and you'll also accept obsidian that gets pulverized here. Then I'm going to have an autocrafter, which for now is going to stay this. And then I'm going to have a magma crucible, which I'll probably face maybe this way. And we'll close everything off. And you can also close everything off. And what you'll do is you will accept... Oh, wow, you're getting power. Where'd you get power from? I think I had him in my inventory. He had power from some time ago. He's not getting power, but he got power... It was in my refined storage system. I crafted one of the magma crucibles, this one, and this one was just in there, so it must have power from before. Basically, he will accept the stuff from here and auto output it to the back, which will be this machine that'll have the tectonic initiator in it. Cool. And then I want a tunnel that's just going to chill like here. It doesn't matter. And yeah, up. That's the direction I want it to chill at. Because I want to pipe everything in from the top. Does that sound like a neat plan? So speaking of piping things in from the top, the interface is going to go right there. And that's going to hold all the cool stuff that we want to have going on. Let's see. So you are a signalum plated impulse item duct. That is good. So what I'd like to have is I'm going to stick one of these dudes here. I'm going to want a signalum plated impulse item duct, which, by the way, I taught my system how to make more of these. Signalum plated item duct, signalum plated impulse item duct. Let's get like 10 more of you. Cool. You're going to go there so that we can extract items out of the interface import. Remember I told you guys interface imports can either hold a stock of items or they can send items back to the refined storage system. Well, this is going to be one of those examples of when it's you know, going to do cool stuff like hold a stock of items. Now the other thing I could do is instead of having you there, I could have you here, because we already have a cable here, so that gives it like the cable power that we need, and then we just need an impulse item duct sitting here, which I think just makes things look a little bit cleaner cabling wise, so I think that'll be fine. And then I can servo you, and we'll get you servoing in a minute. So real quick, the tectonic initiator needs the following resources, right? Obsidian that gets pulverized, redstone for the basalt's powder, redstone for the crafting operation, and clay. Now clay is going to be my tricky guy, but we'll see what we can come up with, right? So let's keep like 16 of each. Does that sound fairish? And obsidian, we've got a decent amount of that too. Cool. So if I place these in the interface export, notice that it's going to keep those in stock at all times. So like whenever I remove some of this clay, boom, it automatically adds more for me. So that's super cool. So I'm gonna want like one actually. Right. Cool. All right. So I just want to have a couple of these guys. That should be fine, right? Just so I have them for whitelisting in a minute. The other thing I want to do is get a crafter. I'm thinking I'll just use like an RF Tools crafter. So this guy. Easy peasy. Cool. Into the compact machine we shall go. And the crafter is going to be that block that I didn't place, right? And you're going to be responsible for making the actual basalts. Cool. So in theory now, I should be able to put, if I had any, which I don't because I forgot to grab them before I came in here. By the way, you could put wireless transmitters and receivers so that you could interact with your storage system inside the compact machines world. And also, if you really want to do, you could have like wireless transmitters. You have to put that dude in there, right? But it would work. But impulse item ducts. At this point, I'm not in a situation where I would want to do that, but maybe at some point I will. So theoretically, this will be getting power now. Yay, power's coming in. Sweet. So what I'm going to want to do is filter pretty much all these machines to specify what's allowed to go in them. So you're allowed to get obsidian. You're allowed to get redstone, right? Because you're the magma crucible. You're allowed to get obsidian. You, the fluid transposer, are going to be, we're going to whitelist. Let's put this in here real quick. And something I want to test. Can I do that? And will it auto output to the back? Because that would be cool. I'm not entirely sure, but we're going to find out. Because if you're set to auto output enable, will you be able to push out through the filter there? Oh, you are. Look at you. You are just a gem. I like that. All right, so you're going to be whitelisted for that. Okay, so your back is going to be blue. Your back is going to be blue and orange. your left is going to be orange, right? So redstone will come in the back, and the redstone liquid will be pushed into here. So you're going to want to be blue there. The pulverized obsidian will come in the back, and then it'll be auto output to the back. And then you are going to, we'll whitelist basically you, and the basket. Let's put, I need two redstone here. So let me just get a few. Okay, back into the compact machine we go. Thanks. Let's cook up in the magma crucible. I'm going to put 2 of you. So this will kind of flesh out the plan, right? And, you know, one of the obsidian will go into here. 2 redstone should melt. Should go here. We'll see where this goes. I'm not entirely sure where he's going to go. He probably won't be able to go anywhere, I would think. So do you need magma crucible? You might. Yeah, you're going to need something. We'll get you whitelisted here in a sec. For now, we've got basalt's powder. Cool. So you're going to get whitelisted here as well, right? And then our recipe here will be, for you, we're going to do one of these. I don't think it's shaped. So you don't have to worry about, like, it being funny, right? So apply. What I'd like to do is have all that. So we're going to have redstone, clay, on to activate. I don't want it actually crafting anything until I've programmed all my stuff. And what was the other one? This one. And then we'll do remember. Cool. And then if we do this, it should make that. So I'm going to remember you. Cool. And I can take all this out. And you probably need to be extracted somewhere. And I don't think I can get this machine to auto-extract, which is kind of a bummer. So we'll have to figure out what I'm going to do about that. Yeah, there's options. There's a few options. Definitely some options. I'm going to have to servo it out. So I'm going to have to do it either on the top or the bottom. I'm thinking the bottom. That should be fine. So technically we don't need this at all then. Cool. What we'll do is have this, but I'm going to right-click here to prevent that from happening. And technically, I shouldn't need to filter what's allowed in here. But on the bottom will be blue, and then on the, I think it's the back, right? Yeah, the back will be the orange one. Cool. So, obsidian's allowed to come in here. It's going to auto-push out. Redstone's going to go in here. It's going to melt down. This guy's going to accept pulverized obsidian. This guy is going to also accept pulverized obsidian. So just for the sake of it, let's... yeah, because I'm auto-outputting. I guess we'll just leave it. What'll happen is this will fill up with pulverized obsidian first, and then this will go. That should be fine. You'll get your thing. So we need another servo. You know what else I would like to do, actually? I want to actually... Or do I care? Because what I can do is use a... I was going to do this and I forgot to. Use a resonant servo and specify how many of each item's allowed to be in there. And I could lock it down to just be in one. And that'll prevent kind of a little bit of waste, right? So there won't be like a huge backlog. Might be cool. I'll be back in a sec. Let me get more basalts. And I think I'm going to do that. And I'm debating if I want to do that here as well. Like maybe just have one. We'll need a few more resonant servos, but this one might not. I'm not going to worry about this one, but this one I'm going to do. Does that sound cool? So one resonant servo. I just need another, or one resonant filter. I just need a servo. Let's get like 2 of these guys just to have them. And then I'm also going to want... servos done? They are. Alright, so what I'm going to do is specify max total items of inventory is 1. So what this should do is not put a stack of each of these in here. So if I'm right, everything should be cool. Let's go outside. And let's turn on this guy. Redstone ignored. Boom. So going inside now, we should see stuff starting to happen in here. So we've got obsidian showing up. Cool. We've got redstone showing up. We've got redstone. Look, only put one redstone in there. And it should also only put one clay in there. It's probably working through all the obsidian and redstone. So that's pretty cool. I noticed it kind of stopped moving. Like messed up again. Chunk loading is a little bit funny with that. I know something that I know is on. And I know a lot of people that might be. Why are you backstuffed? You shouldn't be backstuffed. Like you are. I have an idea why that might have happened. Your thing, put you in there, craft, sword, broken dust, and that is spinning it out. Let's give you some power. Double. I like it. I'm liking it. So let's pop out of here. This will take a little while to back stuff. But once it does, we'll see what the back stuffing looks like. Okay, so these two bronze plates. Check. Followed by a nail over here. Check. Augment tectonic initiator. Sweet. Now the other thing I want to do is make sure to grab the things I'm going to be doing this with. So luckily this thing's been running for a while. So we've got some gold in here. So I'm going to grab a stack of that and some platinum. We'll grab some of that. And basically, these are the two resources that I want to make sure I'm always tripling. So I come into here. We'll see how our machines have behaved, right? So you're still pulverizing obsidian. You've got plenty of redstone going on. You're making your basalts powder. You're only keeping one of each item at all times. So like, see how this basalts is backstuffing here? You could probably explain to me why pulverized obsidian's not landing in here? Because it should be. Come on. Do your thing. You honestly probably should be. I might speed this one up just to see what happens. Because it really should be spinning it out the back. Because you're like backstuffing now. Which tells me that you've got more than enough pulverized obsidian to send it down to here. You've got a slot for pulverized obsidian too. Well, yeah. Interesting. What if I bumped you up to 2? Getting some stuff, so that's cool. More things and whatnot. But you're still not getting pulverized obsidian. Interesting. Wonder if that's a result of me pushing out the back with pulverized obsidian rather than using a servo of some kind. Because you would think that that would be okay. This really should be getting it. I might have to do a servo down here. And if that's the case, it's not the end of the world. I mean, what I can do, because I have the room for it, is you. And what I can do is make orange and make you blue. And then I can set you to, I'll just say move one item at a time. And you should be cool now. Cool. So that works. And then you're making your basalts, which is going into here, and you're tectonically petrothiuming. And everybody should be groovy. How cool is that, huh? I like it. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it for a few minutes. You know, worst case, we could always have everything being extracted out of the bottom Because now this is the only machine that's not, you know, working that way. It should be okay. It looks like it's running just great. This thing has a little bit of a backlog, but I think it'll clear the backlog faster than it will produce more. Unless I put speed upgrades in these machines, which I may or may not. We'll see. But yeah, now we're making Tectonic Petroleum. So now what I'm going to do is say, you whitelist platinum and gold, because that's what I want to triple. And you guys blacklist platinum and gold, because I don't want any platinum or gold going into the regular pulverizer, right? So now, if we pop out of here, and we throw, let's say, 4 platinum in there, we should see it zinc right into that guy, right? Even though this was the nearest one, it would have gone into this without the blacklist. So that is cool. Except I just installed my augment again. So Dyer's a derp. You guys knew that already. Petroleum. Neat. So again, throw the rest of the platinum in there as we can. Nice. Look at that. Cool. Boom, 3 at a time. That is spiffy. I'm liking it. And then any ores that we come across that we're like, you know what, we're really low on this. And we just have to come in here and whitelist it, and guess what, going forward, we're good. Now, by the way, it uses 100 Tectonic Petroleum to triple an ore, right? So not a huge amount. And each one of these processes produces 250. So basically, for 4 petroleum dust, which by the way you get 2 per craft, remember. For 4 petroleum dust, you can triple 10 ores. So it doesn't use a ton of petroleum. It's not like a small amount either, but it's not like, oh, I'm gonna run out like, no, it's not too bad. So let's put away. One thing we would probably want to do something with is maybe clay, because that's gonna be like a blocker for us at some point. But otherwise, we should be cool. So you're doing your thing, you're doing your thing. Nice. The only other thing we could do here would be maybe to speed these guys up, if we wanted to. Which we should probably. How many machines are here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I could reasonably swing that. With maybe an upgrade kit, conversion kit. 4 of those cooking. Shouldn't be too bad. We'll just take a minute. We'll be back when that's done. And then maybe some speed upgrades or some augments. So, a dozen of them. Should be reasonable. Back in a few. Alright, so moments later, we've got this stuff going on. Which means I can pop into my compressed machine. So just imagine like how crazy this is that we've got all these cool machines inside this thing. So I should be able to 1, 2, 3, 4, and then y'all get some speed upgrades. And now we're talking, right? Cool. You guys shouldn't have a problem with the amount of power coming in. Everybody's getting a net gain, which is good. That's definitely a good sign. And once some of these backlog, like these, fill up and this one fills up, we'll be even better. Because we've got a decent amount of power coming in with these things. Could always upgrade them if we need to, but that's cool. So yeah, that is nifty. So momentarily here, we will have backstuffed. Oh, we ran out of clay. That's definitely a thing that happened here, didn't it? And we can tell because this thing will have... Oh no, we didn't run out of clay yet. Cool. Okay, good, good, good. So that's nice. You might just be a little bit too slow. That's okay. It'll be all right. It'll get there. I think what's happening is it's this and this are moving faster now. So like it hasn't gotten to the clay yet, but it'll get there eventually. No worry. If I was concerned, I could make my reinforced servo. I could move it up to like a resonant, which would extract items more quickly. But I'm not. I'm just not concerned. It'll be fine. Once this back stuffs a little bit, we'll be okay. So yeah, long story short, we're cool. All right, let's come back in a minute. All right, we've hit backstuffing. So we've got obsidian in here, we've got redstone in here, obviously backstuffed. The basalt's powder here. These guys, because they're limited to 2 each, are right here, and this guy is full of tectonic and petroleum dust. Sweet. If we really wanted to like have less of a waste product, I guess what we could do is, you know, similar to what we did here, is limit it so that there's only like, you know, two Petroleum listed available in here instead of, you know, 64, right? Because it's basically like 64 items that are sitting there being wasted. Like this one is always going to be like full at 64, right? But we could limit this to being 2, right? Or we could limit, you know, whatever we want. But it works, so it's all good. It's just a little bit wasteful, but frankly, we're getting to the point where wasteful resources is less of a concern. So I'm okay with it. I really am. Speaking of resources, I wanted to check on this little guy over here. So we're at 27 Erodium Crystal, among, you know, obviously lots of other things, which I'll kind of just leave here until we need, if we need at some point. But that's cool. Oh, we've got a Lonsdaleite crystal. Oh, that's cool. You are, wow, a 0.04% chance. Unless I put a black laser lens and they have a better chance at it. I think this stuff can make like weatherproof material, if I'm not mistaken, except you don't seem Lonsdaleite. So, it doesn't seem to have a recipe, so maybe that's an oversight. But Lonsdaleite is weatherproof. But I guess it doesn't do anything right now. So maybe that's a bug. Maybe there's just an oversight in the recipes there. Probably fixable. But we've got 28 now Erodium crystal, which is cool. So we are halfway to where I want to be with Erodium. Let me tell you guys that I updated environmental tech in my version of the pack, like the one I play on. And the next version of the Direwolf 20 pack will have the upgraded version of environmental tech in it. It's not out in the version that you guys have access to yet. But if you want to update your own environmental tech, you can. In this version, you can make, using 6 Erodium blocks, something called a crystal laser lens. This is a new item in environmental tech. And what it does is really cool, is its focus is these things. Cool. So you can get a 6% chance of getting Erodium crystal instead of a 1.5% chance, which is basically you're going to get 4 times as much Erodium if you use that focus. Nice. And it's also used in the higher tiers to get the higher tier stuff, right? So that's pretty cool. So like once you get to like Void or Miner tier 6, you've got the ability to focus all these different nifty things. So that will go in here. I'm basically halfway there because we need 6 Erodium blocks, and it's 9 crystal per Erodium block. So the first thing I'm going to use my Erodium for is making the focus crystal, which will get me more Erodium more quickly, which then I will use to upgrade to a tier 2 ore miner, which will then allow me to get more Erodium and the next tier of environmental tech stuff. However, we do have like a bit of waiting before we can do that. So I think what I'd like to do is change things up for an episode or two. I think I'd like to go on an adventure. I think that sounds like fun. I don't have like super powerful armor, which is kind of a good thing for me right now, because I would like to go on an adventure in a nifty little place. It's time to have some fun in the Twilight Forest. I think that's where I'd like to go. So the Twilight Forest is a mod that we haven't had access to for a while because it wasn't really around in 1.10 until almost like super recently. And as a result, it's been a while since I've been in there to play with it. So I'd totally like to do that, if I may. So I'm just like organizing my inventory in advance. I probably don't need my exchanger. Did you just put, okay, you put it in there, okay. Mouse wheel. I probably don't need my acceleration wand for now. I probably don't need my watering can, but what I do need is probably, I'm gonna need some dandelions and some poppies maybe. And we're also going to need 2 buckets of water. Hey, give me another bucket, you. Won't hurt to have a handful of extra buckets. Cool. Let's go put this somewhere that's not, you know, terribly in the middle of my area. Like maybe up on the top of this little sand dune up here. Let's see how this looks. So I'm gonna actually do that for no reason other than I can. Cool. I probably don't need... Oh, really? We're out of range of this guy? My compact machines thing. So I think... You know what else we'll need? I've got dirt in here, right? Marble, limestone, netherrack. Yeah, I do. I'm not entirely sure. Can I... too, I guess. Wow, I have literally exactly enough flowers. Hello! That was enough. Cool. Nice. Wow, you really like to spread the fire, don't you? And you ate up all my flowers. That's okay. You already created the portal, so I don't think I need the flowers anymore. They can probably go back. That's a bummer, though. Poof. Whisking you off to the Twilight Forest. Heh, that's a cool loading screen. I've not seen that one before. So the Twilight Forest is a mod that adds a dimension called, you guessed it, the Twilight Forest, that has a bunch of cool stuff in it. It's basically an adventure mod. So there's some items that you can get that are nifty, but it's not a tech mod, it's not a magic mod that gives you building materials and stuff it does give you some stuff you can build with, but it doesn't like add, you know, a lot of like machines and stuff to the game, right? What it does is it adds an adventure that you can go on, and there's like bosses and dungeons and all kinds of cool stuff. The Twilight Forest definitely takes a minute or two to generate the terrain, and it's still taking its minute or two, so maybe we'll come back when it's done. Hey, there we go. So there's my portal, and I've still got my charged porter in case, you know, I need to. And hey, we landed right in front of a place. That's cool. So the best way, unless things have changed. Now I'm gonna be totally honest. I did not do a whole amazing job of figuring out ahead of time what I want to do in the Twilight Forest here. But if you look at your achievements, Britannia, is there a Twilight Forest achievement, dude? There used to be a Twilight Forest achievement, dude, which was really good at telling you which stuff to go on. It's not this one, is it? Yeah, no, these are just like normal monsters waiting. Okay, cool. There's the Britannia achievements. That's a bummery. I was hoping that Twilight Forest achievements would be a thing. Ah, hello. What? I feel like this is not my base. Where am I exactly? I mean, I'm in the right spot, but I feel like it probably dropped me underground. Neat. I mean, it's kind of cool that there's like a whole dungeon going on down here. Abandoned railway thingy. Sweet. But not what I'm here for. Whoosh. Yeah, definitely bummed that the Twilight Forest achievements don't seem to be in yet. I know that's like the Twilight Forest, basically like the guy who originally made Twilight Forest took a break from modding for a bit, so there's a group of people that are maintaining the mod for him, so maybe the achievements aren't in yet. Kind of a bummer. So I'm gonna have to go and use the Googles to figure out which order I'm supposed to do things in, because there is a long list of neat nether, yeah, I guess. Oh well. There is a long list of like monsters and things to do in the Twilight Forest here, and you kind of want to do them in the proper order. So what I'll probably do is get prepared for that. I'm curious what happens when I teleport through here. Oh, yeah, put me back underground. Ah, that's cool. What do you mean it has no target? How do you not have a target? You literally had a target 8 seconds ago. Weird. Oh well. I'll just have to dig up to get out of here. But I think it's a good wrapping up point. So, Daryl, we're signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time. Anything good in here? Nothing in here screams you should grab this right now, so I'm going to leave it alone. We'll come back next episode, and we will get started in the Twilight Forest, and hopefully... I had armor on. What is going on here? I literally had, like, armor and full health, didn't I? I'm going to have to review, but I'm pretty sure I did. Anyway, I will go find my stuff, and we'll come back next episode and have a good old time. Playing around in the Twilight Forest, we're going to explore, we're going to go on an adventure. And I don't really have, like, super overpowered armor yet, which is kind of the reason I feel like now's a good time to do the Twilight Forest. Because once I get super overpowered armor, it feels a little cheap. Because it's balanced around, like, using... It's balanced around, you know, not having super overpowered armor. So, to have super overpowered armor on is shenanigans. So, for now, Daryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Compact machines, playing around with tectonic stuffs. Hello, skeleton. Yeah, beat at you. For now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 45 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I have plans. Before I do, so I've got that we will put in that mode so he can drain his experience. And then I'll probably upgrade him to this. So I'm surprised I want to say so little, but I do have 162 buckets worth of essence. I ran my my Enderman generator between episodes because I was getting low on Ender Pearls, and we are now up to 360 or 336 Ender Pearls, so that's pretty cool. How are you doing, by the way? You're at 28, so we got nothing by way of Erodium. Thank you. I have to hit that thing with the acceleration wand a little bit more, I feel like. What I'd like to do today is check out the Twilight Forest. But before I do that, I decided to get myself some fancy diamond armor. Yay! And since I'm getting fancy diamond armor, I figured maybe I should enchant it as well, just to make it a little bit glowy and better. Because I want to really try and stick with the concept of like not going super overpowered in tools with the Twilight Forest. So I'm going to avoid using my Ring of Flight for any of the puzzles and stuff that exist in there, because there's a lot of stuff that having flight will trivialize. So by avoiding doing that, I will, be able to enjoy and experience the puzzles in the way they were meant to be enjoyed, rather than just flying through them all, right? So we'll probably avoid using that a bunch. I'll have my slime sling. I want to be able to get around easily, because I don't want to just like have to like walk everywhere really slowly. But at the same time, I don't want to have like trivialized weapons. The dire sword here, I'll bring that in. It's not super powerful. I haven't put any like quartz or damage upgrades on it, so it shouldn't be too bad. What I do want to try out, though, is enchanting my gear. And normally you'd enchant with a vanilla enchanting table, but I don't think I'm going to do that. What I'm going to do is play with some of the enchanting mechanics of Industrial Wargoing, which, by the way, uses mob essence to enchant things. Hintity hint hint. Maybe that's why I grabbed my portable tank full of mob essence. So there's a few enchantment things. The enchantment sorter will let you, as it probably sounds like, sort enchanted items from non-enchanted items. That sounds pretty cool, and something we might want to play later. The next thing is the enchantment extractor. What this does is, given an enchanted item and a book, it will extract the enchantment off the item and put it on the book. Nice. That sounds pretty cool. And the other option is the enchantment applicator. Which basically works like an anvil, which will, it basically works like an anvil, right? You give it the book and the item and it'll enchant it. Or you can get the enchantment factory, and what this does is it basically acts like an enchanting table, but it uses essence instead of experience. Neat. So we might, like, we have some bows. I guess we haven't really gotten a lot of... We haven't gotten a lot of stuff here. We've got Bladerang. We don't have a lot of armor, do we? I mean, because I am letting this run down here, obviously, and I'm not filtering out any stuff anymore. Though, what did I do with it? Did I leave... I should probably sleep through the night here. Did I leave my chest thingy that had all those different types of armor and whatnot back at my old base? I wonder. I need to pop over there and see if I did. I did fix my porter, by the way, so that's a cool time. Bouncy bounce. Whoosh. That is the wrong place. I went to the wrong place, didn't I? I want to go to this one. Hey, cool. This stuff has like a little Christmassy theme to it. So over here, did I leave this thing here full of stuff? Yeah, neat. Alright, let's grab anything that's enchanted. That has a decent experience. Oh, that sounds cool. I didn't know that was a thing. I don't even know. But what I'm looking for is armor ones, so unbreaking might be cool. I might not mind having a bow. That sounds cool. Power 2 and multi-shot 2. Yeah, Unbreaking 2 sounds good. Anything else on there? You've got power. You've got protection and unbreaking. That would be cool to get. You've got projectile protection. That sounds nifty. Multi-shot, power. What I might do is snag some of these power guys and some of these multi-shot guys, and like we can combine the books, right? That might be cool. Okay. Let's take all this home with me. So not as good a haul as I would have hoped for, but that's okay. We'll use a combination of things so to get going with it. So to get really going with the enchantment thing, I'm going to want to probably have the extractor, the applicator, and the factory. So we're going to want 3 of these. So we're going to want some machine frames times 3. And we'll probably, I imagine we're going to be wanting some books. Right, so let's see, what do we got here? Enchantment extractor just needs a nether brick and a gold gear. So that going. While that's cooking, we can look at the enchantment applicator. Just need some anvils and another iron gear. Let me guess, I've never taught you how to make iron gears. That's right, they're easy enough. So we're going to want 9 of these, which will give me the 3 anvils, which should give me my enchantment applicator. Cool. And then the enchanting factory is good to go. And then the enchantment extractor should be also good to go, provided that I do that. Neat. All right, cool. Extractor, applicator, and factory. Nice. So let's go pop these dudes. Now, I don't know if this thing... Let's check it out. The factory, right? Enchantment factory. So can I specify what, like... what level to do? I don't know. Book. I need a book. Do I need a book, or do I need a book and quill? That's a good question. Enchantment factory. It needs an enchantable item and essence. It will enchant the item just like an enchanting table does. Okay. It will use 3 buckets of essence to do a 30 level enchant. So do you need, like, a table around you? Is my question. Is my main one. So like, if I want, I'm just gonna like temporarily power this with my flux capacitor. Cool. And so maybe you do need a book and quill. Though neither of you seem to want to get shifted into there, so that's cool. Can I not enchant books? Input items, essence to if I did this, nice. That is kind of cool. That's nifty. So that's 32 buckets worth of stuff, right? So you don't want to go in there. Okay. So now if I put my diamond helmet in, I hesitate to do that, so let's do my iron one first. Let's do my iron chest plate, right? I'm going to put that in there. And hey, that was quick. Unbreaking 3 and protection 3. And it used 3 buckets. So it doesn't look like you need to have bookshelves with it, which is kind of cool. And it got me that, so that's nifty. I like it a lot, actually. And then enchantment applicator and enchantment extractor. So if I stick this dude in here, and we put this guy in here, and these guys, aha! Neat. Cool. So we just got protection 3 and unbreaking 3. Okay, that works. So if I want to get multi-shot and power, and then I want to get, I had another one that had multi-shot and power too, didn't I? Didn't I have 2 bows like that? Yeah, there it is. Multi-shot. I'll take the unbreaking and power 2. Cool. And maybe I should have like a chest of enchanted books. So what I can kind of do here is just say, like, for now I'm going to put away these bows that I don't need anymore in power 1 and multi. But, like, what I can do is I can extract enchants that I like out of things. Cool. I like that. Okay. And then let's try... So I don't need book and quills, I just need regular old books. Right? So if I want to get some decent enchants... so like let's say I wanted to get multi-shot and power 3. Not that I even know that that's a thing, but we'll find out. Multi-shot goes up to 4. That's cool. Power goes what? Power goes up to 5. I may want more of that. We'll see. But can I combine these guys? So let's get our power. I like having the flux thing so I can just like get stuff up and running and then I'll run cabling later. I like that you have like a flux battery slot. That is cool. So like, I'm guessing this is enchanted books input. This is input items, and that's your enchanted items. So can I do this and this? The answer seems to be no. So the enchantment applicator will only put the enchanted book on the item. It won't allow me to combine 2 enchanted books. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Learning. Anvil, please. I'm going to need another one, like an actual anvil, because I don't think I'll be able to do this. Right? So I'll have to do multi-shot and multi-shot. What I'm going to need is that little book. Dude. Let's get a few levels here. So multi-shot and multi-shot needs an enchantment cost of 3. So let me make sure I have exactly 3 levels. And this will also be probably 3 levels. Yeah. Cool. Okay. And then like unbreaking, I could bump up to 3. Okay, that looks cool. So then, what I could do is make myself, or get myself. Well, you have some. Okay. If I put gold, because gold has like a higher enchantability, right? So if I wanted to get a decent enchant, I could do that, and that got me unbreaking and mending. Neat. Mending's the one that repairs it, right? So I'm gonna remove you. So you're not really a super useful machine right now, but you will be probably later. Cool. And then I could re-enchant this. That got me another unbreaking 3. And then re-enchant this. Got me another unbreaking 3. Haha, look at this. Unbreaking 3 and Curse of Vanishing? I don't know what that means. What mod adds that? Protection 4. That's cool. And another Curse of Vanishing. This is kind of neat. Protection 4. So then, if we wanted to combine our 2 Protection 4s, right? That's an enchantment cost of 3, or 4. So, Protection 4 gets me... Is that the highest protection goes up to? Okay, it doesn't go to 5. Oh, you guys are going to yell at me in the comments about that one, aren't you? Oh, I'm not looking forward to that go live. Okay. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Hey, for the record, I could have edited that out, but I didn't. So, yeah. So then, if I want protection on my chest plate, right, I could put U plus protection 4. I guess you need some essence as well. Neat. Okay, so now I've got a protection 4 chest plate. Nice. I like that. Okay, cool. And actually, you have like the... Okay, so if I wanted unbreaking... So what's the top tier of unbreaking? Is it 3? Yeah. So if I want you guys together, boom. Nice. I like this. All right. All right. I can get down with that. So I don't know what Curse of Vanishing does. I have no idea. So you're going in there. We've got another... I want Unbreaking, actually, on... And I wouldn't mind having more Mendings. I wonder if there's, like, ways to, like, duplicate stuff. Not really. I could use the Botania method of enchanting things, which doesn't use up the book, but take a look at that another time. We're not in a position where, like, we'd have to do a lot of Botania stuff before we can get to that. But for now, let's just do Unbreaking on my legs and my helmet. We'll do Unbreaking on you. And we'll do Unbreaking on the helmet. Cool. So now I've got those guys. What else do we have? Unbreaking, Mending. Protection 3. Can I combine 3 and 2? That'll just get me another 3, won't it? Bummer. And I've got projectile protection. So let's do a few more of these guys, I guess. So what I'm going to do is borrow you and you. Oh, wait, what? Holding 4. Nice. Well, that's cool. That tank now holds a lot more liquid. Not my intended purpose, but I guess it works. So you got Thorns and Mending. That's kind of nifty. And what did you get? Unbreaking 2? Yeah, I don't think I need you. Yeah, no idea what this curse thing is. So now I should be able to combine Protection 3. I had another Protection 3, didn't I? Mending will go in here for now. Thorns. I'm going to hang on to that. Curse of Vanishing. So Protection 3. I know I had another Protection 3. Yep, there it is. So combine these two guys. Neat. And then you can get applied to put you on my helmet. Why not? Protection 4. I wouldn't mind projectile protection maybe on my legs. So I'm like looking up what these curses are, because apparently that's like a new thing. And I'm guessing it's probably a little bit OP that I'm allowed to remove these curses. But that's okay. We're having fun. So I'm just trying to get a projectile protection here, and I'm having like 0 luck, but we'll see how it goes. Back in a few if I get projectile protection. If not, then I'll live. Oh well, I'm just gonna put that's protection, that's protection. I'm gonna put projectile 2 on my legs. Does that sound cool? I think so. Because I enchanted a ton of golden chest plates and no such luck. Now I could put Mending on these guys, which I think makes them repair using experience. So that might be cool to do. So that, like, even though they're on Unbreaking, maybe having Mending on the 3 of them wouldn't be a terrible thing. So Mending, Mending, and Mending. And if I wanted to, I could also put Thorns. Neat. Look at that. Oh man, this is good times right here, guys. I should run like a proper power battle here and stuff, but we'll probably just circle back at that at some point. So for now, let's put this away. Put this away. I might know the like is come down here. I'm gonna store all my essence in here. So you've got a little bit of essence. Boom. Now you have that. Whoa. Hello. Thought you would swap that. Okay. So now you're capable of holding a really large amount of essence. Almost 1,000,000 millibuckets. Which is cool. And you'll do dark room and making of essence and stuff. Cool. Alright, so now that we've got some good armor that's well protected, let's go visit the Twilight Forest and see what we can do there. So I just got the advancement made, Twilight Forest. I don't know why it took so long, but I got it. So now advancements. Oh, hello! There's the Twilight Forest advancements. Thank you! I knew that was a thing! I don't know why I had to come in here 3 times in order for it to trigger the use advancement, but hey, I did it. So that's cool. So now we can see, okay, cool. So these are your enchantments. So I think the first thing is to hunt some local wildlife and then get a magic map. But there's other things you can do that aren't necessary. But this is, I think, the progression chain that we want to go down. So this guy, hunt some local wildlife. So basically we want to, like, look around. Little forest bunny. I want that morph. But I think it would be harsh. Tiny birds! I know I'm a monster, but hey, first off, we hunted some local wildlife like we were told to do, because that was the achievement that we just got. But we need to get a raven's feather. Find a raven in order to get a map. Now I will use flight throughout some parts of the forest to get around more quickly. Oh, that's what we're looking for, actually. This is really perfect that we found this right here. Ravens are typically found around these things, and there is a raven. Hello. What's my looting situation on this sword? Not so much, huh? Sorry. I got 2 feathers from that raven. Nice. I might go throw looting on this sword. That might be a smart idea. That's cool, but we got that. The other thing we need is torchberries, apparently. So to use this, we need torchberries from the Twilight Forest and glowstone dust. Oh, another raven. Hello, please, yes. Do you want to respond to the fact that I'm clicking on you, or do you just want to pretend I'm not? Because I'm cool either way. Torchberries will be found underground, and I think they are found right here. These are what torchberries look like. Torchberry plant. Was clicking on that the wrong thing to do? No, it was right. Cool. I'm gonna get a couple extra. We might be having a little bit of lag. Like I said, World Gen is a little bit laggy in Twilight Forest, but once it finishes generating, it should be fine. I do want to go in there and fight that, but before I do that, I want to open up, or I want to go home. And I want to make my first magic map. So to do that, we're going to need one of these. I'm going to put away the rest that I have. And we're going to do that with about 7 more paper. Is that about 7 more paper? Cool. Blank magic map. Sweet. While I'm at it, how am I for lapis? I am so good on lapis, let me tell you. Tool station, you. I just want to have all the luck. Cool. I'm not going to boost its damage too much. Maybe I will. I don't know. We'll see. But for now, I'm good, right? So let's pop back to the Twilight Forest now that we've got a nice lucky sword. And that's basically looting for me. And let's take a look at the map that I've now made. Ta-da! Right-click it, activates it, and boom. Nice. So we can see on the map, there's indications of all different things. So basically every little icon on the map is going to be some kind of dungeon-y thing, right? Now, if we take a look at our achievements... Why are you not marked complete? Okay, cool. Yes, actually, Naga Hunter. Slay the Naga in its forest courtyard and obtain the Naga skill to overcome the barrier magic surrounding the Lich's tower. Cool, so we have to go do that. So in here, I believe this is a Naga courtyard. Nice. Hello, Naga. I should have a ranged weapon at this point. Ow. Come here, you. Ugh. You hurt. So this is the Naga boss. Some of these bosses are harder than others. I do want to check something quick. It's a little bit slow. See, Twilight Forest is up a lot of victory. Probably slow down still. Sorry, it'll settle down soon. It's not. The Naga's not terrible. He's not a hard boss to kill. But he's also the first boss. And I'm not using the crazy overpowered sword. I could have gotten like or something. You have pretty good knockback on you, don't you? Come here, you're almost dead. I like how parts of his body disappear as you damage him. That is cool. Gotcha. Naga Hunter. Goal achieved. Nice. So, now for this, we've completed Naga Hunter. That's cool. I like it. Now we can craft armor with Naga skills. But the next thing we can do now is go to a Lich King's tower. And you'll note that, like, this Lich King might see him on the map. I don't know. Did we find a Lich? Yeah, there he is. That one is the Lich King. So, basically the way it works is, I wouldn't be able to get into the Lich King's tower until I killed the Naga. There's like a magical barrier around the tower, but now that I've gotten the achievement of Naga Hunter, it's gonna let me into that tower. Sweet. Let's go home. Because I achieved objectives. Nah, we're good. Let's go. Whoosh. I'm going to place my Naga scales away. Epic Shader grab bag, solidified experience. That Epic Shader thing is from Immersive Engineering. It's pretty much set up so that every boss drops one. So other mobs that use bosses. And now we have a Naga trophy, which I'm gonna stick right there. Ta-da! Neat. I like it. And you guys did okay in terms of taking damage. Nice. And you might even repair some of your stuff. Alright, back in a minute. By the way, the reason I really like the tiny bird more is I'm pretty sure... Really? Come on, tiny bird. You were the chosen one. I thought tiny bird would let me into that spacing, but I don't think the spacing is smaller. It does actually seem smaller. But still... Oh, hello. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's cool. So he can go on the sides, but he can't go above it or below it, it would seem. Okay. So he can't go above and below Redstone Energy Flux Ducts, but he can go on the side of them, which is pretty cool. Okay. So what I'm going to do is favorite the Forest Raven and unfavorite the Tiny Bird and the Rabbit, so that now I can easily... Yeah, I might even unfavorite the Bat, because I don't think I need him either, to be totally honest. Cool. That's neat. So that'll just help me with some of my navigations around here. Alright, so with that, guys, we've gotten and killed our first Twilight Forest boss. How neat is that? I like it. I think it's getting pretty close to wrapping up point here. I don't really have time to do much. Like, I could maybe walk to the Twilight Lich King boss, but I probably won't be able to do much more than that. So I think what we'll do is probably wrap up the episode here and come back next time and explore a little bit more of the Twilight Forest, which is cool. Let's see how my thing's doing in the basement. And by the way, I'm going to borrow you for a minute. You guys might have noticed, but I actually got the next tier, Signalum Flux Ducts, instead of Redstone Energy. I got the next tier of them because I found that accelerating this thing wasn't working so well. So I'm at 28 still, so let's accelerate you. I can accelerate it better because it's getting more power more quickly. So it still uses more power than it gets from the Signalum Flux Ducts, but it definitely lets me hold right click on it for a little bit. And I really want to get that thing going. The crystal laser lens would be cool to have. So maybe I'll do this a little bit off camera, and when we come back next episode, we can get the crystal laser lens installed, and then explore the Twilight Forest a little bit more. We'll see. It depends how long I feel like holding right click here. For now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We will come back next time, and we'll explore the Twilight Forest a little bit more. Maybe hunt down some bosses, and it'll be fun. All right, guys, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 46 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, just checking on my compact machine room, checking out how things are cruising along in there. We've got a couple things going on right now. Nice. Things are going rather smoothly, actually. Nice. And you, my friend, should be allowed to go in there. Perfect. Everything's working great. I snagged a couple of some of the metals from my Void Miner. I've been wound up accelerating my Void Miner quite a bit, which is why my power cell's super low and my flux capacitor is super low. We're getting close. We're like super close to the amount of Erodium crystal that we need, which is really exciting for me because it means that we will soon be able to make a crystal lens, which is what I've been working towards for like it seems like forever. At some point throughout the episodes, I did also upgrade this guy. Yeesh, he drains really fast, but don't worry, he's just really quick at dumping his power. We do have I think yeah the redstone energy conduit sort on that guy. So we've got all kinds of different tiers of energy conduits just all over our base, doing all kinds of different things. Today's episode, I'd like to pop back to the Twilight Forest and do a little bit of adventuring there. And I'm hoping that by the end of the episode, I might have the last bits of Erodium that I need. I was wound up accelerating this thing like crazy, and we literally completely ran out of RF in the energy cell over there. So I had to take a break. So we were close to having enough, but then we ran out of juice. So little bit of thermal of Twilight Forest is probably my plan. I'd like to go and check out the next couple bosses and maybe see what kind of fun we can have. As I recall, looking at the map here, our next goal was that Lich, right? That's kind of where we were headed. So should I make a little bit more Big Tam? Let's get like 30 of these dudes. That should not be a problem. Beautiful. Loving it. Baked ham is delicious. Quite a good food source. And, yeah, good times will be had. Let's go pop into the Twilight Forest. Oh, guys, I think it just finished. Nice. 54 Erodium. So I was gonna go to the Twilight Forest, and then I discovered... remember we had some TPS lag, and I said it was probably just World Gen last episode or two? I'm thinking it might not be just World Gen. Basically, it looks like I ran some tests. Let's get a new lens. And it looks to me like it's not World Gen, it's lighting updates. So as a result of lighting updates going out of control, the tick rate is definitely misbehaving. That's a bad thing. So we're going to put our crystal laser lens here. So we're going to have to change course a little bit on these episodes. I did report it to the mod authors of Twilight Forest, and they're kind of aware of the issue, and they're trying to work on it. So hopefully in the next pack update or two, we should have that resolved. So now we should be focusing more on the crystal types. So let me run the acceleration a little bit and see what happens. All right, so after running the acceleration one on this guy for a little bit. Oh, we already have 7 Erodium? Dude, I would run right-clicking this, like, basically the way I've been metering it, right, is I let it fill up, and then I hold right-click until it almost uses up all the RF. I would run that and get anywhere from 0 to 1 Erodium, and we've gotten 7, which kind of jives with the whole, like 4 times thing. I mean, it's more than 4 times from that run, but also it's all, luck-based too. So, like, realistically, I might have gotten maybe 1, possibly 2 from that time frame, right? And we're already up to 10 Erodium crystals. So that's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Crystal lens. So that's going to help me upgrade that bad boy pretty well. What I think I'm going to do today then, since I'm going to wait for more Erodium to come in, is I'd like to get back into maybe some of the more magical-based mods. So we've played with Astral Sorcery a bit lately. We haven't touched Botania a whole lot. So what I'm thinking I'd like to do is swing over to my old base, as it were, and maybe collect the Botania stuff that's over there and start working on like a proper Botania-based area. And what do I mean by a proper Botania-based area? Like, before, we just had this, like, mishmash of stuff, right? And what... I don't even know if I have my thing. So hopefully you're in Steal the Mana mode. Oh, good, you are. Cool. So what I think I'll do is just, like, collect all this stuff. And, like, we can play with some more Botania-based things. Does that sound cool? So we could, like, automate Botania and do a little bit more. I'm going to need some tape to move those drawers, aren't I? Probably. Zoinks. But now that we have like more resources, that's totally reasonable to do. So I should probably grab some tape from here. Is that cool? And we'll kind of go from there. Good deal. So I will come back in a minute once I've moved all this stuff over, and let's plan out where we're going to build a proper looking Botania setup. Alright guys, so I'm out behind my pyramid, and I'm thinking I'd like to... My kind of concept, and I'm like not 100% there with it, but my kind of concept is that I would like-ish...
Yes, sirree.
Thank you.
Ooh, candy.
Is I kind of want to do like another pyramid, but like I want this one to be more green, like because Botania is all about nature magic, right? So my thought process here is that we could do like a greenish kind of pyramid.
Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree.
You guys have fun clearing that out. I don't know what you're gonna do about that forestry hive, but good luck doing something with it. It looks like they're trying really hard to clear out the forestry hive. I don't even know if you can break them with a normal pick. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So I haven't entirely decided how I want this to look or work, but I definitely want to like clear out some terrain and flatten it a bit. So I'm going to do a little bit more of this off camera, flattening of the terrain. And we'll be back in a minute. I'm actually thinking I might want to change up my original plan just a little bit. What if I used this naturally occurring oasis a little bit in my design? So like, how's this for a concept? And you guys feel free to give me your opinions. What if I place all my mana generating stuff inside that oasis? So it's the theme or the concept is that like the mana is being generated in that naturally occurring oasis over here. And then we have like the pyramid type structure that I was talking about be on this side of my pyramid, right? So the front is over there, right? And there's all my farms. So on the left side of my pyramid, if you're looking at it, would be the Botania area, and that could be cool. I think that sounds nice, right? I think that could be neat. So yeah, like we could have all the mana generation stuff come from over here, and we could have it like, you know, mana bursts shooting out of the oasis. Does that sound reasonable? I kind of like that idea, so I think that's what we're gonna do. And then what I'd like to have is like the grass from the oasis making its way into the pyramid. I want the pyramid to kind of be like open sky, so I want like not like a full-blown ceilinged pyramid like that one is.